Bum, 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 bum. Ugh. There we go. Maybe I should advertise this. Hey, Empire. Let me see if I can advertise this really quickly. Let's go to live. Yeah, live. I need to turn monetization on, of course. Refresh. There we go. Focus on your live stream and let turn on. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now I just need to grab the link. The link. All right, pause that. Cut. And I'll just throw it in the main Digimon Facebook page because why not? All right. Bum, 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 bum. All right, that's posted. Let's pull chat back up. And let's actually get into some games and have some funs. Where's Hoodie? I know I wanted to start with like Hoodie because I had like a post of like everything still broken with Hoodie. Heroes. No, I needed True Hood. There we go. All right. I was doing some wild things with Hoodie. So with shock down to 1, we're probably going to... Let's try running the Sylph first. Oops, wrong Sylph. There we go. Let's take these out. Let's take these out and play some Digilabs. We'll probably play like 2 Digilabs, and then we need Hoodie stuff. Oops. This reduces... This isn't bad. Alright. So we go Wormmon, Betamon. Right? Yeah, Wormmon, Betamon. Then Tento, Gatsu. And then we have the Digilabs for when we get the 1 shock. I know some people are on like Ryuji option hype train, so maybe that's something we should probably look at doing. I know the Ankylos can change. Actually, let me bring up the worlds list. Gonna crash out with everyone on Hoodie. Yeah, I'm just, can I find it on Discord? Let me see. I'm just trying to break Hoodie, to be honest. Yeah, here it is. All right. So, the best way to break Hoodie is to play Hoodie by card effects. Like, if I have a level 6 that's able to play other Digimon, then I could actually use Hoodies on play to continue doing the same degenerate stuff that Hoodie was already doing. So there's a good couple of level 6 Digimon that we have to be able to do that. So we have Regulus and Plesio that can play Digimon out from its inheritables. You also have Imperial Dramon Dragon Mode that could do the same type of thing. Jumbo Game is good for, like, reactive plays. So, like, if the opponent's gonna, like, swing or do something, then Jumbo Game can spit out Hoodie, then Hoodie can do all of the on-play shenanigans. This actually would have been really good if Shock still, unfortunately, wasn't unlimited, because then you could, like, Shock on the opponent's turn, because I don't think outside of Gato and Kilo, like, there's good ways. Well, I guess technically you could do it with Angemon, but that's only for Ankylomon. So yeah. Well, you could probably do the yellow shock, the partition shock, and do disruptive plays during the opponent's turn, except the partition shock isn't nearly as good. You also have Giga Seedramon that could also, when attack, play out Digimon by its inheritable effects. Technically, you have Kazuha. When you use an option, you could do that. So that's kind of cute. Mitamamon, you could play it out by a card effect, and then it gains Rush, and then all your Digimon have Barrier 2, which is kind of nuts. So, like, I know a lot of people are looking at Mitamamon just because it's pretty easy. I know some people were looking at Imperial Dramon Dragon Mode because, again, it's pretty easy. But there's a cute, like, other playlines that you can make to be able to do some, like, super goofy stuff. I don't think Mastimon is the way, but technically you do have, like, CS Mastimon that you could potentially run and lean into the level 5 CS Masty stuff. I know one cute one is, like, Leopard, Leopard Ace, and Leopard X. Because if you have Leopard and Leopard X, then, or like if you have at least Leopard X and then X antibody underneath it, then you could play Hoodie for free. So that would be a Hoodie from your hand. You have Cherubimon that could play it from your hand. You have Tyrant Kabuterimon that could play Hoodie from your hand. Gigimon's probably too RNG dependent, so this is probably, like, not good. You have Cherubimon, where if you delete one of the opponent's Digimon, then you could play out a Hoodie from your hand, and then you could go into, like, Cherubi X and play out another Digimon. I think that's, again, a little bit too costly. Lord Nightmon can just do it. Like, Lord Nightmon's another pretty easy card to use, but I think, like, the big problem with Lord Nightmon is you have to play specific DNAs that don't necessarily make it super great. Technically, you have Ancient Beetlemon with its All Turns ability, where if it were to be removed, then you could just play out a Hoodie. So that could be pretty cute, because you could be like, okay, if I have, let's just say, Sylphie, then I could be like, okay, Sylphie play out level 4, Ancient Beetlemon play out Hoodie, and then I could do other stuff from there. So, like, technically, you have that type of a play line. But, yeah, using a level 6, because I don't think there's any level 5s that play out a level 4 by an effect, but if you, like, play out a level 6 that plays out a level 4, that's going to obviously be the most easy thing you could do to break Hoodie again. Either that or you just go into Floodgates. Like, that's probably another easy answer, is just use Floodgates. Which, there's a lot of good Floodgates in a lot of colors. So, that is a possibility, is just use Floodgates. So, yeah, that's kind of like the idea on how you could break Hoodie. Let me see if I could pull up the list from Worlds. The Hoodie list from Worlds and copy that. Nope. I need you. Nope. You are the page I need. Let's go photos, because that's going to be way easier than just constantly scrolling. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So, they were obviously, so the Hoodie from Worlds, 11 pages of CS cards? Holy crap. So they were on this. They were on this. 3 Ericas. Actually, yeah, let's just let's get rid of the majority of things. All right. They were not on Digilabs. All right. We'll start from the beginning. Outside of their level 4s, because their level 4s is literally 4 hoodies, 4 Ankylos, 4 Angemons. They were not playing any Seadramons? Yo, crazy. They weren't even playing Seadramon. Seadramon's, like, so good. I guess they were just, like, all in on gas. So let me start by rebuilding their list, and then we'll go from there. So they were just on the 12. Yeah, they were literally just on the 12. And then they were on 2 betas, 3 tentos, 3 tentos. Oops, not 4, 3. Then what else were they on? 4 Gatsus. And then Terriers. Where's the Terriers? There you go. And then 4 Terriers. Then they were on 2 Ryujis. 2 Ryujis. 2 Ice Archeries. 3 Erica. Then what else were they on? They were on HPD. So why not run the broken card? Then what else were they on? HPD, Ice Wall. I don't exactly know if we still want to run Ice Wall or not. They were on 3 Chitoses. Okay. And then how many card slots do we have left? So we have the 2 Ice Archeries, the 4 of this, the 2 of this, 3 of this, 3 of this. Oh, we need the Pail. They were on 1 Pail, and then Volcanic. Yeah, that's this guy. And then I'm off by 1 card? Or were they running 4 Chitoses? No. I only see 3 in the image. Then where am I off? Whatever. 4. There. Not exactly the world's list. There's like one card missing from it. Oh, no, I was on that. Oh, I was off by the in kilo. Okay. All right. So this is the hoodie list from Worlds that we could use as a base. So with the limitation in place, we get rid of this Shakamon, which means we probably get rid of Inkilomon. And then depending on what our extra DNA is, will determine what else we're able to run. So that means when it comes to level 6, what is this actually doing? When Digivolving, the opponent can't play or move Digimon with 6,000 DP or less until the end of the... Okay. So we have a couple of different directions that we could go into when it comes to broken level 6s. So I don't think we need Ice Wall. We could probably keep HPD depending on what we're trying to do. Because HPD is still really good. Do we keep the Terriers? I think maybe we still keep the Terriers because we could just like tuck a Digimon, like go up into a level 4, then use Terriermon's ability to tuck it underneath. Either that or we take out Terrier and we run Worm. So like we would take out the Terriers. And then we could play like 2 Worms, go up to 4 of this and just run 12. And then that opens us up for another potential play lines. Because this makes going into Hoodie a little bit cheaper, right? By placing an Erica as this Digimon's bottom Digivolution source, this Digimon. Yeah, so this allows us to go up into Hoodie for a little bit cheaper. Then, instead of that, we could play, like, 1 Digilab or something. Chitose is still really good. So I guess the big question is, what DNA are we going to run? So that is the actual question, is what is our DNA? So the DNAs that Hoodie most likely will end up wanting to use... Yeah, honestly, I think it's mostly Sylphie, Paildramon, maybe the second shock if we need it just for colors. I think like what a lot of people are probably going to do is either going to go Pail into Imperial or Sylphie into Mitama. I feel like that's what a lot of people are doing. Thank you for the birthday wishes, by the way, people. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to think out loud. I know that I don't care much, but I'm here to watch you. Aw, thank you. Yase Orarts. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too badly. Thank you, Metallica. I already said thank you, Empire, but I'll say it again because it can never be understated. And Phantom, thank you as well. So, the big question is, are we going to try going Floodgates or trying to play more Hoodies? So, those are the 2 big things that we're probably going to be debating. So, if we're going to try to play out Hoodie over Floodgates, what do we think is stronger? Oops. So, what is this card actually doing? It has a lot of text. So, when Digivolving, when attacking, by trashing the top card of our security, we could play a level 4 or lower Digimon without paying the play cost. And then Digimon played out by this effect gain Rush. And then all of our yellow Digimon just so happen to gain Barrier. During the opponent's turn, The opponent's Digimon with the greatest level equal to the total of our security gains security attack -2. It's pretty good. I think maybe we should try Mitama first. Like running 2 Mitamas. We'll cut the Pail and then we'll just double down on the Sylphs. So that way we have yellow DNA into Digimon. That means we probably are going to be cutting Hidden Potential Discovered. The next time one of our green Digimon... Yeah, we're not doing that. So we probably are going to be cutting Hidden Potential. I think we still need to keep Ice Archery. Just for the time being. Like, Ice Archery and Comet Hammer are, like, insanely good cards. So, if we're going Sylphie, then... we need to look at our Hoodie level 4s to make Sylphie better. So, we're unfortunately losing out on card draw with Seadramon. But the other card that we could potentially use is... I think Sylphie's kind of just a little on the clunky side. So maybe going the let's try going the Paildramon route first, because I really do like Seadramon. I think the Paildramon also might be a little bit more consistent. And then... where's our starter deck? Yeah, the starter deck, boy. And then we probably play like 2 Comet Hammers or something. Oh. So I think probably something like this is probably okay. I don't know if I'm like a huge fan of the 3 Chitoses. I still probably would want to play 4. Just to see Chitose more often. So maybe the answer is cut a Mirai for a Chitose. Even though, like, you can make the argument that, yeah, Mirai basically is just a Chitose. I still think, like, this card's still insanely important to abuse, especially off of Dragon Mode. All right. Actually, is there an argument to running the black egg over the green one? I think maybe for extra card draw, like, we run the black egg over the green egg. Green egg does give us, like, memory plays, but I think, like, black egg is probably still just better. At least for, like, this deck, because now we're playing more Digimon by effects. So we DNA into Paildramon, and then that makes the egg live again. I guess it's the same level of card draw pretty much no matter what. I think the black egg probably might be a little bit better because it has more consistency on getting us that 2 draw. So, yeah. We'll try this. It's gonna be a lot of Hoodie today. So I'm gonna preface that. Because I can't test the Mirage changes because the simulator's not updated for the Mirage changes. But I could take a look at Mirage. Maybe I should have started off by just looking at Mirage. Going second? Sure. So we could Worm in Raising. And then set up like Kisuke or Gatsu. Okay, so they're probably just trying to get all their reps in with Dog Engine before it gets completely and utterly butchered. Oh, they're playing KDA Masty. Got it. So we still have a lot of pieces that we need to look for. I'll search and then probably play out Kisuke to bounce it back to my hand to play another Kisuke. Ooh, the Chitose is pretty good. Do I take the Ice Archery? I think I just take the Chitose. So I am giving a lot of memory over, which is not necessarily the most ideal play, but like Kisuke being like incredibly aggressive and making my Digimon stronger is like really good. Does this mean you're potentially testing Leviaon without dog package? Yeah, I could look at Leviaon without dog. Yeah, I think they were playing like KDA Masty or something. Either that or they're just using this for like... they might not be actually. Because like they're just using Gobly and Sune with this to act as a good value engine. Yeah, so they're just on like generic draw, discard, good stuff. And then this lets him DNA. So, unfortunately, I need to draw a Hoodie. Like, if I draw a Hoodie, I'm basically set up. Yeah, so throwing out these two Tamers is really good, because that makes this, removing only one of them, less worthwhile. Oh, interesting, a Bolt Bout. So, even though I turned their play online, this basically costed, like, next to nothing for them to do anyway. So, probably fine. If I draw a Hoodie, I'm, like, in such a good spot. Tento. Not exactly what I want to see. So, they're going to be doing a lot of pressure. Yeah, I just unfortunately have to search for cards. Kind of sucks. I kind of hate it. I think the answer maybe is the beta. Because I can't really make use of the Seedramon right now. And at least, like, if I see Hoodie in my trash, then beta can grab it back. So this is probably the answer. Yeah, so now this is the awkward part where I am kind of just slightly stuck. Because I don't want to give a whole lot of memory away. But I need to, like, save the Wormmon for the Hoodie play. Yeah, I think just trying to memory choke is probably my best bet. I guess it doesn't matter which one of these I use. I would prefer to keep the Angemon. But I think I need to set up the Chitose. And then I guess I could just throw out one of these cards. Just to throw it out. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to use any options to just auto-kill it. But he does have Alliance, which is spooky. I think I have to bite the bullet and give them 3. That was probably the answer. And then just keep the Gatsu around. But if this is able to stick in any capacity, then I should be in a pretty okay-ish spot. Yeah, so maybe I need to split my Seadramons to be a combination between, like, 2 Seadramons and maybe 2 Kabuteris. Just to try to, like, have color consistency with the Pails. Grabbing a Bolt Bout. Then grabbing... Yeah, so right now I am just running into a little bit of consistency issues. I mean, granted, I don't necessarily think the consistency would be that much different. Compared to, like, if I was running the normal hoodie list. So I would still be technically having issues right now. Mirai's really good. Crash Worm, draw 2. The shock is actually really big here. Like, everything's actually pretty big here. Like, the Erica is really good. I just literally need to see a hoodie. Promo Masty is, like, actually kind of gross. This card's insanely strong. Oh, they're just doing this to memory choke me because they have end of turn DNA, right? Yeah, right here, they have end of turn DNA. And then they're going to get rid of my mem setter. So that way I can't, like, Digivolve and make a hoodie play. So I guess they could, like, swing Alliance, 2 more checks, and then DNA. Oh, this can attack. So they might have lethal. Yeah, so they Alliance, 2 checks, and then this swings for game. And then they also just have another DNA. So now this forces them to DNA, because now I could block here. So they still have lethal. Because they're basically using Bolt Boutmon as, yeah, just like an Omni for game type factor. So that was just a game I didn't see hoodie. I saw pretty much everything else. I just didn't see the one hoodie. Oh, I'll leave this. Yeah, so I might have to take out 2 Seadramon and play 2 Kabuteris. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I had Hoodie in my hand, then I probably would have been in, like, a way stronger position. So I think maybe this is the point where it's just like, okay, maybe now Hoodie is becoming a little bit harder to find consistently. And, like, without Hoodie, like, you're really not playing this game. At least, like, the way that the deck's kind of intended. Have I tried the Sylphie variant yet? No, I haven't. I think the big problem of the deck is literally just finding Hoodiemon more than anything. Maybe this deck does still benefit from running, Ukaman. Like, maybe I should just consider running, Ukaman over Tentamon. Just to increase my raising cycles more. Yeah, I'm gonna try different variants of Hoodie. Okay, that's really good. Yeah, I might actually be dead here. So he has the swing he needs. So they Evo for 2, pop the memory boost, Evo up, Evo for 3. Oh, I guess they don't have it yet. All right. So we still might be in it. Well, I mean, they could technically Evo for 3, or Evo for 2, Evo for 3, and then Evo again for 0. Pass me at 3. Maybe that's their play line, and then they're going to sacrifice the Shushu. So all I need to see is another DNA here, and I'm still in a very commanding position because of Dragon Mode. Yeah, I also do like the fact that Paildramon's kind of just like a pseudo floodgate. What egg is Puppet using? They were using the Kiaramon egg, so I'm actually not dead here. That's fine. Yeah, so now I just go ballistic on them. Ooh, Comet Hammer's really good. Gain a memory. Gain a memory. And then I don't need to do this because I already just have enough memory as is. And this will play out the Seadramon. We get a draw card. Another Seadramon. That's not bad. We get a swing. Minus 3k. Alliance. To get the card draw. We will not use an option. We will activate Hoodie's effects. Bouncing the Chitose to replay the Chitose. I'll just kill one of the sisters. Not exactly ideal. Now we get to DNA. We will use the suspended as the blue. That locks down their whole field. So I do have multi-attacks. So I might as well get rid of this just to prevent them from digivolving. Oh my god. Seriously? Low-key kind of annoying. Play out a blue, play out a green. Boom. Boom. Draw a card. Trigger the hoodie effects. We could play out the Mirai for free. So Erica will bounce one of these back. Kisuke will bounce another one back. I could play... No, I'll just leave one on the field. That's fine. Yeah, I think the answer is just to play Mirai. I could discard a Kisuke, draw 2 cards. Oh, if I was able to keep turn. Paildramon, baby. Yeah, their security was pretty stacked. Then I'm going to bounce the hoodie back to play out one of you. Use you to bounce one of you back to play one of you. And then I don't think this triggers. Yeah. This is still a pretty commanding board state because they're still under Paildramon's Floodgate effect. So even though their security was really annoying, giving them no Digimon to really engage or interact with is probably for my overall betterment. Yeah, because they don't have anything to Digivolve up into. Their whole field is basically stun-locked. I can survive through the tokens. They would have to, like, hard play... their play line is basically hard play the level 5, sacrifice a token, and then Digivolve up, and then just try to control the field that way. But I feel like with how much damage I already have on the field... and the fact that they can't use Overclock and they would only potentially get rid of, like, one Digimon, still made it very problematic for them. So yeah, I think maybe I have to take 2 of this out for, Kabuterimon. Kabuterimon's funny also because he gives me piercing. Then I could probably get rid of a Comet Hammer for, like, in this build, oops, a hidden potential. Technically, I could get rid of the other Comet Hammer for a Tropical Venom, but I still value, like, this. So I think this is fine. Yeah, their security was really good for them. Let's, do we keep this or do we mulligan? I'm going first. I kind of just want to keep it. I feel like this is really greedy to keep. But I have a hoodie in my hand. I have no card draw. That's the only issue. So I think we do have to mulligan. This is arguably way worse. I was better off with the other hand. I do have the hoodie. I do have DNAs. So our turn 1 is just set up Erica. Because at worst, we could, like, Erica into hoodie. Like, at worst. Oh, yeah. The other hand was significantly better if this is the opponent. I think hoodie, actually, because of the options, has pretty easy and clean ways of dealing with Vortex. But obviously my hand is so bad that things are going to be really rough unless my draws are good. Draws are not really good. So, how much can they explode next turn? They could probably explode pretty hard. I think this is probably just not worth fighting. My hand was just significantly worse. So, like, what was my play line? I play a Ryuji and I don't gain memory. I don't gain any card draw. Put them to 3 memory, and then they kind of just explode. Like, if your opener is, like, not good, then you're probably just not playing the game. I think maybe instead of... I just want 1 Kabuteri. I think I need to offset it because the key card I'm looking for is Hoodie. Like, and that's why they couldn't hit Hoodie, is because, like, Hoodie is the driving force for the deck. The deck doesn't exist without Hoodie in the same way that it does. It would be, like, dramatically nerfed. I guess we could just keep this hand. It's not my favorite hand. So this is, like, an instance where sometimes Terriermon is pretty decent, because if this was a Terriermon, then I could Digivolve into Seadramon, move it out, and then tuck the Seadramon underneath it. So I'm doing this because this is already going to present a lot of pressure on the opponent. So it's Time Strangers. They're going to take the Dan and Cannon. Jupiter and Dan. Yeah. And then hard play Dan. And then play out in between or something. No, just Digivolve into Agio. Well... I mean, I guess I'll take it. So, I could kill off his Digimon. And then, is he able to kill my Hoodie? That is the ultimate question, is can he kill my Hoodie? Because Hoodie will play out another Seadramon. So maybe no. So he's going to go to 3. The egg reduces his evolution, so he evos. So if he's at 3, he evos for 2. Maybe he doesn't have enough memory. We'll experiment. We'll try it. Of course, there's the Angemon I would have preferred to see, so I could have DNA'd into Shock. Alright, we'll see if they actually have enough memory. Oh, okay, so the Inori lets them do it then. So he could go into a Jupiter for pretty much next to nothing here. Like, right? So he would go into AGOQs for 2. Oh, the Inori makes this free, and then he just digivolves into into the AGOQs here. Okay. Yeah, and then this will kill one of my Digimon. Okay, so I just mismath. I didn't think that they had the Inori to be able to let the playline go live. That was my fault. I was too impatient. I should have just waited for more memory. Man, I'm getting really bad hands. I probably was better off with the other hand, to be honest. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't think Hoodie is as consistent as it seems right now. Like, you get hands like this where it's, like, actually kind of cracked, and then you get other hands where, like, you're just struggle bussing. So maybe instead of the Comet Hammer, I have to run like a Digilab or something just to try to make consistent play lines. We gotta play out your, you gotta play your outs. Not going into Hoodie just gives the opponent too much time. Yeah, exactly. Like, so that's the thing that a lot of people are taking offense with in the game, is literally how little the turn count is putting a lot of stress on the game, to where literally if you don't open good, then you could literally just automatically lose the game. Because of the fact that the opponent, like, if they open up a somewhat competent hand, like, the game is over turn 3. Like, and that's somewhat competent. If it's a good hand, the game is definitely over turn 3. And, like, again, like, it just puts so much pressure on the game, and that's the part that people are having an issue with. It's just like, okay, I didn't open up the most optimal hand ever, therefore I probably lose the game turn 3 if my opponent has any semblance of their basic playlines. So, like, my opponent in that instance, like, I was still going to set up next turn, and then the following turn, I would be able to go ballistic. When is Digicon? Digicon... Digicon starts at 7:30 p.m. We could probably keep this hand. It's not the greatest hand ever. We're going first and no search. No, we mully. Okay, a little bit better. Yeah, so, Digicon's at 7:30 p.m. Obviously, we're going to go here. And then we're going to hard play Gatsu and try to search out our cards. So we found the Hoodie. Yeah, so now we just need to see our tamers. So I could raise out and I could Evo into Angemon on the Gatsumon. This is the one that's just going to generically gain them a memory. So they won't have any recourse right now. Okay, the Chitose draw was pretty good. So now they just have to avoid giving me a lot of memory. Kisuke's a really good tamer to see here. So... I'll... So, I could... play out Gatsumon, then play a Kisuke to pass my turn, then Kisuke... No, I don't think I play out Gatsumon. A second Owen. So I need this Wormmon to die. Perfect. And like this is where like Ukamon's kind of just insane because I can't deal with the Ukaman. So do I play out Chitose or a second Kisuke? Maybe I play out the second Kisuke. That's probably the play. Yeah, so now they pretty much can just do whatever they want for 0 memory, and it's gonna suck. Like, and that's why Ukaman is just such a disgusting card. Like, if you literally can't deal with the Ukaman, you're probably just going to, like, die even faster. Because now they have faster raising cycles. They have more consistency. So, like, I honestly needed to respond to, The sad thing is I kind of need everything in my hand. So, it's going to have to be the Gatsu. It's, like, the worst card in my hand. Because I kind of think I maybe need the Ice Archery. Oh, they're just going to go right up into Strachio. Okay. And then play Protection? No, Searching. And then they could Digivolve. See, like, yeah, this is kind of just the dumb part about Ukaman. So is Hoodie fair now, or are people just gonna go back to flock to Time Stranger Slap? All the Hoodie players are most likely just gonna flock to Time Stranger Slap. I think, while Hoodie is still a very good card, that was kind of nuts. Two DNAs is actually really good here for me. So now I get to play the Chitose, then... The Chitose plays out the Angemon. We get a draw card. Oh, I'm gonna have to DNA here, aren't I? Because this is just gonna kill my Digimon. And I don't have any protection. That's so annoying. Yeah, the instant Strachio forces me to DNA right here. And because they have the raising set up, they're just gonna gain as much memory in the world as they possibly can. This ruins my Chitose play. Yeah, I'm just not nearly as efficient as Medusa. Like, I needed to, like, this is where if Digivolve was, like, Digivolve would have came in clutch, because then I would have been able to ignore the field. For the most part. Kinda gross. Oh, am I forced to do this? Oh, crap. I didn't want to do that right now. Actually, it's fine. So I could Erica to put these back into my hand, and then just keep this out, and then unfortunately just suffer the fact that I'm going to be taking a lot of damage. I could probably just very easily die here. So I think I have to set up the Erica. We're going to return this into our hand to play out Chitose to get an extra card draw. Then we're going to play... so I could do it again. So I could play out the Chitose, play out the Angemon, and then the last Erica will have to return the Hoodie to my hand. I don't particularly like that idea, but I don't see what else I'm going to be doing. I mean, I could add both of these back into my hand, play out another Kisuke, play out another Erica, save a Chitose in my hand. Yeah, I really would have liked to have a Digimon in my raising area, but this is going to be good enough. So hopefully they can't kill me from here, and they're going to gain an absolutely metric fuck ton of memory, so I'm probably just dead. I'm running one Comet Hammer in the deck. Like, and that's why I still feel like Comet Hammer is, like, super important. Okay, so they are either lacking pieces or... Yeah, no, now they're just gonna go absolutely ballistic with how much memory gain they have. So they're gonna gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memory. So they get to go all the way up to 4 again. Gross. No, a Chitose! I could have potentially used that. So maybe they don't have lethal here. Maybe. If they don't, that would be great. Yeah, I probably should have left the partition alone here. That's going to dig them for more pieces, which is obnoxious. So I'm going to have how much memory at the start of my turn? 1, 2... So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'll have 7 memory to work with. So maybe I can make something happen. I ideally would need them not to have another Strachio. Yeah, this is why people are saying, like, Medusa's kind of just cracked, because Medusa kind of just is cracked. Because we also have to remember that Medusa does have Rush. Okay, that's unfortunate. I needed it not to be another Strachio. Like, really badly, so that way I could actually deal damage. So, like, I could Floodgate stall, but... Oh, if I draw into... So, my out is drawing into another Hoodie, and having Hoodie basically be a hybrid play. You think every single Comic Liberator deck is kind of cracked? Yeah, a lot of them are really good. Not all of them are good. Mirai... I don't think I have the time to set up an Ice Archery, unfortunately. Of course, as I say that, I get Ryuji. Oh, Comet Hammer, okay. So there is a possibility. Yeah, so we're gonna have to play out the... No, it's probably play out the Chitose to play out Angemon to get a body out for free. And then I could set up the Ryuji to de-Digivolve his Strachio. So I think I win here. So we set up the Chitose. Set up Angemon. Angemon draws me a card. And then we gain all the memory in the world. So now we use an Erica to Digivolve into a Hoodie. Hoodie set up the Ryuji. So now I can swing de-Digivolve. So if I swing, I could de-Digivolve. And then... but the all of the DP... Like, the protection on the Strachio is what's really gonna fuck me up. So I really just needed to draw into another... So I could do a single check. So with Hoodie, I can do a single check, right? You get to play... Then to one of the opponents, give it minus 3,000 for each of our Digimon with Hoodie in its traits. So that's minus 6. Yeah, so I just do a single check and I pray. So we'll use an option card. We'll use Comet Hammer to de-digivolve you by 3. Then I could bounce, play out a Seadramon. Because I'm not going to be using these here. I can't because I have to not deal with his field. Now I can alliance using this for a card draw. Of course, now I see the Kabuteru. Okay. Yeah, so we managed to navigate around it. That's why, again, Ryuji and, like, and Comet Hammer, are very clutch cards. So they were able to do, like, absolutely massively degenerate things, and, like, that's kind of why sometimes, So maybe I do actually need the 2 Kabuteris. Well, no, because if I'm always using Hoodie as the starter, this is just the off-brand starter. I guess, like, if I don't see Hoodie, the argument is then I have Kabuterimon for color consistency. So maybe it is just 2 Seadra, 2 Kabuteris, just to be able to potentially make Paildramon plays even if I don't see Hoodie. But yeah, like, this so far feels kind of just fine. I'm not, maybe I take out 1 Kisuke for another Mirai to try to increase the consistency a little bit more, because that's the only thing I've been noticing. Is like, yeah, I kind of want a little bit better consistency. There's an argument to play Ukaman in here too, just to turbo out my racing area and get more searches, but I think, like, what I have here is probably okay. And you'd probably do something very similar for the, Mitama build. Please cut Dragon Mode? What, Dragon Mode down to 1? Hold on. Hey, what's up? Yeah. I don't hate Dragon Mode, though. I really don't. Okay. So, maybe, What does this card do? When any of your other Digimon would leave the battle area, gain memory, you get to play a 5000 DP or lower Digimon from your hand for free, and then if it's a level 3 or higher, it gains blocker. We could try Leopard X, like Leopard X. I think that eats more deck space out, though. That's the problem. Dragon mode is still just easy. Like, I know people run Mitama, but I need to change the Paildramon to Sylphie if I'm doing Mitama. And then this also needs to change. You can play one Comet Hammer and Seedramon in that slot. No, so the big thing is you could still use Dragon mode because you have hidden potential discovered to be able to maintain turn, play extra bodies, and then use said extra bodies for more degenerate things. Like, that's the whole idea. Like, yes, are you probably just more consistent not running any level 6s? Yes, but your damage output is significantly lower for not running level 6s that play out level 4s for free. Because, like, at worst, I could still, like, partition and then play out Hoodie and then do other fun, cheeky things. So is the deck arguably a little bit better off for not running level 6s? Yes, but that's not the point. Like, you could just play Hoodie and then whatever level 5 DNAs and then splash in a Floodgate and call it a day. Like, yeah, that's probably the most optimal way to play Hoodie at this point, is just say, like, literally nothing changes. Like, literally nothing changes in the deck outside of the fact that you can't Shakua Loop, which means your DPS is slightly lower than what it used to be. That's basically it. So, yes, there are better ways of building Hoodie. I'm not going to disagree with that. But the whole point is just to try to play other cards to see where the damage ceiling for Hoodie still is. It's not to, like, understand where the damage floor is for Hoodie, because everyone already knows where the damage floor is. It's still incredibly high. We just want to know what the new damage ceiling is. This is probably okay. Yeah, that's why some people are playing, Sylphimon and Mitamamon for the same type of thing. Like, we don't care what the damage floor for Hoodie is, because that didn't change at all. We just care about what the new damage ceiling is. Do I Evo for 1, actually? I probably do. It's unlikely you want to pass turn on Dragon mode. You could still do some, like, really powerful things just passing on a Dragon mode with partition. Like, does Dragon mode say you have to play? Yeah, so you don't even have to use this when Digivolving. Which, I mean, I guess the argument is then you don't need Dragon mode. Like, Hoodie can generate a lot of memory already, to where it's probably fine. So I'm actually gonna discard the Comet Hammer. Yeah, so look, we're pretty well set up at this point. So, Mirai is gonna spit out the Erica. I can move the Gatsu up. And then, swap the Gatsu with Tentomon. So I move this up. I can Erica. Then Gatsumon. Or do I just Digivolve? Like, do I just Digivolve in Raising? No, I probably don't. What is this? Is their mem setter? So maybe I just hard play Erica and I keep the Mirai for something else. That's probably the play. If they're just gonna go to 3 anyway, this bounces the Gatsu back into my hand and sets up the Tento and raising. I lose access on the card draw, though, which kind of sucks. What they literally have access to is the most powerful, sometimes being aquatic, necro, stuck being ghosts, is pretty yeah, so Ghost definitely out of the comic characters is like one of the worst because they just don't have enough support and a deep enough toolbox to really do what they need to. So the shock being in my trash kind of sucks a little bit, but it's fine. Oh, I forgot the trainings. Maybe I add in a training. I hate these cards a lot. Yeah, so we just continue to search and then bounce it back into our hands. That's fine. We take the Chitose, because we already threw our option away. Yeah, I just hate the fact that we had to do that. This is at the start of the main phase, so we don't get the memory play then. We're like just one turn too slow because, actually, if they hit a tamer out of our security, then we're in a really good spot. Right now they don't have jamming, so that could be okay. So, are they gonna just try to OTK us from here? And this is kind of what I'm talking about, where it's like, this is their 3rd turn, and they're already probably lined up to OTK us. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. You wouldn't mind them in a game that already has training cards if they ignore Digivolution, or if they don't ignore color requirements? Yeah. Oh, a Honkoon. Okay, so they're definitely gonna try to do some shenanigans here. Are they gonna throw Honkoon underneath? Oh no, they're throwing jamming underneath. Okay, the second Erica is really good for us. So, how much memory is my opponent gaining? 1, 2, 3? 3 memory? Yeah, they probably have enough memory to OTK us. Well, maybe they don't. So they Digivolve for 3, go to 1, and then they're done gaining memory because they just played this out, so they can't use it. So I think this costed them, not really the game, but it made it so that they can't OTK me. I unfortunately can't OTK them. That does not do anything. Yeah, so all I have to do is, like, out this body and I'm okay. Because the decode kind of is annoying because he's able to maintain field presence. So Do I get Angemon out or do I get Piercing? No, I think I just get Angemon for the draw. Now I can Hoodie. I could play out Kabuterimon, because this isn't really going to do me anything here. So Kabuteri just gets me extra... does he have anything that's going to stop me? So this is -9. Yeah, 3, 6, 9. And then this is 12, so that cleanly kills this. Then I could -3. Because he doesn't have anything that's gonna, like, disrupt me. Oh, he gets to play more bodies out. That's kind of annoying. Then we can play out another Digimon. This will just get us more searches. Ooh. Do I take the Seadramon here? So I have the Kisuke and I have Seadramon as options. So Kisuke is going to be adding in my hand regardless. It's do I take the Sea or the Worm? I think maybe I do take the Seadramon, because then I could line up 2 DNAs. Yeah. So we're going to bounce the Chitose, then play the Chitose, nuke one of you from orbit. That's going to set up this, and now we have 2 DNAs. I might as well use this one to draw cards. Okay, pretty safe there. Now... we DNA. Blue and green. I wish I had... barrier. But we'll just search for more stuff. That's why we have barrier. Is so that way it's basically pseudo protection. Now they shouldn't have anything else, and we just DNA again. You don't have the time to watch the stream, but you're gonna drop in and say hi? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You really like my podcast? Usually quiet here on YouTube? Yeah. I definitely feel like content creator wise, there kind of is just this, like, I don't want to say void. There's a lot of content creators, but, like, not a lot of... I'm not going to call myself a good one, but, like, the amount of like content for the Digimon card game is a little on the sparse side. All right. So let's rearrange the deck. So I think we just keep the majority at the low end exactly the same. So I think we take out this, and then let's try the Sylphie stuff. Because this card is really good. Then we could do a Mitama. Do we do one Mitama or two Mitamas? Probably two, just to be able to try to see it more often. And then Sylphie is yellow, or so I would have to get rid of the Seadramon because color-wise it doesn't work out, and then that forces me to optimize on the Kabuteri. Either that or I run Golem. Like, I theoretically could still run in Kilo, but, like, if there's less reason to. I could run Golem, so maybe I do two Golems. The only problem... Yeah, Golem can still work off of Shock. So, like, two Golems and two Kabuteris is probably okay. This is still the best. So, this could be the yellow source, this could be the green source, this could be the green source, this could be the yellow source. This could be the red source, then this could be, yeah. So I think this is probably an okay lineup. There's an argument to just cut the Kabuteris and just run the Golemons, right? Because Golemon can DNA off of any of these. But I guess technically so can the Kabuteris. This is probably fine. Golemon just has the added benefit of being a blocker. So it could be spat out off of the Sylphimon, but we ideally want to spit out Hoodiemon off of the Sylphimon anyway. So maybe it doesn't realistically matter. I'll keep it as is. And then do we run a Digilab or do we run I think maybe we run an option, like one of the memory gain options. I mean, Digilab's just so easy to run, but, what's the, God, I'm blanking. Blinding Ray. We just have 0 recovery in the deck, which is kind of spooky. Oh, this has the foil sheen on it. Okay. There is also an argument to run, one of the reduced Digivolution cost options. Actually, maybe that is the play. Maybe the reduced Digivolution cost option, so that way, like, we have an early game setup. Best advice, don't play Hoodie. I'm not gonna disagree with that. Yeah, I think maybe we do, like, a treadmill training. Just to try to increase consistency, and if we're, like, if we have this set up, then we do have the Mitama power play. Reveal the top 2 cards of your deck, add a yellow or black card among them into our hands. That's the majority of our deck. Okay. Yeah, no, this is probably okay. Just, like, a single treadmill training. Because, like, we do have the ability to use it, but, like, it's just generically colorless, and if it's saving us 2 memory anyway, like, it's not really that much different than a Blinding Ray. It's just, it gives us a little bit extra to do on our early turns, which is arguably more important. So I think this is probably fine. To me, most of Bandai card game content looks more like an ad for the new sets or players or new player help than content about the meta play. You're not entirely wrong. I don't really watch a lot of other content creators, or like many of them at all. Like, I'll maybe pop in on a few things, like if they have a video of a topic that, like, I don't want to say I want confirmation bias on, but like, it's kind of funny hearing a lot of other content creators have takes that I've already made just come way late. And then they get the majority of the views and like the notoriety for saying that. Even though I said it most of the time earlier. This is not exactly ideal. I mean, these are all the cards I want to see in my hand, but not in this particular order. Oh, we get the training treadmill start. Yo, the training treadmill start. There is Justimon that I was also considering, like just doing normal hoodie stuff and then using both shocks, like to, oh, I mean, I guess the shock on top of that is redundant. We would need Chimeramon. Yeah, probably Chimeramon. So we're obviously going to be starting here. Then we're going to treadmill training. Oh, this can't grab. Oh, yeah, it, of course, she's green. I'm like, wait, it can't grab Erica. I'm like, of course not. She's green, you goober. It could grab Chitose, though. Oh, well. All right. So all we need is kind of just Hoodie and Mitama, and then we're okay. Yeah, treadmill training actually can be pretty gross in this deck, thinking about it now. Because all of our all of our level 4s are yellow, like part yellow or part black. At least that we're running for this iteration. We'll just waste a Ryuji. That's fine. We don't really have any other play lines, and we have an Ice Archery in our hand in case we need to try to do something. Not trying to stir the pot. That's why I'm not naming names. Oh, you know, you're totally fine. Like, no, I do feel like a lot of Bandai content is kind of just like, or like a lot of Bandai content creators is kind of just on the lacking side. Like, I don't think that's a very off or bad take. If I could see a Hoodie, this would be great. Yeah, Evo for 1 in a Medusa seems really insane. I think, like, the big thing with Medusa is memory efficiency wise, it's one of the most efficient decks in the entire game. Not only just search wise, because they have a draw card and a search card. Like, Medusa just is fundamentally one of the most consistent decks in the entire game, while also simultaneously being one of the most efficient to play decks in the entire game. So, do they have the Strachio? Oh no, they have the Gatsu. Yeah, Hoodie really doesn't have anything against this specifically. So I think I kind of just, like, automatically lose the game here because I can't out the Gatsu early. Like, I could go into Sylphie. Like, that's kind of just what I'm forced to do. I don't get a DNA. So I could Digivolve. So I could swap out, play the Chitose. These can't suspend, so I can't even use them for Alliance. This'll have protection. But I'll Ice Archery it. Yeah, maybe I do just swap that out and then just play the Chitose. Then I can Digi for 1. Ooh, Mitama. That's a pretty good one. Then this will Digi for 2. And then this can kill the Gatsu. Oh, but I have to make this swing here. That's unfortunate. So... we can suspend and use an option. Use Ice Archery to stun that. Then we could use this to kill this. We could play out another Tentomon, I guess. To alliance with. Dies first check. Of course it does. Oh, c'est la vie. Alright. I kind of just lose the game from there. I needed it to live. I thought 9k would be safe enough. Kind of had something going. This is okay. Yeah, I think trying to use Justimon at this point, if you're not running, like, Chimeramon, seems pretty awkward. Maybe Chimeramon's actually pretty good. Obviously grab the hoodie. Gallantmon. Would I just Digivolve the Gatsumon into Angemon? I guess depending on how much memory they give me, it depends on what kind of playlines I have. Three. Well, there's the shock. Even though I'm not looping, I have, like, multiple DNAs. I think maybe, yeah, I do just Digivolve into the Angemon. So I could Digivolve into Angem, or no, maybe I Digivolve into Golem instead. Because otherwise I'm not really doing a lot with my memory. He's gonna have his memory anyway because he has the stupid memory boost set up. So my Golemon is basically as good as dead at this point then, is what I'm gleaming. Yeah, so he Digivolves for 2, Digivolves for 3, kills the Golem. If the Golem lives, then I'm in a really good spot. Hard play. Okay, well, I officially have no idea what my opponent is doing anymore. Golemon can swing for 12k, pop this. Delete a 4k or less. Alliance with you. Play out Gatsumon just to search. Draw a card first. Grab the Gatsu, then grab the Kisuke. Double offense training. I really wish I had the Mitama. So we DNA. Into a Sylph. Yeah, if I had, like, Mitama here, this would have been insane. Honestly, at this point, maybe I just hard play the Hoodie. Like, low-key, hard play the Hoodie, then, Kisuke. Or, no, I could, Tentomon. So I could hard play Tento, or would I rather hard play Gatsumon? Because I need to play the Kisuke to be able to bounce this, and then once this is gone, they pretty much have nothing on their field. So I think it is hard play this, Digivolve into Hoodie. Hoodie's effect will kill the Growl. And then that lets me set up Kisuke, then Kisuke bounce the Gatsumon that's gonna die anyway. Yeah, that's probably the play. Because this will let me search for things, or this just makes things one less. I think maybe the one less is good enough. Because this chokes at 1. And then this will bounce this back to the hand. And then I can play the Kisuke. Kisuke can play out the Gatsumon again. And then Gatsumon will get me more searches. I think at this point, we just take the Comet Hammer. Just for safety. I don't think I need the Mirai. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything Gallant can do in this position to make any kind of a comeback. I think hard playing that level 5 was probably a huge misplay. Yeah. I don't know why they did that. I'm kind of confused and curious. Like, it just turned a game into a non-game. Like, even just choking me to 3 would have been better. Or, like, not really choking me to 3. Putting me to 3 versus putting me to 5. So, I guess they just literally didn't have anything in their hand. Their hand does look pretty light. So, they just didn't have any play lines, it looks like. Which, again, is, like, why, like, it's really awkward to think that this is the experience Bandai has intended for us. Is, just, like, ending the game on turn 3. Because, what? This is my third turn? Because first turn, set up the 2 bodies. Second turn, DNA, rip the opponent's security apart. And then, yeah, third turn, win. I almost found the Mitama. That would have been huge if I found the Mitama. I really liked the training treadmill there. Oh, if only. If only. That hand almost was so good. It would have been so much fun. Then we have to play the Mirai. Probably discard Ice Archery, because right now we don't know what the matchup is. Oh, well, never punished. We get it back. Another Hoodie Enjoyer, eh? Or is this actually CS Slop? Nope, it's a Hoodie Enjoyer. Set up the Kisuke. That's pretty good. A little on the spooky side. Ooh, we have our Hoodie, though. I don't think I bottom deck this just yet. I think it's just play out Chitose. And then play out the Angemon, and then this draws me a card. Second Hoodie. That's whatever. Hopefully they can't deal with the Angemon. That's kind of the hope. Kind of the dream. Oh, alright. If they play out a tame... No, they still get it, though, when attacking. So, my Angemon is dead anyway. Okay. So, I could Betamon, Ice Archery off of the Chitose if I don't get a backup Digimon. And then they're obviously going to kill my Angemon. Are they going to play it out again? No, they're going to DNA here. Okay. Hey, Gaomon. Yeah. Thank you. I'm turning 16 twice. Playing Hoodie? I've been debating about trying a Ryuji focused on option control. Yeah. Aw. I would have rather saved my Betamon then. Yeah, so they're still just going to be using this to lock me out of the game, essentially. Yeah, I mean, like, this honestly is just how Hoodie should be playing, is, like, just a floodgate, just to stop the opponent from being able to play the game. Like, it's just easier that way, literally. Ooh, a Mitama. So, now I have to use this to play out Chitose. Chitose lets me do this. This hopefully finds me a DNA, so I get 2 card draws. Ryuji. Nope. Gain memory. Gain a memory. Okay, so there's my DNA. So that's pretty good. So I could still do 2 checks with or I could do 1 check with Alliance, get its when attacking ability to go off. Bounce a Chitose. So that's going to be -9. Yellow and green. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't get my when attacking ability off. Oopsies. Okay, I guess I just lose then. Cool. Yeah, I forgot I don't get my when attacking effect off. Yeah, if I wasn't floodgated out of the game, I would have been able to potentially kill my opponent there. Literally, if I was not floodgated out of the game, I would have killed them. No, the Venus stops when digivolving and when attacking effects. So she doubly floodgated me from basically doing any of my actual abilities. It was 100% because of the Venus, like literally just floodgating me out of the game. So like that's the difference of like, okay, it's probably just better to play towards a floodgate because now you're not able to kill consistently, rather than play towards trying to like OTK the opponent. But in that last game, if my opponent didn't floodgate me there with the Venus, I 100% would have killed them, because I would have done 2 checks with whatchamacallit, 2 checks with Hoodie. Then I would have been able to DNA into the Sylphie, and then I would choose not to attack with the Sylphie. I could DNA, or I could Digivolve because I had the memory into the Mitama, swing with the Mitama, do 2 checks because the Sylphie security attack +1 carries over. And then what would happen after that is I could potentially set up a second DNA off of the Mitama because of the Hoodie. So the Hoodie would bounce a Chitose, play the Chitose, And then Chitose would be able to play out another level 4, and then I could DNA. Or, like, I just had Rush, so I just had to play out extra bodies somehow. I think maybe we do just take the Tento. And Comet Hammer. And then we play this, and then bounce it back to our hand. And then that would play this, or no, we probably just set up this right now. Arguably, the search probably was the better play line, but setting up this is also still pretty good. Yeah, it was literally just because they Venused me that I lost the game, because I don't have an answer to getting around Venus. Yeah, I mean, like, Hoodie as a deck literally doesn't need level 6s. It barely even needs its level 5s. So, like, your DNAs are just literally whatever. And there's so many DNAs that Hoodie can run efficiently. So, there's Chimeramon, there is Paildramon, there is Sylphimon, Shikuamon. Pretty much, you could even technically run Dino B if you really wanted to. Either the red, purple, or the blue one. Going second. So what am I doing? Digivolving, hard playing? Probably. It's fine. Royal Knights. Gross. Alright, so I'm definitely going to be discarding Comet Hammer then, because Comet Hammer is not super useful against Royal Knights. Second Gatsu. Okay, so we found the Hoodie. So now we just need Tamers. Yeah, sucks I wasn't able to do anything about the Leopard. Set up a Cool Boy. No. So if I Erica, what's my follow-up? So I think maybe I do just, like, be a tiny bit memory inefficient just to try to find cards. We're gonna take the Golem. And then we're gonna play Erica. And then use Erica to bounce the Gatsu. So maybe I should have moved this Gatsu out. But I don't think that was that great of an idea. So hopefully their memory plays aren't super great. I'm just missing a DNA at this point. So I could Hoodie and then Hoodie play out a Gatsu or something, depending on how much memory they give me. So this option is free, right? Or does it cost 1? So obviously they're going to take the Omnimon. Any of them have Royal Knight in their trait. By suspending this tamer, draw 1, gain 1. Yeah, so it just costed 1. The last Guardian for 1 sounds kind of broken. Another Cool Boy to search. Probably going to take either Cool Boy or Omni, or could it take both? No, it just takes the Omni. And then this becomes free. He gets to draw a card. Oh, he gets to plus a memory. My bad. How silly of me thinking that a card is gonna cost 0. No, it costs -1. Chitose is pretty big. I probably should have played the Gatsu to dig. But, like, at this point, I'm literally just needing to find a level 5. So, this might have been more beneficial in the long run. Just because it gives me that natural card draw. Another Magnamon. Yeah, and then next turn I could start Chitose looping. Ooh, Kisuke's very good here. Alright, we're gonna set up the Kisuke. We're gonna gain 2 memory. And now we're gonna start doing hoodie things. Do I just play another Angemon? Or do I play Gatsu to try to search? No, I think I just do Angemon to draw a card. Hey, Kev. Thanks. Okay. I think we just ignore the Digimon. Thanks, Kyle. Aw, thank you. It's what I always wanted. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a very good episode of Digital Circus. I know, Bandai gave me Digicon for my birthday, and Glitch gave me Digital Circus. So, very fulfilling birthday so far. Right. Okay. Okay. No. No, I'm kind of streaming right now, so I'll talk to you later. Thank you for the birthday wishes, though. Alright, talk to you later. Bye. Alright, what are we doing now? Are we just digivolving into Hoodie and killing this thing and just going as wide as possible? Because we failed to do our thing? So we play out Ryuji. No, we play out Erica first. Then we gotta suspend you. Probably bounce this hoodie back into our hand. Play out the Ryuji. Ryuji to give this hoodie the blocker. And then we're gonna use you to bounce you back into our hand. To set you up in the raising area. And then we don't really need to use you. Alright. So we failed to find our level 5 Digimon, which is, again, the big problem to Hoodie, is now level 5 consistency is significantly lower, so we need to draw into it naturally. Maybe I could have done some searches before naturally drawing, but you never know. There's the 5 memory I wanted. Yeah, I just didn't see the DNA. If I saw the DNA, I would have been in a really good spot. So now I just got to try to put as much pressure on my opponent as possible. Yeah. Because they know I'm between my tamers, I'm going to gain 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 7 memory to play with. Which is a lot. They know I have a hoodie in my hand to be able to reload. So far I have not yet to pull out the Mitama combo. So maybe it's just... I always knew it was better just not to use this type of stuff, like to try to increase the damage ceiling. And just stick with a very solid damage floor. Like, I still think Hoodie is going to be very playable just because the engine itself is what's broken. I think we do just Evo for 1. Just make that choke play, see where memory lies, if things get awkward or not. I do think, like, Hoodie is significantly weaker, though. But it doesn't feel like it's that significantly weaker. I gotta find a Levialist. Or not a Levialist, a Growl Engine list. Like, what does Growl Engine do? So they choked me back. So I'm just gonna draw a whole bunch of cards here. I don't think there's really anything my opponent's able to do right now. Ooh, found the Kisuke. So we're gonna grab Gatsu, and we're gonna grab Kisuke. The Kisuke, like, Kisuke is insane. This card's, like, legitimately cracked. Like, this card single-handedly is what allows Hoodie to accelerate really quickly. Because if you get enough tamers in your hand, Kisuke just puts down all of your tamers, and it just gets progressively worse over time. Like, it's definitely a very snowbally card. So they could Evo for 0, and then Evo for 3, and then maybe I could clap back as a result. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Because now I just Digivolve into Hoodie, and then I set up Kisuke. And then Kisuke can bounce one of these back to my hand. Ooh, Golemon's pretty cute here, actually. So I could Evo into Golemon. I could swing a line. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's most likely just Digivolve into Hoodie. Like, this 100% is the play. Oh, especially since I found the Sylphie? Oh, we're, like, cooking with gas right now. So I add this back to drop the Mirai? Or do I just leave this alone because it's a body on the field? No, I think I just literally leave it alone. Because the only tamer I have is the Mirai. So, like, I don't really see a reason to do that yet. Like, next turn, I'm going to have so much damage on field. It's insane. If I draw into the Mitama, that might actually be game over. Oh. Unfortunately, I don't have enough memory at this point. But I will be able to do some very, very strong things. Oh, no, I do have enough memory. Duh. What am I talking about? We just bounce the Kisuke, play out the Angemon, alliance with the... We get 2 draws. Well, we get 3 draws, technically. So I just need my Hoodie to live through security. There's not really anything to play out for my hand, but I'll do it anyway. Oh, I could do another Angemon just to draw, even though I won't DNA. No. We'll just do, like, this just to sit and chill. No! I needed the Kisuke! Died first check, and I was able to kill them. Unlucky. Unlucky. Ah, really wanted to do the whole Mitama combo. I had it too. I had it. If my stupid Hoodie would have lived security, I had the combo, and we couldn't pull it off. Yeah, Hoodie's damage ceiling is still very high. Not as consistently high, but still very high. This is arguably even worse. That was not good. Funny how the deck uses Venusmon, Volcanic Dramon, and Metallic. Yeah, so, like, basically the actual best thing to do with Hoodie is to just casually DNA and then just casually go into a Floodgate. That's arguably the best thing to do with Hoodie instead of trying to increase and fix the overall DPS. It's just like, yeah, let me just, you know, do my Hoodie things and then tell the opponent they can't play the game, and then because the opponent can't play the game, then I win the game by default because they couldn't play the game and I was able to deal a lot of really decent pressure onto them. So whether that's using Paildramon or Sylphimon is to be determined. I think like when 8001 comes out, like, using Paildramon's not, like, the worst thing. I think the only issue is it just takes up too much card slots. Like, literally, it just feels like it just takes up too much card slots. That's it. I really don't like the idea of giving him 3, but we'll see what happens. I'm already committed that I'm going to be losing this game in my head. If they don't respond, then we actually have a shot. If they do respond, we automatically lose the game on the spot. So either way, the game is kind of just over. Do they have a level 6 that they're gonna play? If they have a level 6, then I'm gonna concede on the spot because this is just a big non-game. And I feel like that's the issue is, again, the amount of pressure that's put on these early turns of the game just turn a lot of games into non-games. It's just like, okay, I wasn't able to deal with your Digimon turn 2, so I automatically lose the game because of that. I feel like that's kind of like one of the more awkward things. So they're doing this to search, and then they could use this to gain. Okay, so they found their Kaguya. Oh, they're not going to go into Kaguya? So they probably already have Sendril in their hands then. If they're doing it this way, yeah. Sendril? And then Sendril wipes my field, and then I automatically lose the game because there is no recovering. Oh no, Kaguya. Okay. I mean, I still don't think I have a recover. Like, I can't recover from this. Because I don't have an out to Kaguya outside of just de-digivolving it, which obviously Ryuji is not set up. So I would need to draw into Ryuji, and then I would need Ryuji to draw into Comet Hammer off of the draw for turn and digivolve into Sylphie. Oh, no, he just kills my Digimon anyway because of Kaguya. Okay. Yeah. Just a bad hand. I guess during, like, my opponent's turns, instead of narrating them, I should probably be looking for a Levia deck to use with the Growl engine instead. Because who actually gives a fuck about what my opponent's doing? Because they're just going to combo off and just go ballistic. So, like, do I really need to explain them comboing off? Probably not. Red, Purple, Imperial Dramon? No. I'm using the Growlmon stuff. Red-Purple Growlmon engine to try to facilitate Leviamon. That's one of the next adventures. Is this free by deleting? Okay, yeah, it is kind of just free. So I can potentially, with the right setup, go into a Sylph. All right. Where are we looking? CG guide? CG guide's probably a good place to start. Then we need to look at purple. And then, is there... Oh, I need to swap to image viewer. That's ghosts, not what we're looking for. Heavy metal, also not what we're looking for. Justimon, nope. Skull Belucci, definitely not with Titans. Nope. So here's a Levia list. Very top one as a one-of. That's Demon Lords. Okay, here's a Growl list. So this is a red base Growl that was doing the whole Phoenix stuff. But it still gives me enough of what I should be doing to be able to convert from here. Okay. What did my opponent do? Looks like a load of bullshit. If they hit a Chitose for me, that would be absolutely lovely. Why are they digivolving into Nidhogg? Comet Hammer? Oh, I can only attack security with him. No. I should have just digivolved up. I should have just cracked the treadmill training and just digivolved up. That was stupid on my part. Oh, of course. Now I see the Kisuke. Yeah, all the O2 Jagresses can be played inside of Hoodie. Yeah, unfortunately, like, Golemon not being able to attack Digimon is kind of horseshit. Yeah, so now he could swing and then Digivolve all the way up, delete my Digimon. And then I have to wait one turn. So 4, 5, 6. Jeez. Yeah, for having a bricked hand, or like, it's not really that bricked. It's just, I was not given the memory I needed. Also, my Golem not being able to swing into his Digimon was actually a huge problem. So now he gets to Digivolve this, and then delete the Megidramon to play out the Chaos. If I draw into a Hoodie, this is still doable. I literally just need to draw into a Hoodie, though. So that way I could at least use Erica. Chitose. I think I lose here because I don't have a Hoodie. Alright, cool. Yeah, I think, like, honestly, trying to go for, like, max DPS probably is not worth it. Like, the deck's not consistent enough to try to optimize on its DPS, and you're better off literally just using, like, a level 7, or a level 6 Floodgate. I don't know if, Sylphie is the exact playline that you want to make. Because I do notice there is a little bit less card draw and consistency without the, without what's-its-face, Seadramon. But, like, we don't really have that great of DNAs otherwise. So, like, you could consider using Double Shack. Maybe Double Shack is the play, like, to be honest. Because you could have your Floodgate be protected with this Shack, at the very least. And it's still a Shack by name. Even though it's not increasing your damage output, it's still an incredibly strong card. The Partition's a little bit messy, though, because, like, you don't have those exact colors all the time. Versus this, or the Sylphie. So, like, I think maybe Sylphie still is the power play. And then, you run, like, probably still just Venus or something. Like, you could just run any of the Venuses. So, like, you could run, like, a 1-in-1 of the Venuses. Because this at least can Digivolve for 3 on top of the Sylphie, so that's still kind of neat. What else do we get? This also can stun stuff. I think just this Venus is probably still better as just a hyper generic floodgate. Because it still makes a lot of the opponent's playlines, like, really awkward, even though they could just, like, hard slam Digimon and get past it. Not a lot of decks still have the ability to do that. And then just probably, like, optimize on your options a little bit or something. Like, this is probably still just, like, one of the better approaches to playing Hoodie in a nutshell. I think maybe your level 3s you could mess around with. I really like the 4 Tentos because, like, there are those, like, Tento plus Kisuke makes it easier. I think, like, as a result, maybe you do go down a single Chitose and then you just optimize your Kisukes. Because you need to see Kisuke to start snowballing. Like, it's really hard what should be the 3 of and what should be the 4 of. I think, like, you do kind of just need 4 Kisukes because, like, the DP is incredibly important for your aggro. And then the snowball becomes more consistent. So maybe the answer is just 4 Kisukes. What are our CS level 6s? Well, I mean, I guess it technically doesn't matter. Like, because we're not shoehorned into CS level 6s because of Shikuamon. Yeah, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like, what your level 6s are. Like, arguably, I could even just get away with running 1 Venus and then running another option for Ryuji. I don't necessarily know if I like the Golemon. I think maybe he's, like, a cute one-of tech card. Just because, like, the blocker coming out's kind of cute, but him not being able to punch into the opponent's Digimon kind of sucks. I don't know. I think, like, you do just get more value off of Kabuterimon because of piercing. But, yeah, like, just ending in a floodgate's probably just more ideal. What was Mr... So they're only on 1 volcanic. I think maybe just going like 1-1 is cute. Like, I like the 1-1 idea between these two. Like, you already can't search for these cards. Like, that's the big problem, is, like, you just can't search for these. I do think maybe... I think there is value to the treadmill training. Maybe it should just be a Ryuji. But I do see value in treadmill training for this build because, like, everything's already yellow or black. But I'll probably just, like, keep the Comet Hammers. Either that or, like, Tropical Venom or something. Like, the option slots you could kind of just mess around with a little bit. How many? So they're on 12. So they were on 13 rookies. Yeah, that was their big difference. I'm running an extra level 6. Yeah. Just the card draws, the biggest issue is, like, trying to find these is the difficult part. Like, that's the real issue with the deck, is making sure you could constantly see Hoodie, and then finding these is actually a little bit more challenging now. Which I guess is like the point on trying to make them fair. Erica's also correct. Yeah. Always keeping a level 3 in the raising area. I would make an argument, like, you could probably take out Wormmon to run Ukamons, and then, like, still... So, like, maybe the better idea is find space for Ukamons and run, like, 3 Ukamons instead of, like, Wormmon or something. Like, you can make that argument. But I think, like, as is, this is probably, like, fine in terms of foundation. I don't necessarily think the level 6s trying to increase your damage output is realistically that relevant for Hoodie. Like, because you're already now having a hard enough time finding your DNAs. So, like, arguably, maybe I should run, like, another DNA. The only issue is the colors. Like, kind of, like, you can't really run too many DNAs, especially different DNAs, because the colors will just, like, fuck you up. So, maybe I could run, like, one of the old shacks. So, I could take out a Kabuterimon, run an extra Golemon still. I could potentially, like, change my floodgates. Run an extra shack. So that way I could try to at least see a DNA a little bit more consistently, and then just, like, run one of a floodgate. So something like along these lines. I think still, like, this is probably better. When Digivolving, your opponent can't play or move Digimon with 6k or less from... Yeah, I think, like, honestly, this is probably still just better as a floodgate, because we still have black on Shikuamon to Digivolve into. It's arguably more expensive, but, like, for where the current meta is, like, this is probably more important. Because I realistically don't think you're going to be able to utilize either, like, both of them. Even though I do like both of them, like, quite a lot. I would have to sacrifice, like, what, a tamer to do it, or an option? Because I can't sacrifice this, and then this is just diluting the deck, because now we have a harder time finding these cards. Because, like, bottom decking both of these to a Gatsu Search is going to feel really bad. Bottom decking these to Gatsu Search is going to feel really bad. I just don't know where the deck space is. Like, it's obviously somewhere in the option lineup. Like, you could almost make the argument of not even playing the Ryujis. So, like, if I cut the Ryujis and I cut the options, what does that actually do for me? Because the options sometimes are just bricks in my hand anyway. But no, the answer is just to run one floodgate. Are there any other better floodgates in yellow, black, or red that I would play? Like, I could just run the one Venus, I guess. Like, just as a good generic floodgate. But is there any other good, like, floodgates in black, red, or yellow that I would want to run outside of the dragon, the Hina dragons in Venusmon? You'd have 4 Ukamons as flex spots? That's a little excessive. Because, like, you already would probably take out the Wormmons. So, like, okay, hold on. We could theory craft this. The unfortunate thing is, like, losing the options means that you open yourself up to lose more matchups. Like, that's honestly the unfortunate reality is taking out the options will make you lose more matchups, because then you literally won't have the ability to interact with the opponent or engage with them outside of try to curb them, like cut them off from the curb and play like floodgate them out of the game. Like, then you're doubling down on turbo floodgate, which is not what the deck is trying to do at all. It's trying to be low to the ground, hyper aggressive. So I could curb these out, take the Wormmon out, run 3 Ukos to try to increase the consistency of finding these, and then I have 4 extra slots to just help curve the deck a little bit, so I could run the extra Chitose. And then oh, treadmill. Right. Oh, but now a treadmill becomes a little bit harder to use. So I could do 1 treadmill. What are the other... Oopsies. What are the other trainings? Sprint dash, treadmill, and image. None of these are really that great for it right now. Like, we just need generic card draw. So, like, cafe. What's the stupid... Whatever. I'll just search CS. Alright. Net Cafe. Oh, I couldn't do the accents. That's so stupid. So, like, 1 treadmill, 2 cafes? Something like this? No, you're never gonna use Ruin Mode in this deck. You'll never reach a level 7, ever. Like, there's so many better things that you could do that reach a level 7. Like, level 6 is the cap that you're gonna be doing it. So, I think, like, this could probably be okay. All right, let's look at the Levia list, or let's make a Levia list real quick before I forget. All right. Delete one of... It's not terrible as a one of. Or, no, we have the limited to one of. What are we doing? Yeah, we have the one that's limited to one of. Oh, but I guess we're not playing Digimon by card effects as much. When this Digimon digivolves into Digimon. So, I know we're running, what, 3 of this guy? Or do we still run this? What's its inheritable? On delete, trash the top of the opponent's security? Maybe we still run this. And then we run like one Drago. What else are we doing here? Oh, we need our other Guilmons. Yeah, do we run this Guilmon or Growlmon as the 9th rookie or 9th champion, or do we run this Growlmon? Probably this one. Because this just gives us security attack plus, and then it mills both players. So that's probably fine. This one's not bad either, just deleting the opponent's Digimon, but like we already have like tons of ways of deleting the opponent's Digimon anyway. I mean, that could be cute with Leviamon. But we just need to get these in the trash. That's basically what we're trying to do. Yeah, unfortunately we can't use that anymore. So we do one Rusher. And then... yeah, because this doesn't have an inheritable ability, and that kind of sucks for us. And then do we just do one of this Guilmon? Maybe. Yeah, I know. I'm the one who added a balloon to it.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I don't need the balloons in my room, sir.
Oh, it's birthday stream, so you need the birthday balloon.
They can't even see the balloons.
Well, now they know about them.
Sure. Yeah, you're hand-me-down balloons with the addition of one. That's exactly what I needed. Yes, thank you, sir.
You rather had a cookie?
Honestly, I rather would have had a cookie. So what else am I doing here? Oh yeah, X antibodies. We need options. White. Where is the protoform? No. Either Megidra build or something. Weird one. Net Cafe, maybe the black CS, the black, if Net Cafe, maybe black CS training. Probably not, because again, we need, like for Hoodie, you need to rely less on searching and more for drawing cards. So that's the reason why I chose Net Cafe, is because I can't search for my non-CS cards, and my non-CS cards are still important for the deck. And like, that's the consistency hit that like really is going to shake up Hoodie a good amount, is because now Hoodie is less consistent overall because it has a harder time finding its level 5 Digimon. And I think that is exactly what Bandai was intending when it comes to the ban, is because, oh, I'm having a harder time finding my level 5 Digimon to DNA in the first place, even though Hoodie is still setting up DNAs. So you could play Hoodie without DNAs. It just feels stupid not to, just for like an increased consistency. But like the CS level 5s are so bad that like it's honestly not worth your time running anything but a DNA, and you're better off just drawing a little bit extra card draw to try to draw into your DNAs naturally. So that's why I'm choosing Net Cafe, is because like I could use it to set up my tamers alternatively, and then it draws me a card. So maybe Net Cafe, no, because colors matter. So I was going to be like, oh, maybe I could just run Digital Gate Open. It's like, no, the colors matter. The colors matter a lot. Yeah, so now what are we doing? Maybe we don't need this card. The problem is we don't have good ones. We could Digiburst. Yeah, our options are really bad. Actually, maybe this Growlmon's not terrible. Like, over this. Maybe this one's actually not that bad. Not exactly optimal, but neither is this. Like, I don't think the deck, like, this deck cares about raid retail. You saw some builds with heavy metal support cards? When does Digicon start? Digicon starts at, like, 7:30. So, in case anyone's wondering when Digicon starts, I'm EST, so it starts at 7:30. Use Cupid as an egg too? What is Cupid doing for the deck? Like, I'm locked into Guillemons. Or Gigimons. So, like, that's the awkward thing is, like, okay, what are we actually doing with Levia? Like, what is the most effective way to get up into a Levia? Maybe it isn't this, because, like, we're not really trying to do a whole lot, and, like, the only things that, like, support Levia is these cards. Well, I guess if that's the case, this is probably the better card then. Never mind. Okay. And then we just need, like, what? A Drago? What's his actual level 5? Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, because this card's still kind of just important to set up the Levias in the first place. Yeah, my only issue is I'm trying to figure out where the tempo is. That's like my only hang up is like, where is the actual tempo? Like, how is this deck being efficient? So we need obviously the delay options. So probably 2 of you, 4 of... Where is... 4 of you. Probably 2 memory boosts. And I also see DP being a huge issue also right now. So maybe we don't need the memory boosts. And then we just need our lightnings. And our biting crush. And then, what, 4 of these? No, I think this is probably okay. 4 levies? And then a ruin mode? Something along these lines? Maybe this deck doesn't need this X antibody, and I should just go all protoforms. That's probably the play. Yeah, it's like slightly less memory efficient, but like this is kind of something that the deck can do. And then I need purple eggs. So obviously the deck wants us to play Gigis. So let's look at our Gigi options. So plus 2,000 and then just return a card. They're not great. Maybe I am just better off literally using red eggs, but red eggs kind of just fuck up with these. Yeah, like these eggs literally aren't doing anything. So somebody said Cupimon. So this is only triggering on delete. This is not for us. And that's also on delete. Yeah, like none of our cards are like super great. So maybe there is better things to do than just Levia. Like, using the Growl engine for Levia. But, I mean, we could rock it and try. Like, you don't know until you try, right? Yeah, Digicon's also streaming on YouTube. So we probably... Oh my god. What is with this unplayable hand? Drawn to something? No? Alright. A godly unplayable hand. Like, I'm running so many consistency tools, too. Okay, a little bit better. Honestly, maybe it is just Growlmon still. Oh, what I would like to try to squeeze into the deck, even though it seems really hard, is the Gallantmon promo. I think the Gallantmon promo would go really hard in this, thinking about it now. This is difficult. I think we just take the Growlmon for right now. Yeah, because I could use Ruin Mode still with the promo Gallantmon. Rox is arguably a very difficult matchup for us. 5 memory rookie feels really bad. Oh, I wish I would have discarded that. Oh, I can't. I have to discard specific cards. So, I just need a protoform, and we're kind of, like, okay-ish. And then they use this to edit back in, and then remove it immediately? Or do they sit and wait? Nope, they're just gonna right off the rip do it now. Yeah, unfortunately for this deck, because it relies on deletion, I have 0 ability to actually engage with being able to remove their Digimon unless I'm doing it multiple times. And I have to hope that partition doesn't, like, just hardcore fuck us up. Oh, is he adding it to hand? He's not keeping this? Okay, so he's gonna... He could go into a magnetic here. And then digivolve into a magnetic, or digivolve into pyramid-y? Okay, that was at least decent for us. And then revive it, or play another tamer out? If he's reviving it, then I'm moving out. Nope, he's just playing another tamer out. Okay. Or, no, he's playing body out. So, now I'm forced to move out and kill this. So, which one of these do I use? Probably this one, right? Sick. I love gaining memory. No, lost the protoform I was looking for. Yeah, I think I do just play this. Set this card up right now. Ooh, good draws. So, I think I'm in a really commanding position because they don't have the ability to respond to anything I'm doing this turn. So, that's kind of like why I'm setting all of this up the way that I am. So they can do something here. So they could digivolve, put 2 underneath, remove 1, so they could choke me to 1, and then potentially kill. Oh, wait, no. No, if they do, they could kill. They could kill one of these. Nope, they're just not going to. All right, cool. The War Growl is actually a pretty decent card here. So let's go ahead and search first. We found the card we were looking for. Ooh, and the protoform? Oh, we rockin' here. So we discard the Levia X. I could protoform into Drago. Would that be good? They would get this out, and then their stuff would die. What are my other play lines? If I don't protoform into Drago. So I could crack this, Digivolve into here, delete his Digimon, gain some memory. That doesn't sound too bad. I think maybe I do save the Drago for, like, a reverse play. So I do think maybe I just do this. Like, just Digivolve up. And then I can swing and deal a fuck ton of damage because I could delete this Digimon and I even get a gain of memory for doing that. Or do I even not care? Maybe I just don't care. So how much damage is he already doing? So he's dealing 1, 2, 3. So sacrificing the Digimon just means I deal 4 damage, and I don't have a way of closing out the game. So probably not use that. Why not protoform for the free Evo? That's a good point. I probably could have used the protoform to set up the free Evo. So I'm gonna protoform into here instead. Yeah, that's probably a good call out. So I don't think I lose here. It's just going to be a very difficult turn. But that's fine because I have the protections on these. Well, I mean, I guess they fucked up, so it works out for me. You excited for BT25? Fuck no. The game is so powerful, I'm not excited for anything, to be honest. I'm excited for balance patches and for the game to get healthier. That's what I'm excited about. Like, I can't realistically say I'm excited for a particular set because I know the game is just going to get more powerful and the play patterns aren't really going to be changing at all in terms of, like, how the macro state of Digimon is. So it's just like, I can't really say I'm super excited for anything because everything already feels the same. And it feels so high power that it's like choking the game, literally. Like, I know that sounds incredibly negative, but, like, that's borderline the truth. It's just, like, I'll never be excited for another set because it's just like, oh, we're already at turn 2, turn 3 kills. Where are we going from here? Like, can I realistically be more excited about another turn 2 or turn 3 kill deck? Probably not. Like, theme-wise, it's like, sure, okay. I could say, like, I'm at least slightly excited for some things. But, like, I don't even think the themes that are coming out are, like, super great. It's just like, okay, here's Time Stranger Part 2, here's Time Stranger Part 3, here's some Data Squad stuff, Part 1, and then Data Squad stuff, Part 2. Then there's Beat Break stuff, which I'm curious to see what they're doing with in terms of how they're going to support it, if they're going to support it enough. And then it's just like Shimbala's neat because like we really haven't explored Shimbala, but like because we haven't really explored Shimbala, I literally know almost nothing of it, so I can't personally be excited about that. Then we got Royal Knights, which I'm sick and tired of seeing. So it's just like I can't really say theme-wise I'm particularly interested in anything that's coming out. Like, I'm sorry if that sounds like incredibly negative. It's just unfortunately the truth of the matter for where I currently am feeling with the game. I guess Rush Geel doesn't really matter here. So probably just more discard draw. Oh no, my ruin mode. Choke me to 1. That's kind of obnoxious and rude. That's also kind of obnoxious and rude. What am I doing at this point? I think it's still just the Skeelmon. Yeah, we just won't draw. That's fine. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly hard to fight through. Ooh, a protoform. That's really good. No base. That's kind of unfortunate. So now I have to go Drago. Nothing to come out of raising is also kind of sus. So I'm just trying to debate what my playlines are. Because I have to use Purple Scramble this turn. I don't know if I actually have the ability to properly out his Digimon. We'll just put one of these in the trash. So I could be aggressive with these just to try to gain a memory. So I could try to gain 2 memory from this. Otherwise, like, what am I doing? So I could... Yeah, so maybe I was supposed to protoform into this so that way I could Drago. So that was probably a misplay on my part. What I could do is I could X antibody Digivolve you into a Growlmon X and then Digivolve into Drago. Because, like, I have to try to Drago, right? This gets rid of a 3 and a 5? Okay. So this would be 2 memory, and then Drago attempts to delete, or I could Digivolve. So I could scramble... if your opponent has then one of their, this is on play. Delete one of the opponent's Digimon with the highest level. So I could X antibody. Everything gets trash support? Yeah. I think maybe I just do it this way. And then I can proto. And then what? Do I Digivolve into Leviaon and try to double pop his Digimon? It still has enough protections, which is annoying. And then he also is going to take away 2 memory, so that's going to stop my memory gameplay. Yeah, I think he just has too many protections, to be honest. I think I have to leave these up. And I think, like, my only actual playline is just Digivolve into here. And see what happens, I guess. I could Biting Crush, or not Biting Crush. I could hard play Drago to force a level to force something out. and then just try to delete a whole bunch of stuff. It's Rush Geel for the game. I do have him in my trash, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have to deal with his Digimon at all. That's very true. Good call out. Well, the Congo kind of fucked things up a little bit. The Congo definitely kind of just fucked things up a little bit. So I guess Rush Geel I was never winning with to begin with. So now what's my play? Like, honestly, now what's my play? Yeah, I can't rush Geel for game anymore. I could, Protoform into Growl for 2. I don't really have a playline anymore. I think it is just Protoform into Growl X. Like, that's like the only playline I have. Because I can't Drago into something because I'm not set up for that. Honestly, this just acts as a damage buffer. Oh, all right. That's unfortunate. So he can't OTK me from here, but he can gain a lot of memory. So, fortunately for me, the D-Digivolve really doesn't matter here. I mean, I guess it does, because it takes away, my memory for his memory. Oh, he can't D-Digivolve me because I'm a rookie! Oh! We powered through it. We played against him so expertly. We wasted his D-Digivolve. Okay, so there might be a lightning in my security, right? Yeah, he's not going to be able to OTK me. So they just have to set up a good enough defense. Oh no! There goes my lightning out of security! Uh-huh, and then you don't have Rush. You play 0 cards that have Rush. I know how the deck works. Yeah, it's a good thing my Rush Geel's already dead. He can't de-Digivolve these. So, like, these are just sitting time bombs for just gaining free memory. Although they just still get to do a lot. They could set up extra defense if they are smart enough, but yeah. Man, the Congo out of their security saved them one more turn. Kind of nuts and kind of annoying. This won't have blocker, right? So far? He's gonna have to, like, add Icemon in? So, the unironic thing is I technically only used Leviaon, like, once in this entire game. I used it once. Is he gonna go up into another magnetic and just try to delete my Digimon, gain 2 memory back? Nope, Pyramid-y. So he'll gain 1 memory back. And then he creates 1 blocker. Or no, he could discard cards that could delete these. Gain 2 memory, which is actually JK gain 1 memory. I mean, he still maintains turn. Oh, I have to add this into my hand. Otherwise, Proto won't go into security. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah, Proto buffering my security definitely is very nice. And then he gets gain 2 memory, maintain turn at 0. He can't swing, do it again, because he already did that when he Digivolved up into it. So now he has to add blocker in. But he still kind of just loses because I have Rush, Geel, and security anyway. I mean, he could go into another magnetic. Hard play a prog. What, is he gonna remove a source to delete my Digimon? I mean, I just swing. Like, unless my math is bad, I just swing, right? There. I wonder if Prague, because he shows up in Beat Break, if he'll get a new card. I'm not holding my breath because the whole team tactic thing doesn't really seem like it has enough legs to be its own thing. I'm very, very hesitant to say literally this little villain team is going to have its own dedicated deck. And then the problem is if they do get their own dedicated deck, it's probably going to be dog shit because all the other villain decks are bad because they don't have enough support. And then you can make the argument, oh, but they could use generic beat break cards in order to be playable. And then my counter argument would be, oh, well, you could just play generic beat break deck instead of focusing on the villain stuff. So, like, I think he might get a card. I don't think Team Tactics as a entity will be a deck in of itself. I kind of hope he gets a card. We desperately need a new Prague. It's just the awkwardness is, are they going to make the Prague support Beat Break? Because if they make the Prague support Beat Break, that means he's going to be interacting with, taking cards out from the Tamer. And then it does absolutely nothing to enhance what, Rocks and Minerals is doing. And then the other thing is like, okay, what kind of other abilities would he be playing around with? Would he have an inheritable that's interacting again with Rocks and Minerals, or would he have an inheritable that's interacting more so with Beat Break? Like, that's the awkward dichotomy, because when they have a card trying to tailor itself to too many different things, sometimes it doesn't support anything because it's trying to be too cute with its own support. Alright, so we're gonna play the good BB-Mon egg. And then we're gonna throw in a Rush Gallant. But yeah, so far, I mean, like, I don't particularly hate this engine. Like, it doesn't seem, like, super bad. Getting the Drago to work effectively is kind of weird with the Biting Crush. Like, maybe this is kind of just bait. Because I have to, like, Protoform into a level 4 and then Digivolve into Drago to get it work with Levia. So, like, maybe this is a card that I would consider cutting. But yeah, so far nothing here seems, like, too offensive. Not offensive, offensive. The deck can still be pretty offensive. I just don't know if this is, like, the best way to approach Levia, is just to use the Growlmon stuff. I mean, when you do start deleting the opponent's Digimon with your Levia, then you basically buy back your memory. It's just, I don't know if the buyback is coming too late. Hey, Moti. Moti07. This is an okay hand. It's not, like, fantastic, but it's not terrible. It is playable, as one might say. But yeah, so, like, that's my only issue with, the Beat Break Prog is, like, what are they actually gonna end up doing? It could be a little awkward and confusing. Based on, like, the fundamental different mechanics that each thing is working with. Oh, I really wanted that wisdom training. Oh, unfortunate, didn't get to see any of the cards that I needed to see. That's a wild play. I guess they just don't really have anything set up, do they? Yeah, so I could just Digivolve into this, and that kills it, right? Or maybe I just, like, Biting Crush, set this up. Man, I guess I don't really have much of other plays. I get to gain a memory, though. Look at me, chat. I gained a memory. Do I just Digivolve into a Levia X here? Probably, right? A Gallantmon. Ooh. So this card is going to hit for 1, 2, 3, 4 security. Ooh, a pass. All right. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything else I can do. 1, 2. What the heck? 3, 4. I think we just take this. Take the level 4, I guess. This is like the sloppiest game I've ever played. Hey, we got a Growlex. Oh, God. Would you take a deck request for checking out Creepymon? I know it's not your playstyle, but I'd like to hear your take on it. It's very much not my playstyle. It's very out of my comfort zone, and I feel like I would probably not have fun learning it. And like I don't think it's particularly positioned incredibly well in the current meta environment to where I really want to give it that much time. Like, I think it's a fine deck, but so many decks in Digimon right now are just fine that they're not really doing much of anything. So it's just like, okay, this is just another deck, essentially. And, like, that doesn't necessarily fill me with a lot of excitement to want to try it, because I feel like I would just end up getting more, not really upset, but I would not have fun. So maybe in a different setting, I guess, I would be more inclined to want to try it. But right now, I don't think is the time that I want to do it. Like, I just think there's better and more fun things that I personally would rather try. Because, like, I've seen the deck be played, and I think, like I said, he is just fine. He is just another deck. And that's kind of the problem with where the game currently is like, the good decks are just so far and above where the rest of the decks are, where fine is actually just not good enough. Which is unfortunate to say, and, like, it shouldn't discourage anyone from playing anything that they want. But that's, like, my overall take is, like, this deck is just fine. I think Creepymon does require a good amount of setup, and he's not as fast as, like, Beelzemon at filling up his trash. He doesn't necessarily, like, absolutely obliterate the opponent outright, which is part of, like, why he's just fine, is because, like, the second you go up into a Creepymon / Creepy X, you generally are not winning the game that turn, unless it's, like, enough turns have passed where, yes, getting up into them with enough chip shots or them drawing or milling enough, like, yeah, that would probably kill them. But by that point, like, the game should have technically already been over. So, like, I'm not trying to make it sound, like, awful. It's just, he's not my playstyle. Personally, I think he's just fine as a deck. And I'm not, like, super particularly interested in what he's doing to want to try him at this given time. So we just try to dismantle the board, right? That's kind of just where we're at. Yeah, this is where the memory engine comes into play. I already have a Levia in my trash, so I don't feel like I need to trash it. I have the Gallant. I don't think there's enough things in their trash set up yet. So maybe it is just another Levia play, delete their Tamer. And then this should take away pretty much the majority of their hopes and dreams. Oh, I couldn't delete their Tamer. Oopsies. So I think I think like a different day when I'm a little bit more open to taking deck requests, that's probably what I would end up doing. But like right now, probably not. Because I know a lot of people are more curious about like, oh, what does this ban and restriction list actually do for the current meta and the decks that are being played? He gets to gain a memory. Search your ghost. He found the phantom. The warp phantom. No worries. I was just a request, and I would expect a no. Just from the deck not being my playstyle. Yeah. That's really the big one. Like, if it was a deck that, like, probably jived with me a little bit better, I probably would be more inclined to say, yeah, sure, I'll give it a shot. But, like, mill-type decks I've never particularly gravitated towards. Even in, like, Magic the Gathering, I've never, like, been super huge on mill decks. Can I just empty throw out an X antibody just to be able to, like, play Rush Geel for free? Technically, I could play Rush Gallant. So I have Rush Geel and I have Rush Gallant. What's more fun, chat? Probably Rush Geel. There we go. I mean, I definitely feel like Levia is a lot weaker playing it this way than, obviously, with the dog engine. There's something just about the Growlmon cards that just, inside of purple, just don't seem very efficient. But, like, it's a way to play the deck for sure. I don't think, like, this is super unreasonable. It's got a lot of cute plays. Yeah, so maybe the Dark Dragon stuff might just end up being better. And, like, teching in a little bit of X antibody stuff just to be able to make it work. I don't think that's exactly what the deck wants, though. Like, I think that's just too cumbersome for the deck. So I think, like, going Guilmon being more straightforward probably feels better. Like, once I start, like, it feels like what Gallantmon kind of wants to try to be, except worse. Because it's relying on my opponent having things in order to be tempo efficient because of, like, the Growlmon X antibody and the Guilmon X antibody. Because, like, we do have some good deletions. It's just, we need the opponent to have things to be able to gain the memory back. And that's kind of just, like, what Levia's also doing in a nutshell. Let me use the restroom for 2 seconds, and then maybe there's a different way to approach Levia. So I'll leave the deck list up here in case anyone wants to screenshot it or whatnot. Let me go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back, and maybe there's a different way we could play Levia that would be more advantageous for him. So, be right back. All right, I am back, chat. Feels like it'd be better to run Levia as a one of in Gallant or Megidra instead. Not entirely off base. The awkward thing is trying to set up Levia X. That's really the awkward part. So it's just like the deck wants to traditionally Digivolve into Levia and then use all of the deleting the opponent's stuff to gain a good amount of tempo. And then you do have Wargrowl X that can make the deck hit a little bit extra hard. And then basically you're just trying to one-shot the opponent's security and then line up either Rush Play or Floodgate in order to actually win the game. Like, that's kind of what it feels like. Because if you have a body to sacrifice, then you can make Levia X Antibody hit for all of the opponent's security. Literally all of it. Because he hits for 3, this is 4, this is 5, and then you just line up like Rush or Ruin Mode, and then you just win the game next turn. So that's kind of just what the deck feels like. It just feels like it's a very awkward OTK deck. So maybe this probably isn't the best approach at Levia. So let's explore some other things that we can do with Levia that might be a little bit more tempo efficient. So I think all of this. So without really doing much of anything, we already have like 20 cards. So I know, how do I X? All right. Then let's go purple. So I know where is where's Waru on? What is this doing? Oh, this is for Omnimon and Gurumon specifically. Oopsies. Nope. I know there is Gesomon, like this little engine. We don't really have a good level 5 for this engine, though. That's the problem. Maybe we don't need a level 5, and we're just trying to use Proto on the level 4 or level 3. There's Dark Tyrannomon, which is not exactly what we're trying to do. I don't even think there's any purple dinosaurs. Wizardmon X? Sorry for repeating. A Digimon content creator reviewing 8001, considering Crossheart's slop and the support underwhelming and pack filler. I don't know enough to say if that's a reasonable take. So here's the reality of 8001. All of the new cards are not meta competitive. Every single new card that they are printed that is new, they're in decks that are already not competitive, and it's not giving those decks enough of a boost to even remotely make them meta competitive. They are, however, very good cards for their respective decks. So, if you are not a Crosshearts fan and you don't enjoy how Crosshearts plays, you are probably going to look at that card as pack filler. But if you do like Crosshearts and you do enjoy how it plays, then Crosshearts looks like the new Crosshearts cards look like something you would consider using. Are they going to redefine Crosshearts as a whole? Probably not. Does Cross Hearts need these cards? Also, probably not. Are they good cards for Cross Hearts that you would consider using, though? Probably. So, like, hold on, let me... So, I guess, here we go. Oh, oops, no. So, this is where Cross Hearts currently is. Like, if you were to want to pick up and play Cross Hearts, where is a good starting place? This is probably the base and foundation that you're looking at. I don't necessarily think they're super slop decks, because what really defines slop decks to be slop decks is the usage of the mechanics. So, you look at Hoodie. Hoodie plays with like 6 to 8 different mechanics. I'm just throwing out numbers. I don't know how many she actually has. But she has a diversity of mechanics that creates a toolbox for you to play with in terms of being able to adapt against the other opponent and excel against the other opponent. Time Strangers is in that same type of category where it's just like, okay, there's multiple different ways to build Hoodie. There's multiple different ways to be able to build Time Strangers. And Time Strangers, depending on what your build is, does have access to a deep enough pool of mechanics to where you could just toolbox your way out of any given situation. That's why they're doing as well as they are, is because they are toolboxing their way out of every situation. Because most decks like Medusa, most decks like Vortex, like monocolored or even like slightly two-colored decks, they still have a focus of the mechanics that they're trying to engage and interact with. As you saw with Leviamon, Leviamon wants to delete stuff. That's all he cares about. He is a mono purple deck that wants to delete stuff. Does he have reasonable access at D-Digivolve? No. So he's not really a slop deck because he's not working with different mechanics to allow what the main boss monster wants to do. Cross Hearts is in that same type of vein where it's just like none of these cards are really trying to make Shoutmon do a whole bunch of different things and have a wide enough toolbox in order to adapt against the opponent based on what they could be playing with. He is very linear, very straightforward, and while yes, he does have a lot of mechanics like blocker and collision and reboot and alliance, rush, like these are for the most part very base level mechanics that a lot of decks already have built inside of them for the most part. So like it doesn't make Cross Hearts feel any like dramatically different. Like the best example is like, okay, Zeech Greymon giving the deck access to D-Digivolve is great, but it's so hard to use that you're not reasonably going to be using this card for its D-Digivolve ability, just as an example. If its D-Digivolve ability was moved as an inheritable of when attacking D-Digivolve, and then you would also have like, okay, when you attack, bottom deck the opponent's Digimon, and then, when you Digivolve into him, then he could delete something. Like, that's what really defines slop decks, is like the sheer amount of more so unique mechanics that it's working with gives it more access. So if you're looking at Cross Hearts and you want to build a new iteration of Cross Hearts using the new cards, basically the deck really doesn't change a whole lot because, again, you're not really using the new, like, there's not a lot of new cards for you to want to use. So essentially you just shift the deck a little bit to incorporate those cards. So if you wanted to use the new Shoutmon Cross 7, which I know this is not the Shoutmon Cross 7, you would run like maybe it as a 2 of, because it's not a win condition compared to Shoutmon Cross 6, even though Shoutmon Cross 6 at this point isn't really a great win condition either. So you'd run like 2 of that card, and then I know they have a new Siege, so you'd probably like swap out your old Siege for the new Siege, and then you maybe would shift the deck a little bit because you're running the Shout 7 to include some of the base forms, not in super high quantities, but because like Shoutmon Cross 6 can't use the base forms, but Shoutmon Cross 7 can use the base or the plus. So that's kind of like where the deck I could see going. Maybe you would even run less bases. Like I could see a world where you probably run less of these, but like depending on if you want to run any other Shoutmon cross forms. So like this build, this example build that I have, like it's running a 4, it's running a 3, it's running a 5. Like because it's running these, there's a bigger argument to want to run these. But if you take these out, like you could easily just take these out, reduce this by 1, reduce this by 1, probably reduce these by 1 as well. Maybe even just swap this one, but you would probably just like fill in the rest of the slots with whatever you feel like are like would benefit the deck. So like the last 5 slots could be like options or something. Because again, Shoutmon Cross 7 can use the plus forms because the plus forms also are treated as the base. So like you almost like if you're just dedicating Shoutmon Cross 6, you could just literally tech in Shoutmon Cross 7 and like the deck really doesn't change. But again, I don't necessarily define that as a slop deck. Versus something like TS slop, where it's just like, okay, you have blue-black mechanics, yellow mechanics, you have de-digivolve, like these cards are just mechanically doing completely different things that you're just throwing together, and the only like tether or tying line to them is the fact that you have different ways of being able to play them out, and that's like the toolbox. Arguably, like this build needs to change, and it should be using Sylphimon as well. So these could probably go out, and then this would need the Sylphies. And then I would probably fix up the level 4s. But yeah, this is what defines a slop deck, is like, oh, I just have a toolbox of mechanically differently functioning cards that all fit together and it all just magically works. That's what true slop means. But yes, the power level of 8001's cards in terms of the new stuff is not very high. It's very, very low compared to where the current state of the game actually is. Because like, here, I guess a good example to show you is, like Medusa. So like, this is probably one of the best meta competitive decks, and that's because the things that it's doing, even though it's not a slop style designed deck, it's super hyper focused and efficient at doing the one thing it wants to do, which is remove the opponent's security. So you have the ability to create tokens, which when they die, deletes the opponent's security. You have some of the most tempo efficient cards in the entire game, because you have a level 5 that basically digivolves for 1, or when you warp into it, if you're able to warp, then it also just digivolves for 1. So that's like incredibly tempo efficient, going from an empty field potentially to a level 5 that just for 1 memory is like nuts. Most decks can't really match that level of speed, because you have memory gain here, you have memory gain here, you have memory save here, memory save there. It has a lot of consistency, so you have draw 2 and search as your primary rookies, so like you have like high levels of consistency on top of high levels of memory manipulation. It makes this one of the better decks, on top of the fact that it potentially could OTK the opponent, but if it doesn't, it has protection to be able to say, okay, you need to out my protection, otherwise this card's just going to sit on the field and then you're going to lose the next turn. So like that's an example of like the level of speed that you need to be at. And there's a lot of OTK decks in the current format that basically win the game on turn 3. So like obviously I showed off Medusumon, you have Maruki that can generally OTK on turn 3. You have Puppets that generally OTKs on turn 3. Rocks can OTK on turn 3. So like decks need to match that level of speed or utility in order to be competitively viable. So as a competitive player, from a more competitive player perspective, I would see all of the new cards in 8001, and I probably would write the majority of them off as garbage. Like right off the bat, none of them are doing anything to make the decks that they're in actually compete in this current environment. But I do think they are very good for the decks that they are in. I know that was a roundabout way of kind of just saying all of that. I would assume CS and adventure decks would fall under slop base. Yeah, they are slop decks. Because like, where's Hoodie as an example? Where'd my Hoodie go? I don't think I have an adventures built on here. I might. I do not. Okay. LM. I don't know where Hoodie went. I must have passed it a couple of times. Rocks shine. Oh, yeah, Hoodie. Here it is. Yeah, so, like, Hoodie, just as an example. Okay, you have, like, various different removal types, various different draw types. Obviously, you have a lot of different keywords, but once you start getting in the high stage Digimon, it's just like, okay, you have access at D-Digivolve, you have access at DP reduction, you have deletion, you have suspending, you have, like, color mechanically unique abilities is probably the best way I would say it. And then you literally just could play, like, part of what makes slop decks is literally the ability to just play whatever the fuck you want. So it's just like, do Volcanic and Magnetic have any reason to actually be in a Hoodie deck? No. These cards are doing absolutely nothing for the CS trait that's enhancing what it's doing. It's just in here because we have bridges to be able to play them. And, like, the idea on why, like, you would want to play a level 6 Floodgate for Hoodiemon specifically is because Hoodie's doing a lot of the heavy lifting on her own. So you're just going to be, like, using Kisuke and your Tamers to create, like, such a big value engine that it's going to be very hard to fight back against, especially under a Floodgate. So you're going to deal a lot of damage, have a really massive setup, and then tell the opponent that they can't play the game, and then they just automatically lose because they can't interact with your board state at all. So that's kind of like where these are slop decks, where it's just like, okay, you do have, like, retrieval, you have search, you have cost reduction, or I guess Digivolution reduction, you got a slew of different on-plays that you could use, you have alliance, like, there's just a lot of different mechanics that these decks are interacting with, that's making them excel. So that's kind of like where these types of decks fall into. And the same thing is, like, true with adventures, where it's just like they do have a lot of mechanics. It's just adventures isn't very well supported. So, like, adventures fits in a little bit more of an awkward category, but, like, adventures does fit into that slop design. DM fits into the slop design as another example. So, like, I would call these macro archetypes if I had to, like, put a more proper name onto them. So macro archetypes versus micro archetypes, where it's just like Greymon I would consider to be a micro archetype. Like ghosts, I would consider that to be a micro archetype. A macro archetype is a little bit more broad and gives you more freedom of the cards that you're able to use, which again increases the amount of ways to build it and the tools that they have access to. Micro archetypes are more specific and focused archetypes that are more pertaining to trying to do the one thing that it's trying to do as best as it possibly can. So that's kind of like the difference in terms of like how do you define like a slop deck? It's just like a slop deck is basically just a macro archetype. If that makes any sense to anyone. Like, I have different ways of rationaling things and putting it together. And yeah, like, when color starts mattering less is usually the truest sign that you're hitting slop territory. Is like when you just don't care about color identity or like what colors your cards are at all. Then yeah, generally you're hitting slop design. So yeah, Leviaon. What are some of the most egregious memory things that we can do in this game? What's the wording I'm looking for? Gain 1 memory. That's the text. All right. There's a lot of cards that, so we need to go Digimon. Alrighty, what gains memory? I know there's the War Digimon stuff. I know there's this stuff. I don't know if these are actually efficient enough. When an opponent effect plays it, or when an effect plays an opponent's Digimon, gain 1 memory. Like, that's really cute. Like, this is supposed to be what Leviamon is playing with. Like, this is his core engine. Is this type of stuff. Oopsies, I got rid of the Drago. I didn't mean to. But I know like these are pretty solid cards. In terms of like purple tempo. So if we're playing towards draw discard, like what are some of the best draw discard cards we could use? I'm just looking at like other ways to potentially gain memory. Yeah, that gains memory when we delete stuff. That's just an on-delete gain of memory. I know these are about to be limited. This one. Maybe we do just play the Gabu? Do we have... how is this gaining a memory? Oh, sticking AG underneath. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I know I have different, like, ways of thinking about things. When you play a Digimon, that's not terrible. Draw 2, discard 2. That's, like, probably on what we're trying to do. The awkward part is the X antibody factor. That's gonna be the awkward part, is like, where's the X card? Like, what is the X level 5 that we're using? Because, like, unfortunately, this kind of a deck does need an X level 5 in order to use Levia X pretty effectively. So, maybe we should just go back to looking at X level 5s. So we have this. Until the end of the opponent's turn, give one of their Digimon at the end of the attack, and then if it has an X. When any of your opponent's Digimon are deleted, you get to play a level 4 or lower. That's not terrible. I think this is still just one of the better X5s, but this is cheap. So I think the level... So do we play this in Drago? This really isn't triggering any of our effects. That's the big problem. And we're not about to play a Garurr base. Like, we need... ideally level 5s that would trigger stuff. So, we Digivolve into Drago. Your opponent plays out a level 4, and then we get to play out a level 4. So, are we shifting the deck to be about playing Digimon by effects? That's the real question, is do we shift the deck to play out Digimon by effects? If that's the case, then we kind of are forced to run Octomon. And then... this is... your opponent can trash a card in their hand if they don't gain a memory. This card's just so mediocre. Like, at least this is, like, okay. It's reasonable. The opponent can trash one card in their hand if they don't gain a memory. While your opponent has no Digimon, this Digimon can't attack. This card just kind of... actually, I could just look at what are the BT-15 purple Digimon. Maybe that might be a better play. Like, what was he supposed to be played with? When an effect plays out, an opponent's Digimon gain a memory. So that would go from here. And then we had this. What is this card doing? All turns. When an effect plays out an opponent's Digimon until the end, they gain on deletion, lose one memory. When attacking, your opponent plays out a level 4. It doesn't get its on play effects. And then switch the target to that Digimon. So the play line is we swing. And then if we have like maybe we're forced to go from protoform to like the other X antibody. So we could swing, force the opponent to play out a Digimon. Levia X sees it, but how are we getting Levia X in the trash? That's the big problem. Is like now without the dog engine, like it becomes significantly harder to set this card up. Yeah, because you don't have a dedicated engine that's gaining you memory and setting up your trash all at once. That's like literally the key part of what made the dog engine as effective as it is because it was doing literally everything all at once. And the Guilmon engine's not nearly as good at using it, but at least like you could kind of do something like that with the whole mill thing. Because you obviously want your stuff in the trash. But you don't have good ways of getting your stuff into the trash. What's the EX5 cards doing? So I'm just looking at his engine to see if there's anything valuable in here that's worth utilizing. I know it's probably dumb, but what about using Leviamon with the Purple Titans? They discard a lot of things. Honestly, I thought about that. How does Leviamon actually read? When an effect plays an opponent's Digimon or Tamer out, one of your Leviamon or Digimon with X antibody in their Digivolution sources may Digivolve. Okay. I'm really personally bad at playing the Titan stuff. The only issue... Where's the blue? Here's the blue. Yeah, using these cards is the difficult part. Like, you could use the level 4s, but I think using the level 3s is too difficult. But, like, you're kind of just forced to use the level 3s. A level 3 with Demon? Yeah, what level 3s with Demons are there in the game? You have Shaman. You have Gobbly. So you probably would use this. Wouldn't use that. It's literally just like Gobbly and Shaman. So I don't think like this is terrible per se. You'll almost never use the inheritables? I'm not a purple expert, so I really don't know. Original Gobbly and Ogre from BT15, BT16 Suno. Or BT6 Suno. Yeah, that's just like going back to like, the problem with that is you don't actually have good ways to trigger your abilities. Like, you have to run awkward level 5s because Drago, unfortunately, will not trigger your inheritables. So that's part of the issue with like, yeah, I could run, like, I could run these cards, but the problem is then becomes, what does your level 5s do that makes you tempo efficient? So you could run, you could run, like, the Meramon from BT11 to trigger these. But now things become awkward because, okay, how do I actually use Levia X properly? And the answer is you can't. Like, that's literally why the dog engine was so valuable to Levia, is because you can't effectively use a level 5 to be able to cheese into a Levia X. Big Red, thank you for the birthday wishes. Because there's no level 5 X antibodies that will discard you cards. And these don't have level 4 X's that, like, X forms that you're using. So you can't use Protoform to go into a level 5 Digimon, or have Protoform underneath a level 5 Digimon to be able to properly use X antibody. So, like, it forces you not to run Protoform, and it forces you to run the base X antibody. Which, this is significantly worse in terms of, like, it's easier to use, but you're not using its ability for anything, is part of the problem. So, like, if you're trying to set it up, then, like, you could run the Drago then. And then you just have to accept the fact that you have no X antibodies that you're interacting or engaging with. So, like, you could go into, like, Ogremon, slide X antibody into Dragomon, and then Dragomon plays out a Digimon, and then out comes the Levia. But then now you're missing the tempo of what Ogremon is doing. Because in none of that chain of events, you're discarding cards. So, like, you're starting to see, like, the cracks on where, like, certain engines just can't really work very well. Like, that's, again, if the goal is to try to, like, cheese Leviamon. So now, Leviamon X becomes a significant worse card because you don't have any effective ways of using it, which is why the Guilmon engine kind of still somewhat works, because you're still using a lot of your X cards. Like, X level 6s generally want to be played with other Digimon that have X forms. That's just how it kind of works. And as we could see with X antibody level 5 Digimon, there's literally almost no good options. Literally no good options. So it's just like, if this card discarded a card, like, this would probably be the de facto best option. But it doesn't. Like, this card's not doing... This is self-milling, but this is not really doing anything you want. I mean, you could kind of get away with Balmon X, but Balmon X really isn't doing anything for you. It's cute. Maybe this is, like, one of the better ones, but, like, that's why this is probably the best one, is because, like, at least Leviamon, like, you want to have some cohesion. So at least, like, Leviamon with the Growlmon stuff, you're still gaining memory when you're deleting the opponent's Digimon. So you're still kind of, like, fitting on theme with how the deck wants to play and how things are flowing and functioning. Comes with Security Attack Plus. Hey, both of these have Security Attack Plus. They can hit pretty hard. That sounds pretty good and reasonable to me. So, like, I do think, like, probably what I had before with Levia, with the Growl engine, probably is the best, like, honestly, one of the best ways to play it. Otherwise, you're going to have to do some really creative sacrifices to try to cobble something that's tempo efficient together. Tempo efficient and cohesive. Those are the two big factors. Like, it's little stuff like that adds up, that makes deck building on the difficult side. Where it's just like, okay, how do I make something... Like, what am I looking at? How am I making things work? So, I know I've, like, been not really doing a whole lot of gameplay, but it's honestly, like, looking at all of these options and stuff that makes the deck building process interesting in my perspective. Where it's just like, okay, so how can I use these with this? But if I use these with this, then I can't use this, which means... this becomes worse and it makes this harder to use. So, like, there's just a lot of, like, small little awkward things. Because, like, I could be tempo efficient to go up into Leviamon, but is that actually beneficial? Is that doing me anything? So, yeah, it's small stuff like that that's just really, really difficult. Yeah, we have this, but I don't know if we're gonna be playing the Blue X antibody engine or not. Yeah, so finding that cohesion is the hardest part, I would say. Oh, what? Oh, I had 4 costs. Let's go purple. So, like, even looking at these options, like, we really don't have that many great ones. So we could go, like, Gesomon. Gesomon, then we have the level 3. We might still need the Lotmon. So this at least can maybe try to get us some like memory cheese, like trying to go into these. Yeah, we don't get on play effects, or do we get on play effects here? No. Your opponent plays a level 4 or lower Digimon from their trash suspended without paying the cost. On play effects do not activate. Oh, our on play effects work? But the opponent's doesn't. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we still would run this. Then what are we looking at? We need Gessos. So now we're gonna try to rely on playing cards by effects for the opponent. So that's the direction that these cards are taking us into, which is exactly what Dragomon's doing, which is what was initially designed for Levia. So we just lose out on the ability to properly use a good level, like a good level 5X antibody, and we have to go X form into a level 4 or level 3, which kind of feels like very mediocre. What is this card doing? Just delete a Digimon? That's not good enough. Siako. That's what we need. Siako. So, yeah, we would need this Siako. And then Lab. Because Lab has... no, maybe we don't Lab. Maybe we use the oh god. When an effect plays. How many when an effect? Alright. No, we don't want cost 3, we want level 3. So the card I was looking at was... I mean, we could run Lab. Lab just doesn't grab us anything. That's the problem with Lab's on play, is she's literally not grabbing us anything. What was the BT10 card? Or was it BT11? Maybe it was BT11. Yeah, this card. When you play a Digimon by an effect. Maybe this card's just better than Lab. So we got the Siako, or maybe we're still just better with Siakos. Like, just all in on Siako. Ukaman? Ukaman's a good option. Because, like, this is only played because we need the DP, to be honest. Uko's still a good call out. I think maybe I would still just rather have Uko. The only problem is this card doesn't have a level 3 that it digivolves cleanly into. That's the only issue with this card, is like, if this is my starting rookie, it feels incredibly awful. And this isn't necessarily the most ideal card I would want to use. And then what's the other level 5? Waru? Because this is the card it was designed with. So do we just go into like Waru Seadramon routing? I think the Drago is just better than Waru. Or Gabu X, because Gabu X can grab the X antibody option. Yeah. Like, by no means a purple expert. By no means a purple expert. Oh, we run an Octomon. Duh. That's our last champion is Octo. I'm like, what am I missing here? All right, Octo. So we'll go 11-9-7 ratio. Then we could still keep the Protos. We could still keep the Shine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're running 10 in this build. How many champions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. God, they're running real slim numbers. 8 and 8. So I have 3 card slots left. So what I need a way to put this card, like this card, in my trash. I don't think I have any. Oh, a draw and discard, right? The when attacking, that's how you do it. Is use the when attacking, draw and discard. And then you'll go up into this, and then that can gain memory. Because when an effect plays an opponent's Digimon, then we get to do the thing. So that works on both of these. Yeah, building the deck the way it was intended. It's just the awkwardness of the rookies. So, like, I know some people, instead of this Ukaman, are running a Floodgate. Because we have Drago that could res the Floodgate, essentially. I think just to have Siako consistency, like, running a Tech 1 of this isn't, like, that bad. But it could be an Ukaman, it could be a Floodgate. What else am I kind of just missing here? Oh, memory boosts. Duh. Or do I bother with memory boosts? Do I want a tamer or do I want a memory boost, chat? That's the big question. Do I tamer or memory boost? What are our tamers? Like, what tamers would we even consider? So, wasn't there, this is for 3 Musketeers. Draw 1, discard, then if that card's trashed as a 3 Musketeers or Time Stranger, delete. Yeah, no. We can always mat. Mat's not terrible. Memory boost. Oh, we could do Keenan. Yeah, starter deck 16 Mat's always a good one. We could run like Floodgatey ones. Or like yeah, we could run like Floodgatey cards. Because I got 3 card slots left. Was it this Violet that's just hyper generic? Oh no, she's Ghosts or Three Musketeers specific. Got it. Wasn't there a Demon Lord one? Like an Aya and Co that just helps with Demon Lord evolution? That's Beelzemon. Yeah, there's this, but I don't think we need that. Nope, I'm missing the egg. Yeah, I think it's just Sunamon egg still. Like, all of these kind of just feel like Sunomon's still probably the preferred egg. I find it funny. There's no actual dedicated searcher. Like, I'm not running any dedicated searching tools outside of Gabumon, which might be why they don't want to bring this card back. So, do I want a missed memory boost? So, if I'm running a memory boost, do I want a missed memory boost, or do I want a normal, like, purple memory boost? I wonder if you just go Growl X Engine and run BT9 Cool Boy. I already did that. Gao. I think that's honestly, like, probably one of the better things you could do with, Levia, is just run Growl Engine into, Levia, and then use the Cool Boy to be able to, like, do all of your, shenanigans. So, like, the big question is, I guess, what do I need out of this deck? Like, what kind of effects am I specifically looking for to try to optimize on what I'm doing? So that would dictate if I'm running a Tamer or not. So, like, these Floodgatey cards are, like, cute. This is only triggering on the opponent's turn. I was going to say this would be really good, but that's only triggering on the opponent's turn. If that was all turns, I probably would run that in a heartbeat. Maybe Digimon Emperor? Like, how do we feel about just, like, Digimon Emperor in this build? Or should it still just be memory boosts? So maybe I'll do, like, 1 Digimon Emperor and then, like, 1, memory boost. Or, like, 2 memory boosts. Hakoto is all turns? I know a lot of people are really starting to hate Hakoto. There's also, Analog Youth I could run too. If all turns when an opponent plays a Digimon, by suspending this Tamer, gain 1 memory if that Digimon's level 4 or higher, and draw a card if it's 3. Ooh, that's kind of spicy. Did we get a dual training card? There is. It's blue and purple. So, how do we feel about this? As, like, my last 3 card slots? Oh. So, like, 2 Hakotos, 1 image training? Like, how are we feeling on that? I think Hakoto is kind of spicy in here. I'm not going to lie. Because you do get its all turns ability. Which you could trigger yourself. Because you do have cards like Octomon and Dragomon and Waru that could, like, really do things. I'd say it's worth trying. Yeah. I think Hakoto is like a super spicy card in Levia. Alright, I think we're good with a base build. Oh, I didn't do the eggs. Somebody told me to do the eggs and I totally ignored them. Oops, not Gatsumon. So are we just on BT6 egg, or do we actually feel like we want to play a different egg? I think it's still just this egg. This egg just feels like it's still just the best. I'm just flipping through real quick to see if there's anything else that's like anywhere remotely good. Do we discard enough for this egg? Off of our X antibodies, we discard. But that's kind of where I'm like, maybe this isn't the card. We also discard off of the Siako's on play, but that's like not super great. So maybe we do just need to find a different egg. There's always the Xiaomon. Like the egg that kind of just fits with it. When it affects plays one of... Oh, that's only our Digimon. Oopsies. That's Nightmare Soldier. We're not doing that. Yeah, like, purple doesn't really have a lot of good generic eggs. If this Digimon is multicolored, which only works here, I guess. What's the BT15 egg? Oh, that was the Demimera, right? BT9 Pagumon? When attacking, trash one card in your hand? Okay. I could probably get behind this. Just to try to guarantee that we could set up our Digimon in our trash. I could and it helps fix like some of the DP issues because like our Digimon doesn't really have a lot of DP. So I like this card. I think that's a good call out. And we're just gonna have to accept the fact that off of our X forms, like our eggs just suck. Cause this is we get to reveal the top 3, we get to trash a tamer, we're literally not doing that. Yeah, honestly, the egg quality really kind of just sucks. At least for like what Levia can reasonably do. All right, let's try it again. Run it back. I'll probably start making some rice in a minute. So that way I could have Din Din. This is okay-ish, I guess. We could Gabu into Raising, then we could set up Wisdom and Hakoto. I don't exactly know if this is the best hand. It's like a playable hand, though. Like, we have a turn 1 and we have a turn, potentially turn 2. I'm always super nervous about, like, playable hands. What's for Din Din? Curry. I made some curry on Thursday. Some Japanese curry, and I had a butt ton of leftovers. I was, for my birthday, offered to go out to Olive Garden, but I turned that down, so I could be with you guys on stream. And then I also was offered to go watch Invincible, which I also turned down to be here with everyone. So we could experience Digicon and whatnot together. I don't really know what we take here. Like, our hand is not positioned super well, so I don't particularly think it matters. So maybe it is the Lop, just to try to discard the Lop. Yeah, so maybe maybe some other time I'll do Olive Garden with the person who offered that. Yeah, because one of the big things is I did want to watch Digicon. Even though I know, like, the majority of it is probably going to be a colossal waste of time. Like, an absolute colossal waste of time. It feels like the only thing that kind of, like, Digicon is alluding to that would be really good is Elysium. Like, getting Elysium news is actually, like, huge. And everything else really doesn't feel like it would be super important. Because, like, anime-wise, what? They're just gonna talk about Beat Break some more? It's like, yeah, cool. Beat Break is gonna be going until October. Shocker, I know, right? Your anime is continuing. That you said was continuing. They might reveal, like, details for the next arc, I guess, because this one's kind of wrapping up. I still feel like we have at least 1 or 2 episodes before, like, it really wraps up. Then what else were they gonna talk about? Oh yeah, toys. Like, I've never really been super big into the Digimon, like, devices, like the Digivices. Or the pendulum stuff, or whatever it's called. So that news kind of just, like, washes over me. Then, obviously they have, the card game stuff, which is mostly going to be, like, probably them trying to double down on the products that we already know about. Maybe give us a little bit more card reveals. I'll take the free card draw from the Hakoto. It's really good. So if I draw into a proto form here, I'm, like, actually super set up. By the way, is there a way to use the blue-purple Leviaon so maybe you could take advantage of some blue cards? Not very good. Ooh, the Gesso is a pretty good card. Do I move out? So if I move out, what am I doing? So I can move out. Crack this, Digivolve for free into Gesso, then Digivolve into Gesso X. And then that leads me into a Drago. So Drago. Yeah, without Proto form, I'm not really doing a whole lot here. I guess we could kind of give it a shot. Yeah, I just unfortunately couldn't see the proto form. Maybe an IP crossover? God, I hope not. Like, I mean, if they already had, like, Digimon crossover stuff, then that's probably fine. But if it's just like, yeah, I'm just randomly gonna stick Kamen Rider into Digimon, then I probably would be like, God, no. So this digivolves and then deletes a 5, a 3, a 5, and a 7. So 3, 5. So I could swing. That's such a risky swing just to delete this level 4. Honestly, I rather would just swing into this. Right? Yeah. Yeah, not exactly the best of plays, but it was something. They're not running any ace. Yeah, I just wanted to get both of the 7th lightnings in my trash. I probably shouldn't have discarded the other one, but it's probably fine. It's funny that these are all turns, though. So I did give them a lot of memory. Arguably way too much memory. But, I mean, I think that playline was kind of fine. It worked out, right? I just needed to respond to the field. Some people run Metal Seadramon. Metal Seadramon? You mean Waru Seadramon? I wouldn't hop into blue for Levia. Plus, Levia, like, you would have to run the blue the blue-purple Levia if you were to actually just run normal Metal Seadramon. Hey, Staller. Thank you for showing up. You mean Metal Seadramon for fishes. I thought you were talking about for Levia. I'm like, Metal Seadramon for Levia? What? No, Metal for fishes. Okay, I could see that as like a cute tech one of or something. Oh, boy. This does not have jamming, so this is pretty unsafe. Does this trigger when attacking? When played or digivolved? Okay. Yeah, I could have dealt the damage and then burned a lightning. Oh no! They're de-digivolving me! Chat, that's rude. And then they digivolve into Ryugu. Bottom deck my Digimon, I guess. That kind of sucks for me. Yep. And of course, well, I was gonna say any of my on-delete effects don't work, but literally I don't have any of them. Yeah, this is literally all because I couldn't kill their entire field. I also gave them arguably way too much memory. Of course, now there's the protoform. Yeah, this is probably fine. Then I Drago, and then Drago should be... Oh, this is a 6. Yeah, so I would have to burn a lightning. But yeah, it is just Drago and then go back up into a Leviamon, right? Um... this is why I hate this card. Of course, I forgot it has evade. Fuck. Yep, so now we're just going to be trading board states back and forth again. So hopefully they aren't able to rebuild again. Because that would be very obnoxious. Much unappreciated, one can even say. Yeah, they could play out cards by effect also. So they do have a cheap evolution here, but then they kind of just stop. Looking good. I would hope so. I mean, Levia X is kind of just that obnoxious. They do get to play their Tamer out from their trash. But maybe this is a little too late type situation. What's the... So when attacking, delete one of the opponent's level 3. Okay. Oh, they're playing a level 3 to search. An Octomon. That's a pretty good draw. Let's see. There's not really a whole lot I can do about their field. Yeah, because I'm not on this one. I can't gain the memory. This is just when attacking, draw, discard, so maybe this will be good. Draw and discard into probably, like, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to look for. We could probably discard one of you. That's a good draw. Okay, not the best of hits. Second mental training? That's definitely not good. Do I have a way to potentially just straight up kill that without giving away too much memory? Yeah, I don't have a way of killing that. If I had a way of killing it, I would be in such a good position. Oh, fuck. I mean, I could set up a biting crush or something, but that doesn't feel very worthwhile. Because they're gonna go to 2 memory, and then memory will no longer matter for them. Yeah, I think I have to do this play. I think I just have to protoform into a Gesomon, to stun their Digimon. That's, like, the only thing I can do. I mean, I could stun the Tamer, but I think stunning the Digimon is just more correct. Because what's the trigger on this? Yeah. It just keeps it from attacking. Drago, Levia X, 777. Yeah. Had to do it. So I should have not stripped a level 4 from the inheritables, I think. And then I think maybe at that point I would have been able to get rid of this. So that was my fault for not calculating the fact that it needed to be a level 4 for 777 to actually full clear the field, and then I would just automatically win the game. But from this position, it is still very difficult for them to do everything that they would need to do and win the game. So I think I'm still in a really good spot. Because they could crack a training, go to 4, crack a training, go to 5. 5 tucks something underneath, use shoe, go in here, go to 6 for 0. And then Digivolve into a 7 and full clear my field. Or are they doing this early? Or no, they're probably... Yeah, because there was an argument to stun the Tamer, but because they have so much memory gain options, that I, like, literally couldn't stop, it probably was just more advantageous for me to, stop their Digimon from attacking. Because, theoretically, with their whole field, they could do a lot. Oh, just go right up into aerial? Okay. That only gets rid of one of my Digimon, though, so that's probably fine. How's the stream going? In a tournament you won with puppets, non-OTK. Streams have been going all right, Empire. You won with puppets, not the OTK variant. Puppets is very good right now. I think we just add the X antibody back to hand. Oh, so they're full clearing the field here because of the Camilla. And then if I'm unable to respond, then I just automatically lose the game. Yeah, and then that bounces my Digimon back to my hand. Or bottom decks it, whatever. And then, what's the card that I would want? Maybe Drago? Because I could either Gesso or Drago. So, what's my playline that I'm going to be doing next turn? Oh, that's the big question, is what is my actual playline? Drago is more tempo efficient, allows me to build. So it's probably Drago. Of course, correct answer was Gesso. Who would have guessed? I'll draw 3 cards. And discard. There's already a Leviaon in here, right? No. Alright. I'm just shy on being tempo efficient. This sucks. Holy shit. Yeah, they're just going to constantly trash cards out of their hands just to not give me memory. Yeah, and I'm kind of just done here. Hey, Oreo X. I'm like literally 1 memory shy from what I need. Yeah, because they're always just going to choose to discard cards. There's no reason for them not to. Yeah, so I kind of just... Because, how much damage do they have? So they're still going to be able to do even more shit. Yeah, so the game is basically over. Yeah, still, even this variant had some, like, really cool play lines, but it still was tempo deficient enough to not be able to handle, like, a basic Liberator deck. And I'm saying, like, Fishes is a basic Liberator deck when it's, like, one of the better Liberator decks still. But, like, if I can't even go toe-to-toe with not the top 3 Liberator decks, then there's very clearly something not super great about what's going on here. Like, I had potential... So, like, I understand that as a player, I'm the one who fucked up. Because I should have, off of the Gesomon, stripped the level... kept the level 4, and then they played out the level 4 from the decode, and then I would have been able to pop the field, and then I probably would have won the game from there. So there were play lines that I could have taken to have won that game. Then, obviously, taking the Drago was not the correct answer. Even because I drew into one, but didn't know that. Yeah, I think this definitely is a death sentence for Levia. Like, he's got playable stuff, it's just not nearly as good as what Dog Engines was doing. Like, for Levia specifically. Lord Nightmon, fucking who cares? Justimon already has a deck, like, who fucking cares? Like, this more so affected Levia more than any of the other generic, like, purple level 6s that were being played. So, this definitely was a big hit to Levia. And good, like, fuck Levia, to be honest. Like, I hate a lot of purple decks. Just because, like, if anyone's bothered to actually look at the ban and restriction list, the majority of the cards, a good portion of them are purple, and that's because they've had the hardest time balancing purple as a color. Just because they keep on, like, oopsies, this is just functionally too strong. Oh, who would have guessed discarding cards was actually a good thing? Or, I draw so many cards that who cares if I discard a card? Like, I've had those arguments before. Yeah, I'm just not super thrilled. Well, I mean, like, I was gonna say I'm not super thrilled with the position Levia's in, but like I said, fuck Levia. Like, honestly, he can just rest in his undersea palace or whatever. Yeah, because it doesn't feel like there's a good way to play Levia at this point. I think, like I said, Guilmon is probably the best engine for him. And that's fine. Like, if people really want to play Levia, Guilmon's fine. Good enough. Man, having a hard time connecting right now. But I mean, I guess this, like, kind of shows you a lot of the tempo issues with the game that people are having, where it's just like, oh, if the only way Levia could keep up was to use Dog Engine, is Dog Engine actually that problematic? And, like, the answer to that one's kind of like a yes and a no. It's just like, yes, the Dog Engine is so problematic that it helped single-handedly power creep the game ever since its existence in EX5, because now everything had to match its speed, and as everything slowly matched its speed, that also caused the power creep of the game to go up again, because it was already doing, like, committing the most egregious of war crimes. Alright, yeah, nothing, like, the Hakodos felt cute. It's just setting everything up is, like, honestly too hard. Like, I didn't have good opportunities to set up any of my memory, or, like, my training cards, because they didn't come in my hand early enough, and if they're not coming into my hand early enough, I'll never catch up. So, like, I think, like, these were great. Hakodo definitely felt very clean inside of Levia for using this engine. It's just, obviously, not being able to control my abilities on when I gain memory off of, like, these cards really suck. It really sucks not guaranteeing that I'm going to be gaining that memory. Because they're going to discard every single time. Every single time they're going to be discarding. So, not gaining the memory off of these cards, like, really, it kind of reminds me of, like, why Lucimon's not good. It's just like, yeah, I can't control the effects that I'm gonna, like, this literally says when Digivolving, do nothing. Like, because the game has so much card draw that a one card discard 90% of the time is inconsequential. They're going to do it, and half the time it might even be beneficial. So I think this, like, comparing the two Levia engines so far, like, obviously I should probably experiment with this a little bit more, But comparing the two, like, ways to play Levia, this definitely felt like it is the dramatically weaker version. And I guess that's fine, like I said. Not necessarily the biggest deal in the world that Levia is now borderline unplayable. He's had his time. I guess it's 6 o'clock, so hold on. Let me load it up again. Maybe I just needed a DC real quick. See if just a quick little reboot helps. But let me go warm up some rice so I could have dinner at a reasonable time. So I'll be right back in just a minute. I'm literally just throwing rice in a rice cooker and saying go. All right. I just wanted to have the Digicon schedule up in case anyone's like actually curious about when Digicon is starting. So, where's the news? Yeah, it starts in about 2 hours. All right, where's Levia? There you are. All right, let's see if we could actually try to connect. There we go. And hopefully the games don't end up being complete dog shit. Yeah, I think Levia definitely is a deck that needs a lot of setup, and once it's I think because it doesn't have good protection, once you demolish a Levia board state, the game is basically over. I guess we could keep this. So this is probably going to be the one I do in Raising. A blue deck. Another one. Hey, look at that. We're so good. 100% skill. I could watch as my opponent concedes because they knew I was playing Levia, and they were incredibly scared. Very mediocre hand. Incredibly mediocre. If I somehow manage to get a Levia X, then maybe this would be okay. Oh, it's the same opponent. I think I lose this match. Based on my hand, it seems honestly that bad. Since this is literally when Digivolve do nothing, we're just gonna Digivolve back here. Ooh, image training. There we go. That's something useful. Hey, Jonas Rex. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Now, if anyone can, like, actually just give me birthday money, because I'm trying to buy a tablet, that would be much appreciated. Oh, does this thing have jam? Oh, it does have jamming. I'm just joking. If anyone truly wants to donate, that's up to you. I usually almost never push donations. Oh, are they trying to go big combo here? Do they have it all? Scramble. Unfortunately, I don't have a rookie to play. That would have been very good if the Gesomon was a rookie. So, how much memory? They're going to give me 3? Whoa, Skull Seedramon? What is that doing here? So, they could, off of the scramble, set up their thing. Their, Siako. So, do I move out? So, I move out. I Digivolve. Oh, God. I hate the fact that they're trying to push and pressure me right now. I really do. Because, like, my hand is, like, my field and hand are nowhere near set up for this. So, I think the correct answer was to have just image trainings, instead of going into the Gesso. Yeah, I have to push out. I have to push back. There's literally no other options. I could scramble, save a memory. Hey, Zeppelin. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I could swing here. Or, no, I think I swing here. Draw 1, discard 1. Draw 1. Discard 1. Yeah. Okay, they didn't have the ace. That's good. Are they able to recombo off on me? Funny enough, took away that memory. Preemptively taking away that memory was kind of big, I'm sure. . And I have piercing now, too. I think them popping the memory boost also might have been a mistake. What? Decode for Betamon or Madoki Betamon? Sure. Oh, that's kind of obnoxious. And then how many sources does this strip? Trash 3. So obviously take out the proto form. Yeah, take out protoform, piercing, and memory gain. Yeah, let's not use that. Oh, another Levia. Digivolve down here. Ooh, Levia X. Don't mind if I do. Kind of obnoxious. I mean, I still do big damage here. One, a 2, a 3. And then Hakoto can screw up their memory. Even though maybe it was arguably better to set up one of these for next turn. Right now they don't have the memory generation. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, now they need to have another scramble, otherwise, or a hammer spark. They need to have some way of gaining an extra memory, which they currently don't have. Oh, well, now they do. Well, they used memory to potentially gain the memory. Ooh, scramble's really good for me. What do I feel like trashing? Probably just a wisdom training. I'm at a point where I just can't really use these effectively. Sure, he could stun my... Oh, he bottom ducks it. Unfortunate. Now it double can't suspend. See? It can't suspend twice. So does that mean if it can't suspend and can't suspend, do they cancel each other out so that way I could suspend? Like an overflow error? Do I need anything in my trash right now? Probably not. Does not look like they have the ace. Because otherwise this is the easiest swing into there and then set this up. So, yeah, no ace. Well, that one worked out surprisingly well. Infinite standing, yeah. I don't know how that worked out as well as it did, but it did. I'm not complaining. I'll take it. This hand's pretty bad. Ideally, I want to set up my options. This is a little bit better. If they play a Digimon, I could at least, like, draw and discard off of Sayako. Even though this one's arguably the better one in the raising, and then I'm probably just better off playing out this Sayako. Imperial. Well, this will at least get me a card draw, because he's going to be attacking into here with Raid. So he Digivolves for 1 into that? 2. Okay. And then he gets to Raid, which is fine. I want my Digimon to be deleted. Arguably, that's also fine. We need Lopmon in the trash. Ooh, 2 costs. Not good. Ooh, that's actually really good. Okay. So what am I doing now? So I'm going to be going into Gesso X. Backup Sayako is really good. Of course, they always discard cards, because why wouldn't they? Strip these. Stun that, please. Honestly, maybe I just Digivolve into Waru Seedramon here, knowing I'm going to be passing turn. Because there's no real incentive for me to play this out right now. Either that or I hard play Gabu X. So if I go into Drago for 3, he plays out a rookie, I get a draw card and then gain 2 memory back. Yeah, so that would choke to 1 if I Drago. This can't suspend, so it's borderline lockdown. So this is basically a dead card on the field. So maybe I do just Waru. Because next turn I would be able to get its when attacking effect. And then this could potentially get me more memory next turn. Even though Drago was the more tempo efficient play, I think this is probably fine. I kind of wish I had the ability to burn their security, because this card's just sitting pretty menacingly. What did he see? That he was so interested in playing the boost out. So this is at the top of the security. So he gets to play out a tamer for free. Okay, Vmon. I don't know why they put that card in there. It's a little bit of a puzzling decision. On play. Oh, then I can switch. Okay. So I get the option to switch. So we'll draw a discard. We'll force a Digimon to come out. Because doesn't this double delete? Yeah, this double deletes. Does he actually have an ace here? Like, they only have one card to choose from. Yeah. Do I use the Kodo to draw here? I think I do. Trash one card. No, we don't need to do that. Oh, that denied me a memory. That denied me a lot of memory, actually. That was pretty cute. So, I don't know if I can beat a Magnamon X. Like, I have to use an option to beat Magnamon X, right? Otherwise, I'm just not beating it. And, like, Magnamon X is probably, like, the tier 3est or tier 4est gatekeeper I've ever seen. Where, like, there's just a lot of decks and a lot of playstyles that could just are able to deal with it. And, like, if you're able to deal with Vortex, then you're able to deal with Magnamon. And, like, Vortex is obviously stronger than Magnamon at this point. So, like, what does that actually speak about this deck if it has a hard time dealing with Magnamon? Oh, is he gonna beat over my Digimon? No, he's not. Oh, cute. Oh boy. All right. How the fuck am I supposed to deal with this? The answer is I don't. I have to set up a blocker. And I currently don't have my Justimon. Option works through it. I'm not running the option. Like, I right now, as it stands, do not have an option to be able to beat through this card. Well, thanks to you, you figured out your food plan. You have a jar of tikka masala. That's what I had yesterday, Gaomon. That's so funny. Oh, of course, now there's the Justimon. Do I literally just take the beating for a turn? No. I don't have to. So if he was smart, he would play a level 4 here. Or no, I get to play one that's lower, right? Equal. So if he was smart, he would play a level 4. And then I don't get a Digimon? Yeah. So I could trash this. Now I guess I'm putting them in a pretty bad spot. Yeah, because I have to Levia to delete their Digimon here. Not Scramble Gazi? I don't have Gazi. Oh, you mean Scramble Gesso? I could have set up a Scramble for the Gesso. Yeah, so I could always Biting Crush too. So, like, now his Digimon is going to be weaker. Oh, Scramble Evo into Levia. Yeah, that's what I should have done. I wasn't thinking. Good call. Yeah, and then I could have technically added the Gesso back into my hand if I needed to block it. Like, once I out this Digimon, I think the game is basically over. Omnimon. Yeah, Scramble would have been really good to have here. Not gonna lie. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Probably the Siako X? Or do I play out the Siako? No, I think I do just grab the Siako. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I don't have a Demon Lord card. That doesn't do anything? What the fuck? I have to... What? Oh my god. That didn't do anything? It has to be a Demon Lord, otherwise the card literally is just 8 memory, do nothing? Holy shit. I didn't realize I forgot I didn't have a Demon Lord card in my hand. Oh, Crush also deletes only level 6 or lower? Fuck. Yep. Yeah. No wonder why people stop playing this card is because it's not good. Yeah, I see the errors of my ways. I need to read the card. Yeah, no wonder why people stop playing Biting Crush. Like, that's terrible. Yeah, so definitely big call out. I could have had a recovery play if I used Scramble. And then I also would have, like, if I read my card, I would have been fine. Oh, I just straight up have to discard here? Oh my god. On play, discard 1. Oh, interesting. They're using the Haguru, the Kohaguru. This would gain them the memory? Yeah. Yeah, not gonna lie. Leviaon feels pretty bad. Feels very bad. This deck is just not what it used to be. I think as cute as the Hakoto is, yeah, you don't have the kill power. You don't have the unsuspect. Oh, that's cute. So I need to see a level 4, otherwise I'm kind of just screwed. Oh, well, I saw a level 4. So I won't have enough memory to maintain turn, which is the poopy part. Because this card won't do what I need it to do. Can I has memory, please? Of course not. Why the fuck would I ever get memory? Alright, opponent, don't. Well, okay. Well, okay then. I'll take it. So maybe I should have done it on here. Oh well. Does this de-digivolve me? No, it doesn't. Okay. Perfectly acceptable. I really don't understand what the point of that was. Yeah, I vote for 3 just to have a better choke play. I mean, if you want to be so generous. Yeah. Oh, such a okay. So that was just a unfortunate series of events for them. Honestly, just pure unfortunate series of events. I also think that them playing Mirage, or not Mirage, Mega Gargamon is kind of bad. Uh, like actually incredibly bad. Like I don't exactly. Yeah, that was a weird chain of events. They their ability just handed me enough memory to do what I wanted to do anyway. And then obviously because they had limited ways of interacting with my Digimon, which was the big problem on what I was finding in Venusmon to begin with, is the fact that he doesn't really have a lot of responses or answers to pretty much everything the opponent does. Just makes, like, the pipe dream obviously is you're just gonna, like, rip the opponent's security asunder, hide your Digimon, and then next turn you basically automatically have the game. But unfortunately that's not the reality of what's gonna happen most of the time. Yeah, so this Levia list, again, I'm not super high on it, but, like, he's kind of functional. He's, like, he got knocked down a tier, definitely got knocked down a big tier. It's definitely way harder to get Levias into the trash. From what I've been noticing, and it's a lot less tempo efficient. In a nutshell. Like, the deck is just functionally worse without the dog engine. Which, good. That is my rice cooker beeping. So after this game, I'll spend like 5 minutes warming up my curry, and then I have curry that I want to eat. I think this game actually can go in our favor. All right, cool. I was just gonna say, it looked like they brick pretty hard. All right, let me pull up the deck list, and then let me start warming up my curry. I probably should have been doing that, but I also kind of want to pay attention a little bit. So here's the deck list. I think this version of Levia is dramatically weaker than the Guilmon version. I think the Guilmon version just has way more things going on. It has actual protection. Like, it definitely feels more modern. This is just very clearly, like, something you could do. It's not great, but it's something. So, yeah. Let me warm up my curry, and I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. Well, I mean, I'll start warming up the curry, then I'll play a game, and then see where my curry is. All right, chat. Furry is starting to warm up very nicely. So yeah, we talked about Hoodie. Hoodie is probably just fine. It's a little bit harder to find the DNAs, which means it's harder to go up into 5s and 6s more consistently. But Hoodie is fine. Levia's probably knocked from like tier 3 to tier 4-ish, maybe tier 5, without Dog Engine, which is fine. I don't know. There really wasn't any other big changes. Like, where's my Mirage deck? Where's the good boy? Venusmon. There we go. Old school. Good boy. All right. So, with this card coming off, we just play less of this, and then the deck is the same. Literally, all we do is we just play more of this and less of this. That's it. That's the only change. Everything else basically kind of just stays the same. Maybe I run one less blue memory boost, and I run the training card. Yeah, just to have more memory boosts. The memory gain's nice though. Don't get me wrong. So probably during my opponent's turn, I'm going to be mixing my curry. So that way it could heat properly. So I'm keeping it just because I have these, and then I have this. So I have a ton of search. So even though I don't have a rookie at the start, it's not that big of a deal. I could find everything that I need. I don't know what my opponent is playing, but, oh god. I do really want to take my one of, but I think it is honestly, it's just mental. Just make my turns as efficient as possible. So now I have 3 different choking tools. Oh, it's Puppets OTK? I'm probably dead. If they set up on me, I'm probably dead. No. Oh, Pulsemon. Okay, so it's Time Strangers. I didn't want to do that, but kind of had to. Because you know the rules. Fuck Ukaman. Yep, I knew it. My opponent made their move way quicker than I wanted them to. Oh, that's really not good for me. I'm just fumbling here. Holy crap. Took way too long to even see a rookie. I think, honestly, that matchup isn't that bad as long as I'm able to see my stuff on curve. I really don't think that matchup was that bad. Oh, what the heck? Oh, Venusmon. Okay. Just like MTG, always pull the elf. You have to. Like, honestly, Ukaman is that problematic of a card. You actually just have to. Yeah, unfortunately. Man, I'm bricking hard today. Like, at least with Mirage, I'm bricking very hard. Hey, a rookie. Nailed it. Unfortunately, giving them all that memory feels really bad. But if they don't do anything, then we can still be pretty good. So far, they're not really threatening a lot of damage, which is fine. So how much damage do they have next turn? So they'll have 1, 2, still not enough damage. Well, unless they Digivolve. Then they actually might. No, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to let it go and hope that they don't have the other level 6, the security attack +1. Yeah, I honestly could care less. Okay, so there is a Thomas in my security. So if they do not kill me this turn, I win the game next turn. All right, while my opponent's doing that, I'm going to mix. All right, did my opponent kill me yet? What's my last security? Justimon. All right, hopefully I have enough damage. Um... I actually might not. Oh, I should have used scramble. Oopsies. Yeah, I should have scrambled here. Yeah, the Justimon kind of threw me off. Hammer Spark's good. Oh. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not using this earlier fucked me up. And also the Justimon getting rid of the option fucked me up. Otherwise, I probably would have had enough damage. Yeah. Hate to see it. Alright, let me go pour my curry and then we'll continue. I know Digicon should be starting soon. Let me pull up Discord. Digicon starts in about an hour-ish. What's the trailer? I don't want the trailer. I want the actual event. Whatever. Alright. Alright. I'll be right back with some curry. Alright, back with the curry. Yeah, the Justimon really messed me up there. It's starting in like an hour-ish. I have my notification on for it. It says in about 82 minutes. This hand's pretty awful, but maybe we can make something work out of it. Uh-oh. Ukaman. Uko alert. Uko alert. We're in trouble now. Oh, yeah. Curry tastes really good. And it's also really hot. What's their egg? Tsunamon? Bolts. Do you see a bolt here? I don't have a bolt. If I draw into a level 4, I think I might be alright. Oh, Nightmare Soldier. Okay. What the fuck? Whatever. Actually, them having lots of cards in hand probably is for my betterment. Now, if only they can set up a tamer. That would be great. So, I'm not the most tempo efficient with this hand. So, depending on how much memory they give me, I might be able to do enough. All the Uko rush. Jeez. It's almost like they're not even playing Nightmare Soldier. They're just playing Ukamons. Oh, lovely. I have like 0 tempo in my hand, so this is going to be very awkward. All right. I do have jamming. Yeah, so that's partially why this card was hit, was because, like, if I had inheritables that would gain me memory, this would be a earlier trigger or enabler for it. But, unironically, with him back in my hand, or, like, with him back up, it just makes the deck slightly more aggressive because we have this Thomas. Even though technically right now the best level 5 for the deck is Honkunmon, because this card enables so many degenerate loops. My stack is very not loop-centric right now, so I didn't feel like I needed to use the Honkun. Maybe I should have put curry powder in this. Yeah, so I think I don't think that my opponent really has the ability to do much with their hand because of the memory that I gave them. Oh, there's the tamer that they wanted. So, my opponent is very much dead here. If only I had extra Thomases to play. Oh. Sad pandas. Alright. So, we'll just get a free attack. No. No. Yeah. Goodbye. Hand looked a little heavy there. Here, let me lighten your load. Oh man, a Louie. There we go. That felt so nice. That felt so good. Vindicating almost. See? Like, the deck can still combo off. It still works. Yeah, we just run 4 Honkuns and 3 Mock Gows. This is how we spend our birthday? Yes. I definitely know there's better things I could have done with my birthday. But everyone was offering to do stuff with me, like, after I started streaming. We take the Thomas. So it's just like, cool. Thanks, everyone, for wanting to do stuff right as I was already streaming. Because nobody planned to do anything with me beforehand. Is this a good matchup for us, chat? I don't actually know. I don't think it is. So all I'm missing is the level 5 and the level 7. So we're just gonna have to choke here. So I figured it would be more fun to spend time with everyone. Haha, get out of here, Dan and Cannon. So I have to wait one more turn. Was traumatizing by its Heyday's performance. Yeah, this deck is good. I like this deck a lot. I think we just take the Mock. So now we just need to see the level 7 and we're pretty much good to go. Oh, they're still doing stuff? I went and got a small refill. Because the curry was just that good. I didn't realize my opponent was still doing things. Can you see my list for Mirage? Yeah. It's not, like, top tier by any stretch of the word. It's a little bit on the slower side when it comes to OTKs, but, like, its damage ceiling is still one of the highest in the game. Alright, my turn. My turn, my turn. This card is broken. Ooh, the good one. Alright. There it is. Found him! So I do have jamming. Now we just get to play Clicking Simulator for a hot second. Man, Burst Digivolve is so good. Yeah. Looks like he has too many cards in his hand. Let's fix that. See, like, this is what I mean where, like, the damage ceiling is just so high because, like, once I start using my combo, like, I just do stuff for free. It's almost unfair. Almost. Is that gonna fuck things up? This just works, right? Okay. Yeah. All right. Whew. That was intense. See how many things I had to do, chat? That was, like, way too hard. Yeah, so here's my current deck list. It's not really anything crazy. So, all I really did was take out one memory boost for training. Which, debating if this even is needed or not, or if it should still just be a memory boost. It's probably fine, just having 5 trainings, casually. Then, when this card gets unlocked, we just take out the, Mega Seadramons, and we just put in more Mach-Gaos. And that's pretty much all the changes that I personally would make to the list. Because right now, our level 6 quality is pretty low. But we don't care because we have a really powerful level 7. Maybe I should run one more of this, just to try to guarantee that I see it more often. But like, as you could see, my ratios are incredibly skimpy. Incredibly skimpy. And the reason why that they're so skimpy is because, like, this is the best, this is by default the best level 3 for the deck. Actually, maybe, hold on. Maybe there is an argument to be made to put this back into the deck. So, because we have this, there's like actually an argument to put this back in. Because the jamming is nice. So maybe I take out 2 of this and I put 2 of him in. Just for like those off chances where I just need to be tempo efficient. Because according to Bandai, this is the reason why this is limited to 1 in the first place. Is because of this, like, gain 1, this basically evoed for 1. Like, it's that interaction specifically that is why Bandai decided to limit this card. So, maybe I run just a tiny bit less jamming, and I put this back in. Because this on play in Win Digi is basically the same thing as this Win Digi. It's just the trade-off is memory for jamming. So, unfortunately, there's like almost no good substitute level 3s. So maybe instead of this, I could run something with jamming instead. I don't think anything is like super great though. Like, this is probably just fine, especially for the early game, because it still has the inheritable to potentially gain a memory. It's just when and where it's gaining that memory is the big difference. And in the early stages of the game, the card draw off of this actually could matter. Obviously, in the later stages, the on play when moving is like borderline irrelevant. I didn't have the combo. You're good. Oh, was that you? James, was that you that I was playing against? But yeah, other than that, I like where the deck is. It's a very fun, casual... I'm using the word casual very loosely. Casual OTK deck. Yeah, so, I think when he becomes unlocked, we just take out 2 of this and we run 2 of the other, 2 of this. We have almost a whole line, so we can keep this. See, this is where this card comes in handy, because I could Digivolve here and then hard play this, and it's getting me a nice card draw. It's not as good as a Searcher, obviously, but... a card draw is a card draw. So we play this before the search. There's an argument to take this, but obviously the easy answer is still just take the Mirage. Because we already have a burst mode. Maybe it is just take this, but this is just so tempo efficient. Like, we just can't not take it, right? It feels criminal. It feels criminal not to take the one of. Alright, what does he got? That's definitely not good for us. We kind of need cards in their hand. Oh, they're 100% taking the Strachio. I don't know if we could beat the Strachio. Probably not, right? So we move out. And then we try to do our thing. Cut him off at the curb. I think I hold on to this still. So he's going to gain 1 memory. So how much memory am I going to leave him at? So this will gain me 2. So this Evo's for 2. So we remove this, bounce this, and then hope that's good enough. Not exactly OTKing, but trying to cut as many problems out as we possibly can. Maybe I should have left this alone. Hopefully he doesn't have Warp Lamia. Of course he has got Warp Lamia. Well, then he could Evo into Strack, and then Strack kills Mirage. And then he can make an attack and kill one of these. Medusa. Yeah, I can't beat this speed. I honestly cannot beat the speed. Like, and that's part of the why, like, one of the reasons why is, like, people want this deck gone, is this is, what, their second turn? Or is this their third turn? Like, I honestly can't match this speed. If he was smart, he would kill the Gao. Yep. So, I could Evo gain 1, and then I don't have anything else. Yeah, like, the second Strachio comes out, I probably just lose the game. Like, I cannot remove this, and I can't deal enough damage fast enough. So, he swings, he kills this, deals the damage, so that's 2 security gone. Then he could Digivolve this up, potentially kill this, and then Strachio for game. No, he doesn't even have to. Yeah, so I just automatically lose on field. Because he swings here, does a damage, burns the security here, attacks, swings, kills this. Yeah, so I'm, like, forced to do this. Yeah, so this... Does this even prevent lethal? So he swings, kills this, does 2 checks. No, so Strachio still just wins him the game. Okay. Yeah, like, it's that much pressure that's put on the game so early that people hate. It's just like, the game literally probably was over the second he got into Venusmon. Which was, what, their second turn? Yeah, it literally was like their second turn. We Mully. Not a bad hand. So this is pretty simple. Gao into training. Well, I wonder what I'm gonna take. Hoodie? You're playing against Hoodie? Alright. Sure, we'll just training loop. I think we just Gao. Because we're just gonna hard play this and then we can Digivolve up. Assuming it lives. He just Evo passed? Yeah, I figured. I thought he was gonna do way more thought process into that. Sorry, I was just washing out the pot and my bowl. Because the curry is over. It is done. Grabbing back the Ankilo. That's pretty good. So, let's just hope they don't play the Ankilo here. If they don't play Ankilo, we're going to be in a really good spot. Because Digivolve Ankilo here is not super great for us. What did I have for dinner on my birthday? Homemade curry. I made my own curry leftovers. From that time I was reincarnated as a chef and learned how to cook curry. So how much damage can I actually do here? Probably a lot, right? Yeah. We're gonna go for it. It's not really as much damage as I thought. But we could still do stuff. So how much damage do I actually have? So yeah, I probably should have hard played this, Thomas. So that way I could have swung and gotten an attack out of. Oh well. Ooh, that's kind of obnoxious. Okay, that's less obnoxious. Oh, smart. Smart cookie. So, okay, I know they gave up, but I wanted to see how much damage I actually had. So, I need to do 5 checks. So, I could play you out. So, I have 1, 2, 3 checks at least. So that means I had 4 damage. So I was 1 damage off from lethal. So yeah, I should have used this Thomas then. That would have given me enough damage because then they'd be at 3. And then I would have been able to play Sangomon into a Gao instead of using another Thomas. So I would have been able to swing. Like if I did this Thomas instead, he would be at 3. Then I would have 1 Thomas in my hand. So 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3. I think I was still just 1 damage off. But not playing this Thomas was a misplay. Did he brick? I might have just gotten rid of the hoodie out of their hand. It's a very distinct possibility. I just like this deck. It's just such a heartwarming, feels good deck. Please cook today, Digicon. That's one of the comments. No, Digicon is going to be a complete and utter waste of time outside of Elysian news. My hand is all search, so that's probably okay. It's probably not actually okay. And I probably should be mulliganing for a rookie. We'll take the 4. Yeah, I turned down Olive Garden for you guys, being that hardcore entertainer. Ooh, there we go. A rookie. Alright, so what do we need? Do I pass up on another 6? Probably not. Then my opponent's a slop deck if you have 4 or less memory. So I don't have a good way of doing that, so we'll just try to choke a little bit. We take the 4, because we currently don't have a 4. So now all we need to do is find the 7, and ideally some of our better cards, because these are all some of our weaker cards. I really hate the fact that these just Evo for free. Like, why the fuck do they have Evo for free? Okay, so they're blue, Time Stranger. What does this do? Can't be deleted in battle? Okay. I mean, you already can't be deleted by battle, so Kamimon's not really doing a whole lot here. Waymon. Hate free Evo stuff for my enemy. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have to work hard to do stuff. They think they could just stroll in here and just do shit for free? No. Like, look at my back row. I have to set things up in order to do broken stuff. I can't just magically, whimsically conjure free memory out of thin air. God. Decks are so entitled now. Probably take the good one. Do I just set up a Timem setter right now? Just to force a card draw? Probably. Neptune needs 2 bodies on the opponent. Venus 3 security. Merva is just an Iliad. It's Iliad, Digimon, or Tamer. Which, the only Iliad Tamer is, Homeros. Maruki is 3 total bodies. Yeah, but everything else the deck does is basically free. Like, going up into a level 5 costs them literally 0. Literally 0. That's right. Draw cards. Draw all the cards. So what? He's gonna Neptune here and then do 2 checks? Three checks? Correction? Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do some kind of power play next turn, otherwise I think I just lose. But having this in my hand is very nice, so that way I could at least try to combo off. Oh, I needed that in my hand. Yeah, Maruki can only attack into Digimon. I have 2 Honkuns. There was still a lot that I needed to see. But I was about to Digivolve and, like, force a lot of card draw. So, a reasonable expectation is that they probably were dead, because I'm going to be cycling through a lot of cards through draws and Digivolves. I think the correct answer maybe is just to take the Gao, because I have 2 Honkuns that I'm about to Honku loop. So I would Digivolve, draw, Digivolve, draw, play out level 3, draw, Digivolve, draw. So that's already 4 potential card draws. So I would reasonably potentially see what I need. So the answer probably was to take the Gao here. We'll never know. I think they just wanted to hit the automatic win button. Like, that's honestly what it felt like. They were just like, oh, I have Marukimon. Marukimon can attack after he's played. It's like, no, he can only attack into Digimon. Typical time stranger doesn't read cards. Typical card gamer doesn't read cards. Yeah, they needed to have Dan and Cannon in order to have that be an actual automatic win button. Okay, not bad, not bad. We're literally just missing a Tamer and a level 5. We're so good. Well, until we see those, we're still kind of struggle busting a little bit. Tamer. Get this card draw in while we can. Ooh, training. Not bad. I think this matchup's pretty free. Terriermon's really bad as a deck. Yeah, so we just set up either Thomas or training. So what does this do? We need them to have more cards in their hands, so we're gonna training first. We already have a good one, so we're just gonna take more, more of this. So now we just need to try to find our good cards, because we have a line. It's not a winning line, but we have one. Or maybe, like, just the reactive play is, like, good enough. Like, next turn, maybe just reacting probably is good. I mean, my opponent's deck is really low damage. So actually, I'll wait one more turn. We'll take Scramble. Yeah, my opponent's deck is usually really bad. Like, their damage output's not very high, so I'm probably okay. What does this card actually do? Just literally nothing. Hold on, how does this DP minus work? For what, Rapidmon? Am I actually afraid of an ace? What is an ace actually doing? Probably nothing. Yeah, we could just try something here. That's fine. So that's 10 cards in hand. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, miss 1 damage to guarantee. That I don't just lose to an ace. I know that 1 damage probably meant a lot. I mean, or we just win. That's always a thing. Did Digicon start? No. Digimon Con starts in about 25 minutes. In case anyone's actually curious. So, yeah. That's when Digicon starts. Alright. I still gotta dick around with red hybrids, don't I? Yeah, so I'll play maybe like a game or two of this version of Hoodie with like floodgates and whatnot. Oh boy, it's Mirage Gao. Back to with the unrestrict. Is this boy back to meta being unrestricted with the card unrestricted? Probably not. Is he slightly better? Arguably. Honey Net Cafe. I think we mulligan this. It's arguably a better mulligan. Ooh. Do I just take both Tamers? I think I do just take both Tamers. Play Vortex? We'll see how far we get. If we see, like, a DNA soon, that would be pretty nice. Or a hoodie would be really nice. So, they're just going to be setting up their combo as we're going to be setting up our combo. I think we might be favored in this matchup. Just because options... Oh, wait, I'm not running any removal options. Right. Ooh, that's really good. Wish I would have been able to get there before they're able to combo off. Oh well. So do we just die here then? So this is their third turn. Keep in mind, this is their third turn. So let's see if we die on turn 3. And we're still missing a DNA. Yep, that's the security attack plus 1. Oh no! My level 5! I needed that. And then they burst mode here. Yep. Do I grab the hoodie back? Or do I just try to dig for more cards? I'll just grab the hoodie. Yeah, so we just got OTK'd turn 3. Don't you just love getting OTK'd on turn 3, chat? Yeah, turn 3 OTK with an older deck. I mean, with the correct setup, I kill pretty consistently on turn 3 with Mirage. Literally, all it takes is like 2 to 3 back row setups, and then the game is over. Like, literally. And this is intentional. That's the disturbing part, is like, this is intentional. Bandai wants this game to be like this. Sorry, chat. All right, a little nasally. Yeah, Bandai wants the game to be turn 3 OTKs. Wasn't paying attention. What deck OTK did they use? They used Shine. Oops, wrong tab. I just got turn 3 OTK'd with Shine. Yeah, Hoodie not being able to find level 5 consistently is actually a huge deal. It is actually a very big deal. Like, so, it probably means that it actually is probably bad running these now. Like, you can't rely on your level 5s to kind of just do anything. It's like, if it shows up, it shows up. But, like, relying on a level 5 is, like, actually detrimental now to Hoodie. Because they can't consistently get theirs. They have no way of consistently getting their level 5s now. And what? Hoodie's gonna be a pleb and just either high roll or run not DNAs? It sounds actively detrimental. I also did brick. Yeah, but, like, my opponent basically still just set up pretty efficiently into a turn 3 OTK. Like, yeah, I bricked, so that means I wasn't able to floodgate them out of the game to kill them on turn 3. Or, yeah, to kill them on turn 4. Correction. My bad. Like, if I saw a DNA, I would have been able to floodgate them out of the game. Come on. So I think, like, for the one ban and limit, it was a very effective ban and limit. Very, very effective. Like, I guess people don't really, like, without really testing and seeing for yourself how much that one card impact does, like, it's easy to write it off. Very easy. Like, it keeps Hoodie still playable, but, like, it's actually probably more optimal to run, like, option control. Like, actually just option control. Turn Hoodie into a full-blown control deck. Like, I'm almost debating if you even run level 4s or if you run any level 5s. Like, you don't need floodgates, you just need aggro. Like, you just level 4 aggro, and then you just run a whole bunch of option removal. Either that or, like, what? You're mulliganing for level 5s? Which doesn't feel super great in of itself. You could say the list is not long enough, but you can't fault their ban and restriction effectiveness. No, they're very good at banning and restricting cards. They always hit very good cards that dramatically impacts the deck when the cards are hit. The only time they didn't was when they were trying to address Apocalypse, and they literally were just like, we just don't want to hit Apocalypse. So they hit everything around Apocalypse, and nothing that they hit around Apocalypse was effective enough at stopping it. That was, like, the only time and the only deck that Bandai was completely, like, and utterly bad with their bans and limits, is because they just needed to hit Apocalypse himself. He was just a fundamental design mistake that Bandai just let through. But every other ban and restriction list, yeah, they have always picked probably the best card to hit, whether it's the card we were thinking of or not. like Fen. Like, they really didn't want Takumi Kazuchi OTK. And they hit the Fen. We were all saying hit the Baomon, but they hit Fen. And the Fen was the key card that was tying everything together. Their newest unwillingness to hit the newest cards. Yeah, like the newest cards are always like borderline going to be problematic. They're always going to be toxic. And that's unfortunately the cycle that the game has entered. I can't say that the game was always in this type of a state where the newest shit was the most toxic shit. The newest shit always was really good, but I can't firmly say that it was always like borderline toxic. Like, I honestly think it was EX5 that started making things toxic, and then things couldn't keep up to EX5. So, like, we were stuck at EX5 power level for a hot minute until probably about BT17. Probably about BT17 was like the true next power spike. And then right at BT and then BT21 was the next really big power spike. Like, Purple Hybrids was really good, but like it was also just abusing Ukaman, which was incredibly toxic. But there were a lot of decks at the time that were abusing Ukaman. And it wasn't exclusively Purple Hybrid's fault. It's just Purple Hybrids. Oh, why do I have two of you? Purple Hybrids, more specifically, was just better at using it. Apocalypse ban was before Apocalypse started in EU. Yeah. What I'm sad about is that we went through unification and then everything went downhill. Yes. Like, yes. That is a factual statement. Unification actively made the game worse. And you want to know the biggest reason why it made the game actively worse? It's because now we have to suffer through all of the shitty formats that Japan was sitting through without any prior knowledge or prior data. And I feel like the prior knowledge or prior data helped alleviate some of the issues of specific formats, or at least it made them feel shortened. And right now, it feels like Bandai's tactic to try to alleviate, like, player issues is just to power creep the next thing. Like, and that's the unfortunate cycle that we're in, is like, we have more sets coming out, power creep is not being checked or controlled, everything that they're designing is functioning as intentional at this point. So, until, like, there's another new hyper degenerate loop, like loop, like Bandai doesn't like loops, but they're okay with OTKs. The app is not working. We're gonna be starting in like 5 minutes anyway. 8 minutes. Yeah. So, rules, announcements, ban restriction update. So, the big thing, in my perspective, is if Bandai is okay with bringing back OTKs, I guess, is it this? Yeah. Okay. Does this have all of the banned unlimited? Restricted, yes. All right. Okay. So, if Bandai is perfectly fine with turn 2, turn 3 OTKs, and they're perfectly fine with the game speed being as fast and hyper toxic and degenerate as possible. Obviously, there's some changes that could be made to cards coming off the ban and restriction list. Certain cards just have to stay on, like, no matter what. But there's certain cards that, honestly, could very easily come off under the guise that they are perfectly fine with the game speed being the way that it is. Obviously, one of the first ones is probably Jetsilphy. Like, a level 5 Evo for 1, normal. Normal these days. Hey, Kaz. Thank you for the birthday wishes. So yeah. Honestly, I think probably Reinforcing Memory Boost could come back. I think it just costs too much at this point to be effective. The 3 memory gain is, like, spooky, but, like, memory already means so little as is. So I think, like, this is just, like, a big security bomb, but, like, if the opponent dies, who cares? So Reinforcing Memory Boost could come back. I think these Digivolving for 0 is a little much. But I think Gabumon could come back. Because, like, at this point, I really don't know what this card's doing. Like, the +1 hand is, like, probably fine. There's so much draw in search inconsistency as is. Where Gabu is probably okay. God, super nasally. I'm sorry, chat. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so, I think this card's too slow. The memory gain's kind of spooky, but, like, we already cheat on so much memory as is. Like, I don't necessarily think this is that big of a deal. This is a card that I probably would test. Like, again, if they had more frequent bans and the restrictions, this is a card that I would put into, like, that tester category, where it's just like, yeah, unrestrict it, and if it's too spooky, restrict it again. Otherwise, it's fine. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. To be fair, they've always been okay with OTK decks. Were Greymon checking 5 Blitz Omni? The question is how fast and consistent they are. At this point, I don't even think they care about how fast and consistent they are, as long as it's literally not ending the game on the very first turn, which they can't. The game literally cannot do turn 1 OTKs. The best it could do is turn 2 OTKs with the proper setup and proper memory and proper hand. So I think, like, this could probably come back. Jetsilphy could come back. Evo for 1 is, like, whatever at this point. Especially on a level 5. I think this maybe could come back. Like, again, if we're under the context that they do not give a shit about the current power level of the game, honestly, I think this could come back. I think the Icemon have to stay off just because, like, this is facilitated by insane levels of discard, which this card already is doing, but, like, we could easily just discard this and then discard another thing on a Digivolve and then just play this for free, so I don't think these could come back. I think Nume, just because playing Nume X allows easy and fast level 7s, this can't come back. Honestly, maybe we could just let Geogray come back. Like, if they're already super hyper archetype blocking everything anyway, like, yeah, this card's generic, but, like, it just isn't gonna work with everything. So maybe this card actually could come back. Again, under the guise of OTKs are fine, this could come back and this could come back. Like, literally, if OTKs are fine, these could come back. This could probably... It's hard to say if these could come back or not. Because, like, there's some hyper-toxic stuff that these things can set up. But, like, I guess... I don't know. Kazuha probably needs to stay on. Yeah, I think Kazuha kind of needs to stay on. I don't know what you'd use her in, but she's just a hyper generic top end, and especially if options are becoming more prevalent, like because of dual cards, like she actually probably has to stay off. Like, do you literally just let this card come back? Like, is Gallant so power crept where this is probably okay to come back? Probably. Yeah, Kazuha also is used in loops, so that's probably a no-go. Yeah, like, again, if this is the power level that Bandai's okay with, then this card 100% can come back. Let's hit refresh. Okay, so Digicon is gonna be starting. Can I translate all these? Translate to English. There we go. I know there's arguments for like TK coming back. I don't think so, just because of how toxic Patamon is. So, like, literally just because of Patamon, I probably would keep TK off. There's an argument to let Alphamon have his OTK back. Like, I know, again, if the games are just gonna be hyper toxic and just full of OTKs anyway, like there's probably an argument to let it come back. Even though I do think like this compared to most other things is like actually more egregious. Because you could, the way that like they work, you could just stack multiple underneath. So maybe this is the only OTK that I probably wouldn't have come back. Looking at the rest of the list, like I'm still iffy on these. I'm still iffy on the Lobo and the Aguni, if those can come back. I think because of looping, they can't. I honestly think just because they enable looping, they can't come back. So that's probably why they're here, is because they do loopy stuff. Yeah. So I think like this is already a decent amount of cards that could potentially come back. Is again, assuming that Bandai doesn't actually care about the power level of their game. Honestly, you could probably make an argument for Garudic to come back as well. But I think this is probably okay at 1 still. Just because, again, like, you're using on deletes to just do a whole bunch of toxic loopy stuff. So it probably needs to stay at 1. Yeah, so there's at least, like, 9 cards that could come... Oh, another card that could come off, egg-wise. I think Ukaman could come back. We have so much jamming that, like, I don't necessarily... Like, this... So, Ukaman can come back if Ukaman gets hit. Like, because that was the big thing, is like, oh, I Bukamon egg and then Uko out with Bukamon, and then all that fun stuff. Alright, so Digicon is starting!
Make sure you turn whichever channel on to keep up with the stream.
さすが。本場キック。ハロー。ニーハオシュモボベイ。
グローバル対応のテリスケですね。
This program. Yeah.
どんどん腕が上がっていく。
今日のテリスケさんはすごい。
元気ですね。
はい、そして今年もデジモンコン盛りだくさんでございます。アニメ、ゲーム、グッズ、カードなど、もうデジモンの魅力がもうコンテンツね、すべて詰まった盛りだくさんな内容で、タイムスケジュールこのようになっております。
Now let's take a look at the timetable.
おー、こんなにやってくれるなんて。
Yeah, so right now they're in opening.
はい。
どのコーナーも見たいと思うんだけど、僕はやっぱデジモンテーマズが25周年ということで、液晶玩具とかも注目したいなと
Where's the English channel? This
思っ
is.
てます。
見どころ満載なので。
Actually, okay, so while we're in the opening, let me restart stream. So, well, how many hours is this supposed to be? Let me double check how many hours this is supposed to be, chat. Because depending on that, I might have to restart stream now. Or I
2026を盛り上げていきたいと思って、僕の大切なお友達誘っちまいました。
Oh, we got Armor Lizardmon. Okay.
そう、友達なの。早速だけで呼んじゃいます。
So, this is 3 hours?
世界中のみんな、
Yeah.
俺っちは月光門だってな。
月光門だ。
すごい、アニメが終わってすぐ来てくれた。
だけどですよ。
ちょっと月光門大変なことになってませんでした。
Yeah, so it looks like this is going to be about 3
最新話
hours.
が放送されたばかりのデジモンビー
So,
トブレ
where
イク
am
なん
I
ですけど
on
も、
stream?
ラストがもう衝撃すぎて、まだ実はちょっとまだずっと
So, this will be cutting it really
ここ
close.
からどうなっちゃうんですか、月光門教えてもらえたりするんですか？
それは俺っちも気になってるところではあるんだけれども、
I think we just keep it. Like, we stay. We stay course.
のことは忘れて、デジモンを一緒
The
に見ても
power
らえる
creep
と
of
嬉しいんだって
rookies
な。
are too much in your
駆けつけて
opinion.
くださったんですね、ここに。
For Luca to come,
なので、月光門も
for
こ
Luca
ちら
to
ゲ
come
ストに
back.
来てください
I
まして、
mean,
改めてよろしくお願いいたしま
now
す。
you have time surge rookies that pay nothing to go into a level 4.
そして
Yeah.
まだまだ豪華なゲストがいらっしゃいます。どうぞ。
Moshi Moshi. Hey, hey, hey.
アグモンだよ。
I kind of want like one of those Digimon VTuber models. I would be very happy if I had something like that.
来ちゃったよ、デジモンか。
はい。
すごい並びだ。
ね。
Will you look at that? We have Terriermon assistant, Gekomon, and of course Agumon joining us today.
イエーイ。今回はね、この3人、テリスケ、月光門さん、アグモンさん、僕たち3人も一緒にデジモンコン2026を盛り上げていきたいと思います。よろしくって。
So,
よろしくお願いいたします。
oh, happy birthday! Thank you.
早速視聴者
thank you,
の
Landon.
皆さんからこう、ね、ちょっとデジモンの皆さんにと言いますか、コメントも届いておりまして、
Yeah, let's see how much of a waste of time
ちょっ
this
と
is.
質問してもよろしいでしょうか。こんなものが来ております。まず3人に質問。今日の朝ごはん何食べましたか？
So we have a lot of comments coming from you guys, and we'd like to pick up on one question from one of you. So the question is, what did you three eat for breakfast today?
Like, is this really relevant?
朝ごはん、テリスケさんいかがでした？
僕は骨付き肉を食べました。
あら、
僕主食肉なんで。
朝から。
肉食
も
です
ちろんで
よね。
す。
はい
Terriermon assistant, he said he had meat for
熱
breakfast
々のね
today.
ホットミール。
Wow.
Really big meat.
Riveting
for breakfast today.
content. He had
さあそう
meat
なる
for
と月光門いかが
breakfast.
でしょ
俺っちはトモローと一緒にゆで卵食べたってな。いいよね。
すごい。
う？
So
朝食。
すごいですね。もう Gekomon had boiled egg with tomorrow for breakfast today. That's what he said. Wow.
トモローって言うとほんとト
Is
モロー。
is that in the anime? Did the anime episode that is supposedly coming on have Gekomon eating eggs?
そうなるとアグモンさんいかがでしょう？
お弁当が3つあってね。その中でね、1つ食べた。
My Japanese is not good enough for
人生
this.
1つだなんて。我慢してらっしゃるお弁当。
我慢
鮭のお弁
を
当。
食べらすごい。腹減ったってな。
I don't think there's an English channel. I think it's just mixed together. Yeah, I agree with that one comment.
So Agumon had a choice of 3 breakfasts today, but he
Oh,
decided to
how
have a
spoiled. He had
breakfast with,
the
salmon.
choice of 3
Grilled
things
salmon
for
and rice.
breakfast. Chat, what did you have for breakfast? I had toast. That's it. I just had some toast.
すごいですね。
そう始まってから追い切れないくらい。
追いつかないくらいの。でももうやっぱビートブレイクの最新話の状態で触れてくださる方もいらっしゃいますね。
本当にみんな月光もんって手を振ってるから。
If they're sharing their enjoyment, they're just sharing their enjoyment for eating. I mean, a lot of Digimon do like to eat. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of Digimon like to eat.
ですので、ぜひね引き続き皆さん
You had
からのコメントとか質
some
問にも
each.
ちょっと答えていただきたいと思いますので、どしどし感想をねお寄せください。
Yeah, the main character Digimon's correction, love eating.
So make sure you keep them coming. There's no such thing as too many comments. Remember, guys.
Is there an English version for the con?
ぜひ X でハッシュタグデジモンコンと一緒に番組の感想をつぶやいてみてください。それでは早速最初のコーナー
Store-bought chocolate buns for breakfast? Hell yeah, that's good eating right there.
もちろんだってな。アニメコーナーだってな。どうぞ。
Yeah, so this is going to be 3 hours of like,
さあここからデジモン
I don't even know what, just mediocre content. Like, there's a reason why I stopped watching Digicons is because like the majority of it is just very, not great. Here, let me at least let me pull up Pokemon Pocket on this.
デジモンコンみんな楽しんでるか
続いて田村さんお願いいたします。はい、
プリスティモン役の田村睦美です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
Oh, it's Pristimon.
続いて久野さん。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。キロプモン役の久野美咲です。
お
よろしくお願いし
よ
ます。
ろしくお願いいたします。最後は浜野さん。
Oh, is he
違ったかもしれない。村雨門役の浜田大輝です。よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
すっごいなんかモンさんたちそれぞれですね。
すごいですね。いやもうなんか全員揃っていて、つい先ほど、デジモンビートブレイク23話の放送が終わったということで、
背景
背景も全部そうなってますけども。
ですよね。うわー、どうなっちゃうんですかね、来週。
本当ですね、知ってるんだけど。
楽しみに。どうなっちゃうんだ。
いやでこれ本当見てくださってる皆様ももうどうなるのかって今すごいドキドキしてると思うんですけども、本日はデジモンビートブレイクのこれまでを振り返るとともにこれからの展望について少し語っていただきたいと思います。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いしま
ます。
まずは
お願いします。
デジモンビートブレイク
すみません。
こちらご覧ください。
いただきます. Oh. Although I do have to say the beat break music is really good. Like this OST slaps really hard. Although I'm probably gonna get hardcore DMCA. Fuck. Yeah, I don't think I can have that audio. Which sucks. Because I would love to have the audio. I don't think I can have it legally. Otherwise, like, it'll just demonetize the whole stream. Because, like, they're very aggressive. Alright. Are we back?
はグローイングドーン編ということで主人公トモロをはじめ、グローイングドーンに所属する皆さんにメンバーね焦点当てて、そして2クール目からタクティクス編。
Yeah, the music's always going to be an issue.
そうですよね。
多いっすよね。全体的にね。
確かに。
So I have to be like very careful on music.
かなり重厚なストーリーですよね。
月光門とかもね
進化してさ。
本当に月光もなんか年越す前に進化できてよかったなって。
ね、年末ね迎えちゃうとちょっと確かにね。
ね、なかなかってちょっとね心配になりましたよね。
はい、よかったですよ。そこからね、ファミリーも絆を深め合ってね。本当。
確かにトモローもね、大人になったね。
大人になったけどさ、でもこっから
Oh, that's a Tomoro. I know that. That's Tomoro. Let me buzz in. Beep, it's
あ
Tomoro.
れじゃないですか、五行星たちが
来ました
ね、
ね。
出た5行星。
なんかどういう動きしてくんのみたいな。だってあいつらキャラ濃いよみんな。だって今さ、だってクレーでこの状況って。
Oh, that's Clay.
結構ね。
Clay.
4人
あと4人。
あと4人
これは大変だ。
確かに5行星もまあ13話でしたっけ、まあ丸々濃かったですもん
It
ね。
takes place in Shangri-La Egg. I know this one.
これ果たして連携取れてるのかみたいなところも
That's the 5-star. 5-star summit. Am I close, chat?
楽しみ
連携取れてるか怪しいですよ。
いいですよね。
クレー見たらわかるでしょ。
めっちゃ暴走してますもん。本当よ。単独行動でしたからね。
この話だけでも5時間ぐらいいけちゃいそうな。
I find it weird that you'll get DMCA'd by something they're live
次
streaming.
回放送の第24話
Yes.
重なる鼓動はタクティクス編のなんとクライマックスということで
Oh,
本日は
the
これから
tactics
の見どころも含め
climax.
てお届けしていきますがせっかく皆さん
I
にもお
understood
越しいただ
those
いてますのでいろいろと伺っていきたいとも思ってます。
それでは最初の質問がこちらです。私のここを見て。
Question 1. All
は
right,
い
question
もう
1.
シンプルに、はい、まあそれぞれ皆さんご自身のデジモンのこういいところ、好きなところ、ぜひお願いいたします。
いや、いろいろあるなと思って。
月光は特にね、見せ場多いからね。
はい、それではちょっと表現していただいてお願いいたします。
わかりました。
本当にデジモンのデザインってなんかこうなんだろうストレート
something
に可愛
about
いというよ
Digimon
りは
design.
やっぱりちょっとこう怪獣っぽさではないですけれども、
そうですよね
すごくねデザイン性
生
が
物としてみたいな。
はい。ではまず皆様一斉にオープンお願いいたしましょう。どうぞ。
ババン。
おお。
Somebody's feet.
文字であったりイラストであったりちょっとなんか全部突っ込んでいきたいんですけれども、まずではじゃあハンさんから伺いましょうか。
いやもうこれは月光門といったらトモローといる時の月光門が一番可愛いんだから。あー確かに可愛い。
マジで可愛い。
でも
かわいい
ちょっとなんかね育児放棄したりひどい時ありましたよね。
一時期やりました。
あれちょっと見てて辛かったです。
そうね、ちょっとパートナーとしてもね、こう、
ね
あーって思うところありましたけど、でもやっぱりそれでもやっぱりそれを乗り越えてからのやっぱトモローの横にいる月光門が本当に愛おしい。確かに。
そこから本当にね一緒にこう共闘というか、
そう進化も経てね。
ここから先ちょっと楽しみにしてるのが、ここから物語進んでいくにつれ
I
て
can't do
トモロがいない時
subtitles.
に月光も一人の瞬間みたいなのができた時に
ちょっといいところついてきますね。
今
Where's the subtitles? That's what I'm wondering.
一人になった時どうなんかこう一人で戦うみたいな瞬間仮に今後あったとしてわかんないですよ。わかんないですけどあったとしたらどうなるんだろうっていうのをずっと思いながら見てます。
どうなんですか。
絶対言えないと思うんですけど。
そういう期待に応えられるかわからないですけど近い回はあるかもしれないです。みんなデジモンたちが頑張るかもねっていう。
I have no idea what they wrote on their whiteboards. So I have no idea, one, what the question is, two, what any of their answers are.
いない時こそこう発揮するみたいなのが多分あると思う。
So I'm not gonna lie, chat. Based on the schedule, after the TCG news, probably gonna dip. Because Elysian seems like the only thing on the schedule that's like worth looking at.
ちっちゃいんですよね彼女プリスティモンの状態だと。
Yeah, all year to plan this, and they didn't even just pre-script and subtitles. Right. They could have just done this like pre-recorded and then just hit play, and then just had all of the like all of this subtitled for us.
レーナの盾になって守るんですよね。このね。
So like how am I, a Digimon fan, supposed to be hyped and excited for this when I don't even understand what's going on?
全てが可愛い。
そうだね。全てが可愛いね。紅茶のね湯気浴びてるとことかも可愛いよね。
ローズヒップすごい好きでした。
ローズヒップ。
ちょっと変わった紅茶のたしなみ方ですよね。なんかそういう姿であったりね、なんかねいいところがいっぱいあるので、喋ってないところも佇んでる姿もすごい可愛かったりする。
たまに表情がね結構出てますよね。びっくりし
So if you find the pocket gameplay on the side with the auto battles insulting, I do apologize.
プリスティモもぜひね追っかけてもらえると嬉しいなと思います。
ありがとうございます。さあでは続いて久野さん参りましょう。シンプルに
ね。
いやキロプモンってすごい静かで他のねデジモン
Yeah, I
た
love
ちに比
Carrotmon.
べてあんまり喋らないじゃないですか。結構ボソっていう時が多いんですけど、なんかそうだからこそこの片方だけ見えているこのお目目がなんかこうやっぱアニメ本編見てるとすごいなんかそこでキロプモンの表情感を汲み取れたりもできるので、進化の時とかもこうなんかドクンとしたりと
Get
か
up, man. This is cute.
キロプモンと同じだ。キロプモンは僕の合わせ鏡。
Yeah, there was a lot of good scenes in the anime though. Like if anyone hasn't watched Beat Break, I would highly recommend Beat Break. Beat Break is so good.
アニメーションならではの表現というか、キロプモンの内面までもこう映し出してくださってるので、
好奇心旺盛で人一倍こうなんかいろいろ考えてるけど、それをこう直接は言わないじゃないですか。キロプモンはなんかこう縁の下のじゃないですけど、索敵もしてくれるし、
ありがたい。
ありがたい。みんな結構脳筋なんで。
唯一サポートっていうか、結構ねみんなのためにいろいろ調べたりとか。見に行ったりとか意外としてる部分も。
なんか撮影もできんだよね。
So what's everyone's I guess for like chat engagement, what's like everyone's favorite moment from Beat Break if they've seen it?
そして気になるのが浜野さん。
There was a lot of really good moments. I feel
いや
like.
もうこれは本当ずっとこれ多分デジモン。
But I'm curious on what everyone's favorite moments were.
逆関節が好きなんですよ。この
全員あそこを見てますね。そう全員後ろを見ていて
スラッとしてこうかっこよく見えるんですけど、あそこがすごい獣してて、そこがすごい好きなんですよね。本当はね一番強くて一番頼りがいのあるデジモンのはずなんですけど、クーガモンになるとずっと寝てるっていう。
寝ててさ、あと
I like Cougarmon's design. He looks good. I also like Kyo as a character.
ギャップで可愛いよね。
では続いてやはり気になるこちら。パートナーに物申す。
Oh, question 2. We're finally on question 2.
ちょっともうちょっと
Favorite, I would say the
今
recent
いないんで
in
言えます
recent
よ。
times, Ukaman evolving. That was peak Evo moment. That was a really good
大丈夫
moment.
ですかね。なんかピーピーピーピーみたいな。
That was indeed a very good moment.
村さん、その強さになんかありました。じゃあ早速ちょっとまず
I'm
皆
trying
さ
to
ん
think
一斉
like
に
what
オープ
mine
ンしていただき
is.
ましょう。どうぞ。
Oh, I can't read that, let alone
心
translate
が
it.
高くなってます。
そういうコーナーになったんだ。よかった。何書いてんの？何書いた
どこから
んだろう。
触れていこうかな。まあじゃあまずここもじゃあハンさんからちょっとね。
はい。
もっと半分こしてって
いやあなたが全部食べちゃうんじゃないの？
Hey, that was pretty good.
確かに
She should almost voice act
子供
Geckomon.
の分まで。
そうそうでだけどその半分こはいつもだいぶもらってるんですけれども。
Yeah, she's got range. If she's able to do that type of a voice, and that's not like close to her normal voice, she's got range.
今思ってることをちゃんと半分こしてもらえるとどう
Like
立ち回
peak
れるかっていうのを
Digimon
結
kind
構
of
も一緒に
moments
考えられる
that
し向
made
き合
me
える
sad
な
and
と思っ
mad.
て。
そうね。もっと頼ってくれていいのにね。
Not gonna lie, the whole episode with Black Galgamon, perpetually stuck in your head. Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite episodes. Is just like how Digimon are just treated in the world and like learning more about that.
だもんね。
Like I really like Carrotmon's evolution moment. That one was a pretty good one too.
そうですね。続いて田村さん。
はい、家事もっとやった方がいいよ。これ何のことかと思うじゃないですか。
気になる。
なんかね、最初の方かな。
That was probably so far like my favorite string of episodes was Carrotmon's evolution. Like that whole mission.
ちゃんと 伸ばしてくださいって言われてたんですよ。でなんか今日がちょっといいパルスとか渡してすごい辛かった時にごめんねちょっと辛いからご飯は作ったから洗い物しておいてねってみんなに言ったら
Any good news so far?
レイナの返事だけ
No.
他の男子たちは
based on the schedule.
わかりましたみたいな感じだったのにレイナだけって言ってたから
So based on the schedule, right now we're at talk time. So this is gonna last arguably way too long. It's gonna
なんかトモローにあんたやりなさいよって
It's gonna last at least 20 minutes. So with the 5-minute real talk. Yeah, so this is about 20 minutes long. And then we get the toys update, which is gonna be about 30 minutes long.
結構今日にねいいとこ見せたいレイナなんですよ。
Yeah.
なのに今日が大変な時にそういう感じの返事をするということは多分普段からそんなに
So we're
してない
stuck
んだ
in
ろうなと。
We're stuck in this block right
衣食住
now.
を共にしてるからこそ出て
That's
くる
gonna be about so it's 30 minutes per block it looks like.
家族なんで。はい。
ありがとうございます。
Then yeah,
いつ
so
も抱っこしてくれ
obviously
てあり
the
がとう
game update. So like okay, I lied. I'll probably dip out here because I could care less about Digimon merchandise and events. Like I honestly could care
イメージあり
less.
ますもん
It is mostly like after the game news. That's probably when I'm ready to check out.
抱っこしてくれてるんですけどほとんどねお家にいる時とか
But yeah, so it's gonna be at least what an hour before we get Elysian updates. Yeah, we got about an hour.
なんだろうこう熱くぶつかり合うとかじゃないんですけどこうキロプモの進化界でも描かれてましたけどなんかこうちょっとずつこうお互いの距離が縮まっていく感じがすごい素敵だなと思って
あれどっちが言い出してるんでしょうね。誠くんが抱っこさせてって言ってこう言ってるのかキロプモンの方から
I guess this makes it pretty easy for me. Like just chill and
ちょ
vibe.
っとなんかいいっすね。はかどりますねそれ。
Digimon official channel for English subtitles.
自然とねもう定位置みたいな。
もうなんか多分2人にとっては当たり前なんかキロプモンにとっては誠の膝が
I mean, this is the Digimon official channel. Is there a Digimon official English channel?
こうするのが自然にもしかしたらできちゃってるのかもしれないですね。
そしてからの浜野さん来ましたね。
僕これもうもっともっと撫でていいよ
Is there a different channel? I'll
今日は
double
やっぱ
check.
りこういいパルスをねこう多く使うことが多いんで
Discord.
多分相当ねこう疲労してると思うんですよ。で疲労した時にやっぱり人間は猫様をめでると回復するので
確かに。
もうやっぱクーガモンも撫でて吸って撫でて吸ってはいもう回復してもらってそのいいパルスをまた村雨も
Also, general warning, Digicon begins immediately after the broadcast of Beat Break episode 23, which means spoilers may be inbound for the first segment.
もう最強に
Okay, so I guess that's a
撫でて
thing.
くれとかじゃなく撫でていいよっていうのがちょっとクーガーモンっぽさがあるというかなんか村雨モンっぽさがあるというか
ありがとうございます
って思いながら聞いてました。はい
多くはね語らないですからクーガモンも村雨モンも
でもそっとそばにいつもいるのいいよね。
たどるお話含めて皆様貴重な
Okay,
お話
here
あ
we
りがとう
go.
ございました。
ありがとうございました。
さあ続いてはデジモンビートブレイクの最新グッズご紹介いたします。はい。バンダイナムコンビニが
thank you,
展開する
Chatter. By the way.
から月光門、キロクモン、プリスティモン、クーガモンが発売予定となっております。シルエットでも可愛いですね。
シルエットでも逆関節？
Lose.
なんで
Thank you.
お座りして
お座りしてるんですかね
Same thing with Nathan. Thank
や
you.
っと気づいてくれたクーガモンも可愛いんだよっていうのをこうグッズ展開の方が嬉しい
デジモンプラモデルの新シリーズにもデジモンビートブレイクのデジモンたちが登場します。
Wow! How do I get them? Where do I spend my money? Tell me how
そうなん
to
です。もうデジ
spend.
モンプラモデルの新シリーズデジモ
A
ンギャザリン
blind
グは
box
全7
series?
種のクローズドボックス仕様になっていて、デジモンビートブレイクからは月光モン、プリスティモン、キロプモンがラインナップされてます。
Not gonna lie, I kind of want the Pristine one.
フィギュアライズスタンダードに取っておきますよ。
本格的な成功な
You want the
め
keychains?
ちゃめちゃ可愛い。
The keychains are pretty
表
cute.
情がいいですよね。
Yeah, Gekomon looks pretty good.
なんか飛び出してきた感じ。
どうなってんの？
キロプもそうですよね。参上みたいな。
I do apologize then, chat, for not pulling up the version with English subtitles. That was 100% my fault.
続いての情報です。東映アニメーションの公式オンラインストアである東映アニメーションオフィシャルストアより、なんと天馬ともろうのジャケット&Tシャツセットの発売が決定しました。
Oh, we could dress up like Tenma.
ともろうがですね、作中で着用しているジ
Yeah,
ャケ
but
ッ
how
トと
expensive
T シャ
are
ツの
those?
再現グッズでございます。
I'd buy that.
はい
I'd consider it.
すごい。
なんかやっぱこの襟立ってる感じとかここで切り返しになってるんだみたいなトモローのおいトモロー T シャツと色合いがいい
Okay,
ですね
so actually,
この感じ
I'm not that big of a fan of long
一緒に
sleeves,
販売
chat.
セットで販売これで皆さんトモローになれちゃいます
I get hot really quickly. But I mean, I guess that makes it like super easy to cosplay.
4月13日月曜日23
Like
時59分
legitimately
まで
easy to
予約
cosplay.
受付となっておりますのでお忘れなく。発送は2026年7月以降を予定しております。さあそれでは最後にこれからのデジモンビートブレイクの展開についてお届けしてまいります。
ということでデジモンコンのためにですね第24話重なる鼓動のエピソードビジュアルをご用意いたしました。こちらです。どうぞ。
Whoa! Look at that Programon.
かっこいいんだよなでも。
I wonder if he's actually going to digivolve into a mega. I think that would be pretty neat if he was, like, their final fight for the season is literally like team fighting a mega because he digivolves it into a pyramidi. I think that would be so
ゴー
dope.
ルドハートしてしまってこの先の展開が見逃せ
The
ないです
jacket
ね。
looks lame in real life. It's so
という
boring.
ことで皆さん全世界のデジモンファンに向けて
It
今後
very
の見
much
ど
is
ころとメッ
plain.
セージをいただ
Like,
きたい
it's a
です。よろ
very
しいですか？
plain jacket.
戦
I'm
いが
not
どん
gonna
どん加
lie.
速してですね、たくさんのキャラクターそしてたくさんのデジモン懐かしいデジモンも新しいデジモンもこれから出てくるのかなと思いますけれども、その、一つ一つを見逃さずにですね、細かいところもっとなんかこうレーナの返事だったりとかそういう我々の演技もそうなんですけれども、このデジモンのストーリー、もうたっぷりと楽しんでいただけると思いますので毎週欠かさず見ていただければっていうふうに思います。
もうアフレコ現場でも
Please,
本当に
take
一
a
つ
look.
一つのセリフを聞き入ってしまうよう
There's some
な
anime clips mixed
そ
in.
んなやりとりが繰り広げられていきます。もちろんねデジモンとのその絆だったりパートナーデジモンとの心の距離感みたいなのも
Figurize
これからもすご
Mistamamon
く丁寧に
would go
描
hard.
かれてい
Yeah,
る
that
の
would be pretty
で
neat.
こうそういったところを注目していただけたらなと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
まあこの後の展開的には結構やっぱちょっとまあ重め。
Episode 23 is already out in Japan. Yeah.
でもですねなんかそれだけじゃなくて
No visual for
ちょ
Core
いちょい
3.
楽しい回とかそういう
I mean, why would they
出てきたりとか
spoil a
し
visual
ます
for
の
Core
で
3 at
はい
Digicon?
いろ
Like,
んなデジモン
what do you think this
ビートブレイク
is?
の
A
姿が
celebration
見られると
event?
思いますので
Gosh.
楽しみにしていてください。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。ハンさんもお願いします。
はい今とてつもなく、絶望的な状況グローイングドーンは迎えていますけ
I
れど
don't
も
think it's that hopeless of a
クレイによって
situation,
いろい
to
ろ
be
な
honest.
この世の闇というものに触れていきましたよね。
No,
今
I
皆さんも
lost.
なんですけどやっぱり明けない夜はありませんよ。夜明けの先には何が待ってますか？
To Goldango.
光です。夜明けの光、そうグローイングドーンが全てをぶち破ってってくれますよ。だってまだ5
With
行
the
生の
power
う
of
ち4人も
friendship,
残って
I will compel thee to my victory.
しかも1人目と決着がついてないのよ。本当だ。そう だし、あと4人いるし、4人だけじゃきっと済まない。その会話
Well, we already met one of the stars last episode. We met the water star.
どうなのっていうところでは、今後も本当に目が離せないし、どういうとこ
Attack
ろ
on
にこの
Titan
デジモン
Digimon
と果たして
Edition?
人
That
間
would
が
be
共
funny.
存できるのかっていう今日が目指している未来でもありますよね、やっぱり。だからそれをどういう形でこのデジモンビートブレイクが答えを見つけていくのか、ぜひ皆さんも一話一話見逃さずにご覧ください。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
ござい
田村さんは
ます。
この後の企画にも出られるんですよね。
はい、私はデジモンタイムストレンジャーにも愛行門役として、はい、出演
Wait,
させ
she's
ていただいておりますので、
also Agio from
そちらの
Time
方に
Strangers
お邪
Japanese
魔させて
version?
いただきたいと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。ということで、ビートブレイクますます目が離せませんね。皆様本日は誠にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
なんかもうすんごいことになってたんだってな。
Okay, so this part actually isn't translated. Got it.
盛り上がりと言いますか。まず
Good
テリスケさん
to
アニメコーナーいかがでした？
いや、なんか声優さんたちが仲が良くてさ、デジモンビートブレイクもっと応援したくなっちゃったよ。
Yes, Terramon assistant. Yes, I agree.
Question to Terisuke asking how he thought about the anime segment. His answer was he really likes how the voice actors are really close to each other and they're really friendly, and he really likes the vibe of the series.
See, I said I agree.
アグモンさんっていかがでした？改めて。
そうだね、なんか大変なことになってるみたいだけど、みんなでもさ、パートナーへの愛がすごいんだなっていうのをやっぱり感じちゃったな、僕は。
So Agumon really likes how all the partners, the partner humans and the Digimons, they're really close to each other and how they're really connected is different with the series.
ね、やっぱりパートナー。そしてさあデジモンの皆さん、視聴者さんからまだまだコメント届いております。はい。ではまずね、テリスケさんちょっとお伺いしたいんですけれど、皆さんになんですけれど。新しくお友達になったデジモンはいます
I
か？
love how they translate the answers and not the questions.
月光門さん
I need more 3D Digimon models. 3D Digimon
に
models
来て
would be
くださって
nice.
るんですよ。これっちも新しい友達。
Geckomon's so adorable. He really
これ
is.
ね、最高だってな。そうだよね。
Geckomon is such a good design. I'm not gonna lie. They cooked on that. Like if you saw some of his other like previous work in progress designs, you'd be like, okay, yeah, he cooked
hard. Do you have
hard.
any new friends, new Digimon friends that you made recently to all the 3 Digimons featured today? And the answer was they became friends with each other. That's why we have this stream and we have all 3 of them all gathered up today.
本当に楽しくなりまして、さあ続いて月光門へちょっと質問来てますが、最近トモローに何回怒られた？
俺っちそんなこと気にしないんだってな。
Yeah, I really need to get like a Digimon
怒られたことで
VTuber
楽
model.
しかったこととか覚えて
My
おきたいもんね。
PNGs are great and all.
僕もね、経験のスタッフさんとはね、
I need to get a 3D Digimon VTuber model. That stuff's expensive though. Like getting a VTuber model made unless you're doing it yourself is like pretty expensive.
We had another question from you guys to Geckomon. Geckomon, how many times have you been scolded by Tomoro recently?
A lot.
Geckomon doesn't remember. And all 3 Digimons, they all want to focus on what was fun instead of what they got scolded over. So that was their answer.
Of course.
We're all having fun today.
この3人というか3問は絶対気が合いますね。
気がもう大親友みたいな感じで、はい、見えてますけれども。
本当にもう3デジモンたち最高っていうコメントだったりとかね。
そうですね。
ありがとうってな。
ポジティブで偉いな月光門とかも来てますね。ポジティブシンキング。
俺っち偉い。
とにかく可愛いであったりね。
Yeah, I don't have the range for those little
いき
monster
ますか。
voices.
はい。続いてはですね、皆さん食べること好きだと思うんですけれども、
大好き。
一度に
I
一
wish I had the
口で
range
食べ
for
られ
that.
るもので
I would have loved to be
一
a
番
voice
大きな
actor.
ものって何を召し上がったことあるかなって。
確かに
難しいな。そうだな。僕はね、こんなに抱えられるぐらい大きいホールケーキを一口で食べちゃった。さすが
Yeah, I got nothing. I have no idea what they're
俺っ
saying.
ちなら でっかいピザも一口だってな。
Oh, he wants pizza.
そうですね。
あでもほらちゃんと噛まないといけないよ。僕はねこのね飲めるくらいとろけるお肉を食べますので、はい。いい肉買ってな。そうだよ。
I love how this part isn't translated. Like everything else so far, during like the actual segment was translated.
One last
but this
question,
isn't.
one last comment from one of you guys. What is the biggest thing you can eat in one bite? Geckomon said, Agumon said he can eat a whole cake in one bite. Geckomon can eat a whole pizza, and Terriermon assistant can drink meat all he wants.
Drink meat.
Drink meat?
Just like he's
Excuse
drinking.
me? Does he like put it in the blender? And then he's just like, yep, that's meat for
ト
you.
モローの E パルス何味はさすがに難しいところ
Oh,
だと思います。
crazy.
何かに例えられるんですかね。
いろんな味しそうだね。
ね
感情が
Drink
ないって
meat.
なので、この後もこんな感じで皆さんの質問や感想に答えてま
Oh,
い
here we
りま
go.
すのでお楽しみに。
We hope you enjoyed the anime segment, guys. Remember to keep the comments coming. We'll be watching your comments both on social media and on the stream.
ぜひ X でハッシュタグデジモンコンと一緒に番組の感想をつぶやいて
Oh,
みてくだ
so
さい。
okay. So the reason why there's
それでは
this part's
続いて
not
のコーナー参
translated
り
is
ましょ
because
う。
this
では
part's
ここは
probably
テニスケさん
live,
お願いいたします。
and then all of their segments are probably pre-recorded.
トイコーナーです。どうぞ。
さあここからはデジモンテーマーズ25周年記念デジモントイコーナーということであの玩具について大発表していきたいと思います。As you all know, this year marks the 25th anniversary of Digimon Tamers. To celebrate this monumental moment, we'll be announcing the launch of the toy that represents the series.
今回
Okay.
スペシャルゲストの皆様にもお越しいただきました。
Wait, they said
まずは
tamers.
この方です。
僕はリー・ジェンリャだ。デジモンテーマーだ。リー・ジェンリャ役の山口真由美です。
よろしくお願いいたします。
続いてこの方です。
レナモン行くよ。
牧野ルキ役の折笠文子です。よろしくお願いします。
Okay. Okay.
お願いいたします。
一気に蘇りましたね。
今一気に行きました。はい
ね。
改めてお二人振り返ってみてこの25年間いかがでしたか？
あっという間でしたね。25年
で
ね
も。変わらずずっと応援してくださる方がいるのがもう本当にあり
Am
が
I
たい。
supposed to read this for you, chat?
全く
I feel like it would be a little fast for me to read.
ちょっとね早かったのはある。
早かった。
早くて
確かに。
パソコンの用語とかいろいろデジタルの用語をあの時代にしてたって本当すごいなって。
本日はですね残念ながらいらっしゃることができなかったんですけれども松田貴人役の津村誠さんからもコメントをお預かりしておりますので山口さんもしよろしければ代読お願いできますでしょうか？
はい。デジモンテーマーズ25周年おめでとうございます。
こんな感じの方でしたっけ？
はい、そうです。
That's what Japanese staccato sounds
こん
like.
なに長い年月皆さんに愛される作品に携われたこと本当にありがたく嬉しく思います。
そんな気もしてきちゃ
たま
う。
にデジモンの
Tamers
仕
is
事でみんな
25 years
集
old?
まると
Yeah,
当時に
yeah.
戻ったような和気あいあいとした
I mean, I just turned 32, so that tells you, that should tell you something, I guess.
作品に乗って見てくださってる皆さんに伝わり愛される作品になったのかなと勝手に思ってます。
おお、津村さんのなんかすごい楽しそうな感じが。
あんまり入ってこなかった。
こちら新商品の発表に移りたいと思います。
So they got a new
万代
product.
事業部から企画開発担当の佐々木さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
So what are they trying to sell us? Digivices?
デジモンテーマーズ25周年おめでとうございます。バンダイの佐々木と申します。本日はどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi, Sasaki.
本日はテイマーズの25周年を記念いたしまして 25th カラーエボリューションシリーズの第3弾ですね。はい、第3弾
the
皆さんもお
color
察しの通
evolution.
りこちらの商品をご紹介させていただきます。まずはこちらをご覧ください。
あれから
Oh crap.
25年
I can't have music. Alright. D-Arc. Those look nice.
デジタルワールド
Alright.
デジモンテーマーになって大冒険
Divoken!
アークを持って出かけよう
Okay, still the music's playing. Okay. Can't have that. Oh, you can fight D-Reapers! No Impmon. Please, anything with exclusive cards again, just like hybrids and tamers. I mean, these look nice. Oh, there's your cards. Slash! There you go. You got your slashes and your evos. Wasn't this already a product, though, chat? Like, am I crazy, or, like, wasn't this already a product? And this is just, like, the latest version of it? Oh, you could do head-to-head battles. Okay. Oh, wait, Impmon got shafted, yeah. Of course Impmon got shafted. Are you kidding me? Oh, they even have, slash cards.
どの D アークでテイマー目指す？もちろん緑。ですね。ね、3色揃ってると嬉しいですよね。はい。
こちら D アーク 25th カラーエボリューション、松田貴人カラー、リ・ジェンラカラー、牧野るきカラーの全3商品でございます。商品 PV 上では予約受付中とございましたが、本日の番組終了後にプレミアムバンダイにて予約受付を開始いたしますので、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。
楽しみですね。終わるのも楽しみですけど、この間もぜひ楽しんでいただきたいですね。
今回のはこれまでの 25th カラーエボリューションシリーズ同様で、テレビアニメ放送当時の2001年に発売した
See, like, these are cool, but I...
を内蔵して新規設計させていただきました。
I'm not a person for this.
これ枚数すごいですし、気になりますけど、これ
こちらD アークといえばカードスラッシュということで、各本体すべてに14枚ずつプラスチック製の専用カードもついてくるという形になっております。
14枚も。
はい。まず松田貴人カラーの14枚はこちらでございます。はい。
高速フラグイン B とか白い羽とかのコンボのあれ、ひろかずの手作り。
Oh, there's a Guruma. Oh, the fake D card.
買う時にひろかずからもらったっていう、はい、さすが松田さんでございます。で続きましてリー・ジェンラカラーの14枚がこちらでございます。
シューチョンが使ってたクイーンデバイス。
ジェンリャとシューチョンのちょっと兄弟つながりでちょっとはい、シューチョンが使ってたカードなんですけど、ちょっとジェンリャの方のはいカラーのカードに入れさせていただいております。こちらが牧野るきカラーの14枚でございます。
超進化プラグイン S、 あとリョウが使ってたやつですよね。キングデバイスとナイトデバイス。
ここにもブルーカードがありますけど、佐々木さん、これってどういうことなんですか？
今回は3商品で全40種のカードをラインナップさせていただいているんですけれども、各本体カードでブルーカードだけ共通で同梱させていただいております。
他の13枚はじゃあ本体カラーごとに変わってくるけどってことですよね。いやでもこれ全部欲しくなっちゃうんだ。
各カードを個別認識する仕様ではございませんので、1商品だけお買い上げいただいても遊べる仕様となっております。3商品ともぜひぜひお買い上げいただけると大変ありがたい気持ちもあるんですけれども、お気に入りの本体カラーだけでもぜひお買い上げいただけますと幸いでございます。では早速開発中の本体プログラムをご紹介していきたいと思います。まずはポイント1つ目、デジモンテイマーズの世界を追体験できる演出です。
どういうことですか？
Re-experience the world of Digimon Tamers.
はい、初回起動時ですが、まず本体の電源を入れますと、当時のごようにモノクロのバンダイロゴが表示されたものがカラーに、はい、なっていきます。はい。で続きましてテイマーとパートナーデジモンの3つのペアの中から
Oh, you get to
キャラクターを選択しま
choose?
す。今回山口さんもいらっしゃいますので、ジェンリャとテリアモンを選択いたします。はい。
So the color doesn't particularly matter. You get to choose anyway.
鳥肌がすごい。さっき聞いたセリフだ。
で今回の商
Actual
品なので
playable
ナモン
cards.
や
Well, I should have been
収録させていただい
specific.
た
You
時
should
に
have
そして
been.
他のテ
How
イマーたち
dare
やパー
you.
トナーデジモンたち、クルモンのボイスも収録しております。
牧野るきよ。
ありがとうございます。
鳥肌がまた。
今そうですね。私も右側がすごい今幸せな気持ちに。
Yeah, no Cybertramon either, and they're not selectable
そ
characters
して
in
劇中1話でギルモンと出会う前のシーンをイメージした選んだパートナーデジモンごとデジタマが割れてリアダイルする演出が再生されます。
Whoa! Look at that. Yeah, I cannot see myself using this. Like, this is obviously a nostalgia toy for adults, but like, I'm just like, I don't
劇
think
中
I
で
could see
ジンジャが身に
myself
つけてい
doing
るサン
that.
グラスですとか、テリアモンが食べていたこのおまんじゅうなど、はい、ゲットできる。
Oh man, I could go for some steam buns.
あれ何だったんですかね。
そして冒険中はこちらのような劇中のオープニング楽曲でもあるザ・ビッゲスト・ドリーマーのテレビサイズを再生しながら冒険することができます。
Oh, it could even
ボタン
play
入力でパートナ
their
ーデジ
theme
モンの収
song,
録
the
ボイスを
opening
聞く
theme.
ことができます。ちょっとやってみます。
Allow me to demonstrate Terriermon voice lines. Okay. Momentai. Today. No worries. Relax. Take it easy. I guess I should try to voice those. Take it easy.
02だとね、まあグミモンでテリアも演じられてたので、テイマーズのテリアモンももうだから合わせてっていうか、ね。
そうですね。はい。音声収録の、現場の方にも立ち会わせていただいたんですけども、自称テリアモン大好き人間なんですけども、はい。私、レジャード02とテイマーズは両方の生テリアモンを聞かせていただきました。
Oh, I guess that was
先ほども
Terriermon's
幸せだったんですけども、その時も非常に耳がそしてポイントの2つ目でございます。じゃあ新たにアレンジした機能。
Music? Yeah, I was trying to talk over it, so hopefully I don't get hit.
当時の D 役からございましたトレーニングとカードスラッシュ2つの機能は今回もあるんですけれども、劇中で登場したデジモンサーチの演出も加えさせていただき、新たにアレンジさせていただいております。じゃあ流れ的にはトレーニングをするとデジモンサーチを行うためのポイントを入手することができ、デジモンサーチを行うことでカードを入手することができるという形で実装させていただいております。ではデジモンサーチを実際にやっていただきたいと思うんですけど、せっかくなので山口さんにやってみていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
Search slashing. There we go.
お願いします。
Ooh. Oh, this is searching for a Digimon.
こちら劇中をイメージしたデジモンをサーチする時の画面の演出でございます。はい、何が出るか。
何が出
Okay.
るかな。
あ、Ukamanが出たので。
車ですよ。
You got a card!
丈夫そうの実ですね。丈夫そうの実をカードをゲットいたしました。丈夫そうの実がちょうど神社がスラッシュしていた、はい、カードですので。
丈夫そうの実言った。
ゲットしたカードの一部はバトルで使用できますので、戦いを有利にすることがなっております。このままの流れでカードを使用しましてバトルを行っていただきたいポイントの3つ目になります。さまざまなデジモンやキャラクターたちの登場となっております。
山木さんとか？
山木さんも、もちろん入っております。はい、
最高じゃないですか。
今回パートナーデジモンを含め約100体以上のデジモンが登場いたしますが、冒険する中で敵デジモンとの遭遇もありますし、バトル以外にも他のテイマーやパートナーデジモンをはじめとしたさまざまな登場したキャラクターたちと遭遇するイベントも収録させていただいております。テレビアニメシリーズだけではなく劇場版に登場したデジモンやキャラクターも出てきますと。はい、パラサイモンに寄生された牧野ルキともバトルができるという仕様を
それどなたの発案というかお願いだったんですか？
ちょっと私がどうしてもバトルがしたいんだと。
I should have just let. I should have
そちら
forced
もぜ
this
ひご
to
注目いただけたらと。はい。でテイマーズといえばデジモンだけではなくデリーパーも登場いたしますので、もちろんそちらも敵として盛り込ませていただいております。で一部のデリーパーなんですけども大きいサイズのドット絵で襲いかかってきますので、ぜひそちらをご覧いただきたく実際にバトルしてみていただけたらと思っております。今度はオリカスさんにぜひぜひやってみていただけたらと思いますのでよろしいでしょうか？
負けられないわ。
はい。
負けられないですね、本当に。
負けられないです。
オリカスさん、はい、お願いします。敵が登場するとブーッと振動が。
Oh, she's shaking it.
はい。
あ、来た。
こちらデリーパーのオプティマイザーというはいデリーパーが現れましたので、オリカンさん、
Oh,
右
it's
の
a
ボタンを
D
押していた
Reaper.
だくとバトルにはい。で今回のバトルがはいこの指定ボタン押しのバトルになりますので、右のボタンを押してはい押していただくですね。はい。でここで進化するデジモンを選択するんですけども、下のボタンを何度か押していただくと昨夜モンがはい。
Oh, yep. Go the big one. Yeah, do that one.
進化させてみてください。
マトリックスエボリューション。
Oh,
一番美しい。
man, she nailed it.
そうなんです。私もすごい好きです。
Time to delete a Leomon. Oh
この
man,
曲いいですよね。
they have a full animation in sprite form.
昨夜もマトリックスエボリューションバージョン
Matrix
はい
Evolution. Okay. I mean, it's neat.
この月がちょうど
Is anyone actually gonna buy this? Chat, are you gonna buy this?
はい
I don't know.
が終了しますとカードスラッシュするカードを選択できますので、オリガさん上のボタンを押していただくと、はい、で今回ちょっとヘビーメタルのカードをご準備させていただきましたので、こちら右のボタンを押して一度選択決定してみてください。はい。はい。そうするとカードスラッシュの待機画面が表示されますので、ぜひぜひお願いいたします。はい。
And
ありがとうご
swipe.
ざいます。本物です。はい。 カードごとに効果が設定されておりまして、ヘビーメタルの1ターン目に敵に当たるダメージが増加するものになっております。
Oh man.
バトルスタート。
Look at that battle. Go.
で攻撃はお互い打ち合いまして、
Are the red pips the
攻めに合っ
health?
ている時に押すボタンの指示が出ますので、折川さん頑張ってみてください。
All right. Oh, smash that button. Smash the buttons.
ありがとうございます。
You did it. Your attack landed. One. Oh, that was a lot of damage.
はい、カードの効果もあって、はい。プラスのダメージ。
Don't have. I won't have to save for the overhyped Digivice because overhyped Digivice burst from savers. Really?
まだあります。まだ大丈夫です。
I wonder what happens if you swipe a CC. I don't know. Oh man. Defend! 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 You did it! You counterattacked! And you win!
折川さん勝利でございます。
Yeah!
すごい。
That was an intense battle.
はい、いやもうドキドキしました。みんな見て
Oh,
るし。
so Doki Doki is like heart
負け
racing.
ちゃうとみたいなね。
そうでもすごい楽しかったです。懐かしかったし、嬉しいですね。
はい。
Man, that really was Doki
様々な
Doki.
デジモンやキャラクターたちの登場で言いますと、特定の条件を満たすことで、
Like heart racing or heart pounding, I guess.
インクモンも仲間にすることが可能となっております。
Oh, you could recruit them. See, there you go. There they
サイ
are.
バードラゴンが
サイバードラモン。
出てきました。こちらも
Newly recorded voice lines too.
もちろんサイバードラモンの音声も再生されたように収録されておりますので、ぜひぜひ折川さんお願いできればと思います。
Okay.
喋ってる。
はい、もう一度。
The samples used here are still in development and it may differ from the final product. Keep that in mind. It's really itching to fight,
収
isn't
録の
he?
際もめちゃめちゃうおー
During recording, you ought to hear many lines from him roaring very loud.
サイバードラゴンって音声って初ですか？
そうなんです。こちらこれ前にリョウとサイバードラゴンの音声が収録された玩具はございませんでしたので、今回の商品で初と。はい。では最後に皆さん気になっている方も多いかと思いますので、テリアモンとレナモン以外のパートナーデジモンを使用して進化演出をご覧いただきたいと思います。タカトカラーなのでデュークモンクリムゾンモードへ進化させてみたいと思います。
Oh, Takato gets his Crimson mode.
この時点でかっこいいですね。
Man, they're really showing it off. Look at that Crimson mode. They're going Crimson. Crimson mode's actually pretty cool. I like Crimson mode. Like, look at that sick design.
みちみち詰まった声で
I know it's
いただきました。ありがとうございます。
細かい。
はい。今度はベルゼ
Who
モ
would
ン
have
ブラス
loved
トモードへ
Intmon in one
はい
of
進
these?
化させてみたいと
Would
思
have
いま
been
すので。
nice. Oh, there you go. See, you get Beelzemon Blast mode too. Oh, oh. He even gets special animation. See, you spoke too soon, chat. You spoke too soon. Look at that. Look at them wings. Look at that gun. Look at that picture. It's so clear.
まずは私たちはこの
Beelzemon Blast mode.
本当に本編みたいな。
25年経つとあんな表現できるんですね。
ね、ここで。
こんなちっちゃいところで。
Wow.
でこの他に
There's a
も
lot
な
of
んですが
progress
特定の
in
条件を満た
such a
すこと
short
で、
time.
なんとグラニに乗ったデュークモンですとか、ベヒーモスに乗ったベルズモンも登場いたしますので、ぜひ進化させてみていただけますと幸いでございます。これまでの25th カラーエボリューションシリーズ同様に楽曲とボイスを再生するためのプレイモード機能も搭載しておりまして、収録楽曲はシリーズ最大の
Yep,
こちらの
those
7
sure
曲と
were
なっており
amazing
ます。
toys.
私でもスラッシュがすごい好き。
Oh, there's also songs
テンシ
included.
ョン上がるよ。
そうテンションが上がる。
わかる。
3プライマリーカラーズも収録されており
Three
ます。
primary colors.
私たちが
歌ったやつね。
やつです。
歌ったやつね。三原色の僕らね。
Please do not play the song.
ご紹介させていただきました
Okay,
D アーク 25th カラーエボリューション。
It's excuse me, how much yen?
牧野るきカラーは 日本国内では税込み各14,300
What?
円プレミアムバンダイに
That's
て
probably at
本
least
日の番
like
組
the
終了後より
equivalent
予約受付を開始予定となっております
of, what,
画面に表
$100
示している予約ページや価格予約期間は日
100,
本国内のものとなりまして
150, somewhere in that
国や地域によって異なりますのでご了承いただけますと幸いでございます。海外にお住まいの方はデジモンウェブ公式 X にてお取り扱い EC サイトなど別途ご案内予定ですのでぜひチェックいただきまして25年の時を超えてテイマーを目指していただけますと幸いでございます。
25年の時を超えて
those are
テイマーを
expensive.
目指す。
もう今から目指しちゃってもう全然いいです。
遅くないです。始めるにも遅くない。
本日はありがとうござい
Dark
ました。
Blastoids, thank you for the $10 dono. I really do appreciate it. With the message that just says happy birthday. Yes.
他にもございますね。
It
ま
is
ずは
my
デジモンテーマズ
birthday.
25周年記念渡辺健二さん書き下ろしイラストのアパレルグッズでございます。
熱いさん。
はい、デジモンデザイナーの渡辺健二さんにタカト&ギルモン、ジェーン&テリアモン、
$90? Is that how much it
3
is?
つのイラストを書き下ろしていただ
I
きました。
figured it would be
それ
like
がこちら
around the $100 mark. 90 plus tariffs.
パステルカラーな。
そうなんか激しいイメージ
So like 150, 170. Yeah. 90 ain't bad, right?
びっくりした。
Those are kind of cool. Those arts are so good.
出ますよね。
でそしてこちらのイラストを
Zenning
使用した
too
T シャツ
expensive?
であ
It's
ったり
$90
パーカートー
USD.
トバッグの
That's still way
アパ
too
レルグッ
expensive
ズであった
for my
り
taste.
アクリルボードタペストリーアクリルキーホルダーなどの雑貨類を展開する
Like,
予定
I
と
already wasted
なってお
enough
ります
money on
の
the
で
vitality
詳細
bracelet, and I learned my
公
lesson
式 X
by
プレミ
buying
アム
only
ご
one
確
of
認
it.
ください。
またデジモンテイマーズ25
I
周
still
年
feel
を
like
記
I
念
kinda
して
got
プレシャ
scammed
ス
with
ジェ
that
ム
whole
シリーズ
thing.
デジモンテイマーズベルゼブモンベヒモス
Because, like, I bought the initial base
再
model,
登場いたします。
and then it immediately got power crept and
全長約
obsolete, and then it
300
didn't work with
ミリの
any of the
大注
apps,
目となって
and
おり
I
ま
was
す。
like super disappointed.
このポーズすごいですね。
That's a pretty cool
これ
statue.
も銃のところにアクセサリーとかかけたいです指輪とかかけたい2026年4月上旬よりプレミアムバンダイほかご予約受付開始ぜひ
Did you miss anything good? So far,
そ
no
して
Dark
最後にデ
Blastoids.
ジモンテイマーズ25周年を記念したなんとニュースが
Yeah,
ござい
all
ます。
you missed
新規書き下
was
ろしイラストの制
the
作
voice
が
actors
進行してお
talking
ります。それ
about
がこ
the
ちらでございます。
anime and answered a couple of questions, which the majority of it I didn't turn on the translated stream, so we literally couldn't understand the majority of what they were
距離
saying.
が空いてるじゃないですか上に。
And then now we're in the toy
する
segment.
んですけ
そうです
ど
ね、クルモンがいるということは
So if we pop over to the schedule really quickly.
最後にこのねテイマーズファンの皆様に向けてちょっと津村さんから
So when it comes to the schedule, we're on this segment right here. So Elysian is going to be the news that's coming up. So I'm probably gonna dip after here, because I really don't care about like the last slide. I think events, the movie might be in the events, but in terms of what the majority of Digimon fans are waiting for, at least like card game fans, it's mostly just Elysian and game updates. So that's the majority of what people care about.
ありがとうございます。
ということで山口さんと折笠さんからもせっかくなので最後に一言
So
コ
far
メ
you
ントいただいてもよろしい
haven't
です
missed
か？
anything.
縫い活とかやってるじゃないですか。
はい。
あれをこういうので一緒に持って
And I'm just casually grinding Pokemon Pocket on the side of
って
chat.
いうのがこれからの
Of their
大
chat,
人の
not my
楽し
chat.
みになるのかなと思ってて。
ハンカチティッシュみたいな感じで。
Because yeah, I need to do something more productive while this is going on, and I figure just mobile game grinding is probably the best thing I could
あり
do.
がとうございました。遊んでください。
日本だけじゃなくてやっぱり
Oh, don't
海外
worry.
の
The
ファンの
like
方もずっ
5
と
people
応援
that'll
してくだ
buy
さって
the
いて
Digivice will enjoy
海
it.
外
I'm
のお仕
sure.
事に
I'm pretty sure it's more than 5 people that'll
ルク
buy
ちゃん
it,
のコス
but
プレ
I'm
をして
being
きてく
hyperbolic.
ださったりとか全世界で愛
I'm
さ
not
れ
going to
て
be
るのが
buying
本当
it.
に嬉しくて
$90
こ
plus
れからも
tax
本
and
当に
shipping
応援
is
してく
like
ださい
still
そしてやっぱ
incredibly
りたくさん
expensive.
遊んでくださいよろしく
You
お
know how
願
many
いし
video
ます
games I could
とい
buy
う
for
流れで皆様本
$90?
日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました
I could buy a lot. Well, I guess less now.
いやーテイマーズ愛されてますね。
Yeah, so now we get the good stuff. The Elysian stuff is up next.
激アツすぎたよ本
コ
当に
メントでも25年間ずっと好きでいてよかったとか、
うん
すっごいあったかいものにたくさん溢れていて、テリスケさんはいかがでした？
僕やっぱテイマーズ激アツだったから全部情報
Yeah,
す
so
ご
this
く
stuff
良かっ
might
た
be
んだけどやっぱ
live,
新規
but
ボイ
like
ス
the
ね
actual announcement
最
stuff
高
is
だ
all
しあと
pre-recorded. It
カード
feels
ス
like
ラッシュできる
because
の
otherwise
最
they
高だ
wouldn't
し
have them translated
あとはや
because
っ
these
ぱい
aren't
ろんなモー
translated.
ドを楽しめるのがね昔からやってる人にも楽しんで
Many
もらえる
years
し
ago,
新しく手に取った方にも
we were both,
楽しんでもらえる内容になってたんじゃないかなって思う
part
よ
of
曲
a
もいいよ
new
ね
dysfunctional
全部最高だ
TCG company.
So Terriermon
Just wanted
Assistant
to
is a
say
huge
happy
fan of
birthday.
Digimon Tamers, and
Aw,
he's really
thank you so
happy that this
much.
toy is coming out. He's really
David?
happy that there are new voice recs, and
I would
he's also
rather buy
happy
some
that
of
he
the
can,
arts for $90
recreate
instead.
the card slash action again over 25 years. So he's
I
really
probably
looking
would
forward
rather
to
buy
this.
art for $90 instead of
まあ、デジモン
the
先輩
Digivice
たち
thing.
が大活躍だったと言いますか、月光門から見ていかがでした？
俺っちも欲しいんだってな、
はい、
トムロに買ってもらうしかないんだってな、ちょっとお高いかもしんないけどトムロには頑張って払ってもらおう。
そっか。グローイングドーンお金大丈夫かな？
ね、懐事情がどうなんでしょうっていうところはありますけれど。
So now we should be getting into the good stuff.
Geckomon is also looking forward to the release of this toy, and he already just said that he's gonna ask Tomorrow to get him to buy one of the D-Arcs.
To buy.
さあ、アグモンさんいかがでした？
いやもう D アークの超進化にもびっくりするしかないよ。
進化演出かっこよかったもんね。
Yep.
So Agumon was just genuinely surprised at the quality of the toy and the evolution scene, the Matrix evolution scene. So he's just genuinely surprised and happy that this is coming out.
ね、そうですよね。どんどん進化
I
して
mean,
い
they
って。
do kind of look neat,
そして、
but
そうまだまだ視聴者の皆さんからも
not
コメントをいただいております。
something I would generally buy.
ありがとう。
テリアモン助手、月光門、アグモン、皆さんが合体したらどんなデジモンになりますか？
So we have another question from you guys. It goes, Terriermon Assistant, Agumon, and Geckomon. When you all three merge together, what sort of Digimon are you going to be?
Oh God.
こちら
If they all
月光門はいかがでしょう？
それは最強なデジモンになるんだってな。
間違いない。
いやだからこれは舌が伸びて火を吹いてお肉食べちゃうのかな。
I think the answer would just be Chimera, right?
結構アグテリスケモン。
Oh.
So it seems like they came to a conclusion. So they're going to be the strongest Digimon ever with long tongues that can breathe fire and are somehow going to eat meat. And apparently this Digimon is going to be called Gecko Agusukemon.
Gecko Age Sukimon?
テリスケ要素はそこでいいのか。
Suke no toko dake de, so.
So you know what I want to see? A Digimon series that the main character is using the gimmick and ultimate gimmicks, or gimmicks like Kamen
パ
Rider.
イナップルが乗ってるピザは好きですかっていう、これ実はね、
Pirates Super
昨年も一昨年もアグモンさん宛てに来ていた質問なんですけども、We also have a question. This comes every year for some reason. It's for Geckomon. Geckomon, do you like pineapple pizza?
Yes.
俺っちはまだ食べたことがないんだってな。
Geckomon likes all
でも
pizza.
うまそうだからいつか今日に作ってもら
At
う
that
ってな。
point, isn't it just a Digicross instead of a DNA?
あ
Maybe. Probably. I think probably it would be more of a Digicross.
今日さんどうか僕たちにデリバリーしてくれないかな。
ここ
作ってデリバリー。
今日さん大変。
今日さん大変ですね。一人何役も。
はい。あ、そしてね、まだまだ質問が来ているので。ちょっと聞いてみましょう。さあ、テリスケ。
Pineapple on pizza is delicious.
D アーク何色が欲しいですかと。月光門いかがで
I'm
しょう。
surprised people don't like pineapple on
同
their
じ
pizza.
緑色がいいんだってな。
Ooh, pineapple pizza with a little bit of barbecue sauce? Yes.
僕はね、全部みんなで全部
Hawaiian pizza?
So that was another
Also pretty
question.
good.
Which color of the
Good use
D-Arc
of
are you going to
pineapple.
buy? Geckomon wants the green to match his color. Agumon and Terriermon Assistant are going to buy all three, is what they said.
まあね、あれは本当に全部欲しくなりますね。
Of course they're gonna buy all three because they want
そして最
you,
後、
the chat,
こんな
to
質
buy
問
all
来ておりま
three.
す。3人の中で一番強いのは誰？
All three? They must be rich. I like
白いの意味はいろいろあるけど
these rich Digimon out here buying up all the toys.
そうだから
No wonder why we can't afford them, because the Digimon are buying them all.
急に二人ともよそよそし
Very much not a fan of pineapple pizza.
い。寝ないでよ。
I understand it's not an everyone thing.
アグモンさんはどう考えますか？いや、僕は食
TV
べる
Skyler.
僕は負けないよ。僕が一番だと思うな。
Sell Digizoid on the streets.
もう負けないんだってな。
Some of these comments are just like, oh man.
One last question from you guys was
People
which
underestimate
one of
how
you
good
three are the
pineapple pizza
strongest?
or
And there are a
pineapple
lot of
plus
ways to,
pepperoni
interpret
really
strong.
tastes.
Terisuke
Real
thinks that when it
pepperoni,
comes
which
to
is
smarts,
like I think
how
it's
smart you
labeled
are,
as
he's
like
gonna be
old
number
world
one.
pepperoni.
And
It's
Agumon
the
and
pepperoni
Gekomon,
that
when it comes
cups.
to how much you can eat in terms of strong, they think they're going to be number one.
強さっていろんな
In eating battle, Agumon versus
あとは
Gekomon.
先ほどからちょ
Oh,
っと
that's a
食べるこ
tough
とばっか
one.
りになってるんで
Who would win? Like, if you were to like sign them up for an
こ
eating
う
contest,
人
who
間の
would
世界
win?
で食べること以外で
Not
や
that
って
it
みたいこととかってあと行ってみたいところ
I think actually maybe Gekomon might be able to out-eat
さっ
Agumon.
き山口まゆみさんもこのぬいかつみたいな話してたよね。チェンジャ役のね。だからこのテリケンでもねいろんな成長を見る企画やったんだよ。だからこう D 役とか持っていろんな聖地に行ってみたいなって僕は思うな。
してほしい。
でな、俺っちはトモローと一緒にまた買い物行きたいんだってな。
Gekomon wins easy? I feel like Gekomon would win.
僕は高級ホテル。
Like, I've seen scenes where Agumon does generally get full, but I don't think I've seen Gekomon get
ホ
full.
テルはバイキングないのか。
バイキングあると思います。
ある？
はい。すごいなんかアグモンさん高級ホテルなんですね。
意外とこう贅沢。
そうですね。
The thing eats everything in every scene. Yeah, that's true.
月光門がこう
Very
左
true.
右どっちもね見ててというかどっち見たらいいかわかんなくて可愛いみたいなね。
可愛いってな。
Also, Gekomon. Well, I mean, both are constantly complaining they're hungry, but yeah.
まあこんな感じで
I feel like
楽しい
Gekomon would probably
お
win.
三方には引き続きちょっと質問や感想をねちょっと答えていただきますのでよろしくお願いいたします
Hotel buffet.
We hope you enjoyed the anime segment, guys. Remember to keep the comments coming, and we're also checking hashtag DigimonCon on X, so make sure you post on X as well.
ありがとうございますさて
I'll make sure to do that right
では
after these
ハッシュタグ
commercial
デジモンコンと一
messages.
緒に番組の感想をね募集しておりますのでどしどしお寄せくださいそれでは続いてのコーナーに参りましょうではここはアグモンさんお願いいたします
はい。続いてのコーナーはカードコーナーです。
Okay, so here's the important shit. The card game and Elysian news.
さあここからはデジモンカードゲームコーナーということで最新商品やデジカアプリデジモンアリシオンの続報をお届けしたいと思います。
はいということでデジモンカードゲームこちらプロデューサーでいらっしゃいます村田さんにお越しいただきました村田さんよろしくお願いいたします
はい、デジモンカードゲーム開発プロデューサーの村田光平です。本日は何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたし
So
ます
is he the person that needs to get fired, or is it somebody
私以前
else?
村田さんにテリアモン女子研究室にもお越しいただいた際にご挨
I'm
拶さ
I'm
せてい
saying
ただ
that
いたんで
as
す
a
けど
joke. I don't think anyone should realistically lose their jobs just because the game could be in a healthier
あ、本
state.
当です。ありがとうございます。
はい。
私本当にまだ動画で見るにとどまっていて、ちょっとここでちゃんとね
あります
きちんとたしなみをつけたいなと、はい、
せっかくなので今日は
Because these are pre-recorded, I highly doubt they took any feedback from the ban and restriction announcement.
本日はですね、絶賛放送中のアニメデジモンビー
Yeah,
トブレ
so
イク
it's
の
mostly just going to be them
紹介させ
advertising
ていた
some
だ
of
き
the
ま
new
すし
stuff, maybe
松
some new
田さ
card
んにはですね、デ
reveals.
ジカプレイヤーになってもらえるように、めちゃくちゃ頑張りたいと思いますので、はい、ぜひよろしくお願いいたします。まずはですね、これさえあればデジモンカードゲームを始められる
Yep, the
ス
new
タート
starter
デッキを
decks.
ご紹介させていただきます。
We already know them.
2026年5月16日にデジモンビートブレイクをテーマにしたスタートデッキと
Yep, Beat Break and
20
Savers,
周年を迎え
Data
る
Squad.
デジモンセーバーズをテーマにしたスタートデッキを発売させていただきます。
We already
ブ
knew
ローイング
this.
ドーン対ダットができるってことですか。
その通りです。
あら。
I mean, right now they're basically the exact same decks between
込み
Glowing
上げ
Dawn
て
and
くる
Data
もの
Squad.
がありますね。
もうこの
They're
後
just
ご
on
紹介させていただくん
different
ですけど
ends of the
も
color
デジカはやは
spectrum, I
り
guess.
原作再現っていうところにやはり力を入れているので、もうカード効果を見ていただければうわこれあれじゃんみたいな。もうすごくテンション上がると思います。でもなんだったらもうユーザーの皆さんが一番テンション上がる。
Okay, so they use lore to develop cards. That's what they've always done.
まずはですねスタートデッキ第23弾デジモンビートブレイクについてご紹介させていただきます。まずはこちらのカードをご覧ください。はい、こちらになっております。
Yeah, we've already seen these cards. Okay.
顧問から
Geckomon's card art looks pretty good
です
though.
ね。村雨モンのタッチもすごいし。
いやそうなんですよ。もうアニメにも
You hate that they have the same
もう激アツに出てますからね今。
すごいですね。さっき
TCG designer arrives.
すごいですね。
I would love
イ
to
ラ
do
ストを
that.
見ていただければ分か
I
る
really would.
こんなに伸びんのみたいな。
こんなに伸びるし。
イラストから飛び出してくるんじゃないかみたいな。
すごいですね。
Yeah, the fact that they have the same mechanic is like kind of an interesting choice. I mean, they're doing it obviously because they're like parallel to each other in terms
今か
of
らデジモンカー
design.
ドやるぞみたいな顔なのかもしれない。
So like Beat kind of feels very similar
めちゃくちゃ強そうな感じですね。
強者感が。
the punch, like the
4つのカードって
the
以前
digital
見たことがある情報
God,
だ
I'm
ったり
blanking on what it actually is
はい、もう
called.
SNS とかでも
But they feel very
ご紹介させていただ
similar
いておりまし
mechanically.
て、まあ今回はデジモンコンということなので、新たなカード初公開させて
A
いただきたいと
new
思います。
card? Oh
は
boy.
い
Is it a
そしてですね
mega?
このデジモンはまだアニメにも登場していないデジモンになっておりまして、まあアニメで
Like
どの
they
ような
have
感
to
じで
have a
活躍
mega
す
for
るのかっていう
this
ところも
deck,
合わせて
right?
想像してい
And
た
we
だければ
haven't
な
seen
という
any
ふうに
mega
思い
level
ます。
Digimon and Beat
初公
Break
開っ
yet.
てことですか。
初公開で
出ました。
はいやらせていただきたいと思い
A
ます。
Digimon that
はい
hasn't
それ
appeared
が
in
こ
the
ちら
anime
幅
yet.
切り本です。
Whoa! Okay, okay, okay. All right, hold on. What does this card say?
初公開すぎて
初公開。
Okay, so Habikarikimon. I butchered that so hard. When digivolving, when attacking, once per turn, place one of the opponent's lowest level Digimon to the top of their security. Then by trashing their top security, then by trashing the top card of one player with the most security cards, you get to recover one. Very interesting. All turns once per turn, when any of your glowing dawns would leave the battle area by trashing your top security, they don't leave. Not bad, actually.
わからないけど
どのように活躍するのか、カードでもどのように活躍するのかっていうところも楽しみにしていただければなと思います。
はい。
そしてですね、同じタイミングで発売されるスタートデッキの第24弾、デジモンセイバーズもご紹介させていただきます。はい、それがこちらになっております。
Yeah, the mega. That's probably Kyo's mega.
形になっております。
そうなんですけど、すごい。
セイバーズ20年ですか。
Wait, I just realized maybe that's unfair because Data Squad gets a dual card. So is Glowing Dawn gonna get a dual card? Oh no, they're both SRs. So there's gonna be a dual card SR Mega and then not dual card SR
吉
Mega.
野ちゃんとね、イクトが一緒なカードいいですよね。
いやいいですよね。
Habikirimon?
いやもうやはりデジモンカードのいいところはですね、
Habikirimon. There we go.
皆さん熱くなったアニメをカードゲームでも遊べるっていうところがやはりめちゃくちゃいいなって自分も思うので、
なんかエピソードも思い出すし、
This
同じ
brings
デ
me
ジモン
back
で
to
も
my
別個体
favorite
でみんな
episode.
たった一人のデジモンたちだ
I
から。
actually liked Data Squad. Data Squad was a
ち
good
ょっと
one.
見えてて気になったんですけど、今回のスタートデッキからデュアルカードが収録されてるということなんで
Yeah, the dual cards. The weakest form we'll ever see dual cards is right here in these starter
もうズ
decks.
バリデジモンとオプションカードが一つになったカードになっております。はい。そうなんですよ。まあ下側に書かれた必殺技など
Yeah, you activate the bottom cards to go into the top
オプションカード
card.
というものがあるんですが、
For
まあ
a
そちらの効
slightly
果
more
も
expensive
使用することができ、まあさらにアーツ進化
But
と
you
言わ
get
れ
the
る、まあデジ
option
モンカードゲーム
ability
の
that
新しいギミ
counts
ック
as
で
an
すね。アー
option.
ツ進化と言われるもので、そのさらにデジモンにも進化できる。オプションを使用した後にデジモンカードにまた進化することができる。っていうような新しいギミックっていうところを
After
今
using
回
the
のスタート
option,
デ
you
ッキから
can
取り入れ
digivolve
させていただ
instead
いて
of
おりま
going
すの
into
で
the、trash
まあ
and
新たに始められ
mechanic.
る方っていうところも、まあこのデュアルカー
I
ド
like
強
dual
くなっていた
cards.
だければ
I
な
feel
というふう
like
に
it's a very good mechanic.
そんなの
It's just we need to not play options for free in order for it to not be broken.
今までなかったです。もうめちゃくちゃ強い効果です。
そうですよね。
And obviously, based on the secret rare in BT25, the burst mode, that card's just cracked. Like that card is legitimately
技を
cracked.
やっているところなんですよ。なのでですね、もうぜひですね、皆さんも遊ぶときは 技名とかをしっかり叫んでいただいてプレイしていただければなと思って。
それもう絶対的なルールですか？
いやもう僕のルールです。村田が作ったルールですこれは。
やる流れでせっかく僭越ながらそうですよね。
発動しないらしいので。
ちょっとじゃあシャイングレーモンに書いてあったので僭越ながら私がシャイングレーモンに一瞬ならせていただくんですけれども。こうですよね。こう持った状態で、出して、ジオグレイソード。
素晴らしい。
I don't know what the English voice sounds like, so I have no idea if that was like remotely
そ
close.
もそも大人になってもこういう気持ち忘れちゃいけないんですよね。
いやそうです。もうだからカードショップとかに行かれたらなんかデジモンのプレイヤーすごい叫んでるなみたいな。
ちょっと迷惑じゃないですか。
ぜひ楽しんでいただければなというふうに思います。
はい。はい。ございます。
続いてはブースターパックをご紹介させていただきたいと思います。
Oh, they're gonna introduce some
ブー
booster
スターパッ
packs.
クというのはですね、デッキをさらに強くするためにさまざまなカードが収録された商品になっております。だいたいですね1商品あたり、約100種類以上のカードが収録されておりまして、もうかっこいいイラストとかキラキラ光ってるレアカードとかもたくさん入っているような商品になっております。はい。
直近ですと1月にデジモンストーリータイムストレンジャー団も発売されてましたもんね。
Yep, Time Stranger definitely was
一緒に遊んで
released.
くれたデジカユーザーの皆さんも多くいました。今回ですねご紹介するのはブースターパック第25弾
Dual
デュアルレボリューションと
Revolution
エクス
and
トラブースター
Shambhala.
第12弾デジタルワールドシャンバラをご紹介させていただきたいと思います。デュアルレボリューションにはデジモンビートブレイクやデジモンセーバーズ、
It'll
さらに
feature
ですね
Beat Break,
デジモンストーリータイムストレンジャーに
Time Strangers
登
and Data
場するキャラクターたちが多数収録される商品となっております。はい。
いろんなところから来てくれますね。
はい、いろんなところからも収録させていただいて
Yeah, there's a lot going on
ということ
in
で
that
ですね、
pack.
本日は
It's probably going to be 50% Time Stranger, just like the other one.
きたいと思います。それがこちらとなっております。
And then 25% of the other starter decks.
なんでよりによってこんなドキドキする2つを持ってきたんですか。
なんかすごい攻めた。
いやもうベルスターモンとかはやはりタイムストレンジャーとかでもかなり活
So
躍してま
it,
す。
it might be a little bit less of the starter decks, depending on like how they go about doing it.
系列もあったんですけどもベルスターもかなり
So I could see like maybe 15% for each starter deck, and then like extra cards that are doing whatever they want would be like the last remaining like
ぜひですね
20%.
こちらもチェックしていただければなと思います。続きまして7月に発売予定の
Polymorph
エクストラブースター
Dragon,
第
thank you
12
for the
弾デジタル
birthday
ワールド
wishes.
シャンバラはデジモンペンジュラムをテーマにしておりまして、シャンバラの東方ブレイ
Dual card
ズ
is in
最優ウォリアーに加え
the starter
て
deck.
他にですね
Yeah, so
メタルエン
there's
パイア
burst mode
であった
that's
り
in
ウィルスバ
the
スターズっていう
main
ところも
set,
収録
and
している
then
商
there
品となっており
is
ます。本日はですね収録されるカードとイラストをですねご
dual
紹介さ
card
せていただきたいなというふうに
in the starter
思います。はい、それがこちらとなっております。はい。
Oh, so they've been slowly revealing the
デ
cards
ジ
to
カ
them?
ってコストっていくつまであるんでしたっけ？
Yeah, so we get more fish support. That's like one thing a lot of people care about is like more Ryugyumon.
そうですよね。
Yeah, set in Gokumon looks incredibly fucked up. Like that card looks really
いやもう
strong.
リュウグウモンとあとタクトウモン。もうイラスト
I don't think it's like
めちゃめちゃいいんですよ
like super extra strong, but like the fact that he just is super easy to use is like kind of concerning.
いいですね。
はい。
すごいな。
He is in colors that traditionally don't trash things, so I wonder what the rest of his support is going to look like.
に関してはまだ効果の方は公開しておりませんので、こちらもぜひですねご期待いただければなと思います。
He's got some really weird typings. Looking at it now,
テキストない状態で見れるのは今だけかもしれないってことですよね。そういうことですよね。
デジモンカードゲームはですねカードだけではなく周辺アイテムも多数展開
yeah,
させ
and
ていた
then
だいておりま
Shambhala's
して、
also going to support
プレミアムバンダイにてです
Virus
ね今後
Busters.
世界統一1周年を記念した商
Their
品と
plans
いう
to
ところ
release
も発売
Bandai
させていただきたい
Premium
なというふうに考
celebrating
えてお
the
りますので、
first
そちらの
anniversary
続
of
行も
global
ですねぜひですね
unification.
ご期待いただければなというふうに思います。
Oh, cool! An announcement for an
またですね
announcement.
来週の3月28日土曜日ですねにはアドバンスブースターデジモンジェネレーション
Which apparently the advanced booster for some places is delayed.
活躍してきたデッキを楽しんでいただきたい
So
と
I
いう思
know
いが
my
詰ま
LGS
った
it is
商品
delayed.
となっております。
Metal
こ
Empire
れから
and
デジモン
Virus
カードゲ
Busters.
ームを
Yeah, yeah.
始めてみたいという人にもおすすめの内容と
Evo
なってお
cost
り
of
ますの
5
で
because he's 3
ぜひ今日
colors,
の
but you're most
発表
likely
で
just
興
going
味
to
を持った方は
assemble
です
with
ね
him
こちらをですね
because he
5
has
月
an
発売の準備
on-play
としてぜひ
ability
手
to
に取ってい
basically
ただけれ
attack
ばな
right
というふうに
away,
思い
and he
ま
also
す。
has
ご購入
rush.
いただければですねデッキとかも作れるような内容になっておりますので本当に初心者の方にもぴったりの商品ですし再録カードだけでは
I
なく
don't think there's any product
もう
that's
新
perfect
しい
for
新規
beginners
の
at
カ
this
ードたち
point.
っていうところも
The
入っておりますので
complexity creep is like a little on the high side to where it's just like, okay, how do we actually efficiently teach new players players how to play this game when the game is over in 3
欲しい
turns.
な、どこから買ったらいいかなっていう時はここから。
そうですね。
はい。
いやでも本当にデジカはもう5周年も超えて
Like, I do think that the advanced booster does look pretty good. Again, I don't know how the pull rates feel to dictate if it is a worthwhile product, because for almost the same price of a normal booster box, you could just get like twice the amount of cards. So this doesn't necessarily feel like it's like super great for starters unless like the packs are cheap enough, which they're not. They're actually more expensive. You think 8001 will make Shine meta again? No, not 8001. He needs the starter deck and he needs BT25, and then he'll be meta. And he basically just goes from a turn 3 OTK deck to a turn 3 OTK deck. He's still just going to functionally be very similar. Whether Data Squad, like whatever Data Squad's doing that's slightly different is to be determined, but like Shine as a deck just goes from a turn 3 OTK deck to a more consistent turn 3 OTK.
じゃあもう絶対お友達と言って
そうですね。もちろん一人でもご参加いただきたいと思いますし、まあお友達も誘って
At least like again without any actual information as far as some of what the new support could work with the old support.
もう何も持っていかなくて。何も持っていかないで。
Yeah, because the 8001 new Marcus, just magically gaining rush is really strong.
確かにそうか、増えて帰るってなかなかないですね。
失うものは何もない。
確かにそうですね。
これはどうやったら参加できるんでしょう。
はい、ウェルカムテーマズ交流会はですね、2026年5月16日から6月14日まで開催予定で、バンダイ TCG プラスで3月の27日から応募開始をさせていただきます。なのでこの機会にですね、先ほど申し上げました通りご家族やお友達をお誘いいただいて、お店まで遊びに行っていただければなというふうに思います。
いやもうお出かけの予定としてね、全然気軽にこの日どこどこ行ってご飯も食べてカードもらって帰ろうよみたいなのもできちゃいますしね。はい。そうですよね。
もらうもう前提が。
もらうもう全然もう決まってることなので、それはでも初心者の方でも本当に安心して始められる。
そうですね。安心して参加いただける
Yeah, we need more starter product to be honest, but I feel like at this point maybe it's just too late to ask for more starter
カー
product.
ドゲームスメタバースロビーをご紹介させていただき
Oh
たいと思い
boy,
ま
the
す。
metaverse
こ
lobby
ちらです
that
ね、
nobody
バンダイカ
fucking
ード事業部が
uses.
運営するオンライン対戦が可能なメタバース空間で実施されるものになっておりまして、全
I
国どこ
remember
からでも
using
です
this.
ね、誰で
It
も
was
事前
awful.
予約なども不要で参加
Legitimately
で
a
きる
terrible
オンラインのイベントとなって
experience.
おります。
ありがたい。
こちらしかもですね、24時間365日開放中ですので、はい、いつでもどこでも誰とでも遊ぶことができますので、日本中のテーマと対戦することができます。
なんかデジタルワールドじゃないですけど。
Oh, she said it. She said it.
世界中のどこか見知らぬ人とデジモンを通してコミュニケーションというか。
北海道と沖縄の人が対戦する。
Did the metaverse die? Yeah, I'm surprised.
金曜日から日曜日の週末
Dead on
に
arrival,
メタバースロビー内でメタロビウィーケンドというイベントを開催いたします。こちらはですね、期間内に1回以上対戦してアンケートに回答いただくだけで記念品がもらえるお得なイベントとなっております。ぜひですね、ご参加いただければと思います。記念品は後日実際に郵送でご自宅にお届けさせていただきますので、家でですね気長にお待ちいただければ。
Prizes will be mailed out to your home. So what about English players? Do we get prizes too or
いや
no?
もうぜひもうこの機会に始めていただければ
Or
と
are
思い
we
ます。
just like excluded
ぜひ
from
デジモンカードを
prizes?
ですね、こういうこともやってるんだっていうところで気になった方はぜひちょっとチェックしていただければ、こういういろんな場を僕らも
Or
用意
are
したい
we
なという
going
ふ
to
う
get
に
the
思っており
prizes
ますの
through
で、
other
店
means
舗であったり
because we don't
店舗が
have
難しいなっていう
access to
方
the
はオンラインで
metaverse?
ご参加いただければな。
本当に村田さん今日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
せっかくなので全世界のデジカプレイヤーの皆さんへメッセージいただいてもよろしいですか。
はい、今年はですね世界統一1年目ということでですね、多くの皆様にデジモンカードゲームを遊んでいただいたかなというふうに思っております。本当にありがとうございました。はい、来年度もですね引き続き皆様にワクワクしていただきたいと思えるような商品であったりイベントっていうところを企画してまいりますので、こちらもぜひご期待いただければと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、村田さんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Okay.
続いてはデジモンアリシオンの最新情報をお届け
Okay,
いたします。
this is the big
デ
shit.
ジモンコン2025で処方が発表された
First announced at Digimon Con last year, which was huge, and then it was demoed at Anime Expo and Digi Expo.
本日はですね、皆様からいただいたご意見をもとに
Updated
開発改善を進めて
content
ア
based on
ップデートした内容が実は今日この場に届きましたので、今我々からお伝えできればと思います。まずはこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Please take a look. Okay, that looks clean. So they added the green starter decks. Ooh, or the green starter deck into the game. Oh, the trash thing looks kind of neat. It kind of feels very, Yu-Gi-Oh-y.
今スタートデッキ読み込んだところ、あとはログインするだけ。いいねいいね。
それじゃあ僕は先にインしてるね。エメラルドコーストのポータルの前で待ち合わせ。
知ってる地名だわ。エメラルドコースト、了解です。
Are they gonna give us a date, or are they still working on how they're gonna make money?
それじゃあまた後で。はーい。よしよし。それではいざデジタルゲート
Open! Okay. I mean, the trailer looks decent. But I mean, it's a trailer. Like... Are they gonna give us a date at the end of this? I hope so. I hope it's the summer. Oh man, they're fighting. Slash! Welcome to Digimon Liberator. Will you choose red or blue? That was a deep growl. Oh, she got the starter deck Agumon. Is that her canon partner?
初めてゲームを遊ぶあなた、ラクーナへと旅立つ前にバトルのルールについて解説いたしましょう。端的に言えばチュートリアルを提供いたしますということです。
Oh, and now they battle. Okay. So was that like a tutorial cutscene? I like the cowboy hat. Yeah, he's kind of cool looking. Very cowboy-y design. Oh, who are these? Okay. New Digimon, probably Evo versions of the gems.
こちらに振り向いたお二方はデジモン。
デジモンですね。初登場なのかちょっと本当に一瞬だったので。
そうシルエットだったので。
そうですよね。
人かなあデジモンかな
Just
みたい
shadow
な。
drop it right
そうですよね。
now. That would be
その手前
amazing.
もすごい怒涛の新情報というか、
Empire would choose the red pill.
最後でおって今なっ
And
ちゃっ
Dark
て。
Blast Toys would choose the blue
そも
pill.
そものつまり
I guess I'd just get the green or yellow
ス
pill
マート
then.
フォンの中で遊べるっていうゲームですよね。
そうですね。でそれで
はい
ちゃんと行ってみたいですね。デジタルゲートオープンちゃんとあの状態で。
そうですね。
はい。
Okay.
いやなんか
So
すごい
date?
ボリュームでしたねそれ。
Wow, that's a lot of content. Yeah, they added one whole starter deck.
最後が気にな
They
りますね。
added
あの出方は
one
多分
starter deck
ただ
since
も
we
のじゃ
last saw
ない
it
じゃないで
and
すか。
cleaned up some of the UI.
すごい気になる。
デジモンかわからなかったので気になる。
はい。
今回そのね先ほどもご紹介ありました
Updates
皆様が
from
ね
the
こう触ら
version
れ
you
た
experienced.
ところ
So
か
let
ら
me
かな
introduce
りアッ
them.
プデー
Okay,
ト
so they're gonna actually talk
している
about what
内
they've
容
been
がござ
working
いま
on,
してちょっとここもじゃあ一応ねご紹介してまいりましょう。
which is
まず
good.
ゲーム画面なんですけれども操作
Based
性
on
や
the
演出を
feedback,
含むバトルのテンポであ
battle
ったり
tempo,
あとは
including
カードの見
effects
づら
and
さなど
card
に対していただい
visibility,
たご意見を踏まえてデジモンアリシオのメインコンテンツであるカードバトルより快
adjustment.
適に
So,
楽しんでいただけ
okay.
るよう調整しています。
さらに進化時には特別な演出もあるそうで、ちょっと今回こちらのデジモンカードの演出をご覧いただけるということで、はい、ちょっと見てみましょう。
So this is the new version. Okay, neat. Yeah, these all feel very Master Duel. Like, it literally just looks like the Digimon version of Master Duel at this point. Like, even the cleaned up UI just looks very Master Duel-y.
このデジモンどうなるんだろうみたいなところはすごい楽しみですね。
そこをやはりこう映像のゲームならではというか楽しみですよね。
そうですね。
でこちらなんですけれどもカードデザインですね。オンラインカードゲームならではのレアリティ演出もあるということです。はい、ちょっとご覧いただきましょう。
Okay, so different rarities have different effects.
動いてる。
Oh, look at that live 2D.
ゲームだから。映像だから。
Yeah, look at that live 2D animation. Oh, ooh, that was neat.
アルフォース V ドラモン。これゲームの中でもカードやっぱり集めたくなります。
It definitely makes me want to collect them, even if you already have them in real life. Oh, more live 2D. I think all of these are just live 2D.
僕らがこれやられる側なんですね。
受ける側ですね。
受ける側ですね。今。
I mean, seeing these arts animated definitely looks very nice.
実際対峙するとこういう感じ。
Like these are great.
いやすごいな。
キラキラ。おお。ずっとこのやっぱり。
Ooh, okay, okay.
すごい。
Gave him a little flair. Look at that. Oh yeah.
アプリならではというか、はい。
little more oomph there. Show Rosemon.
だからあれだけじゃなくてきっといろんなねデジモンたちがそういうカードならではの演出があるっていうことなので、
いや本当にますます楽しみというかどこまでこう見せてくれるんだろうっていうところは本当に楽しみですね。現在全世界でプレイされているデジモンカードゲームをベースにしたこのデジモンアリシオンではですね、デジカですでに発売されたカードに加えてデジモンアリシオンならではの新規テキストだけじゃなく新規イラスト、新キャラクターのカードも毎段配信を予定しています。
We already new text unique cards to Digimon Elysian. Okay. As the cards with new illustrations and develops new characters in every release, this means the number of Digimon will need to keep up. So whether you already have physical cards or starting from scratch, you'll always find enjoyment, especially features unique to Elysian is what we saw.
とかカードの効果処理などをゲームがガイドしてくれるので、今までデジカやったことないよっていう方であったり、それこそ松田さんみたいにやったことないよっていう方であったり、さらにはデジモンは大好きなんだけれども、トレーディングカードゲームはやったことないっていう方でも、ルールを覚えやすい、始めやすいゲームとして開発を進めております。
ますます遊びたくなってくるところですが、今回デジモンコンということで、なんとアリシオンの新規カード、
Okay, so new Elysian exclusive cards
ご紹介できます。ということで見てまいりましょう。
Yeah, so that was the Venusmon, like the snow-themed Venusmon that they were showing us, where she's blue and she interacts with source stripping. It's good art, very good art. And then Ukaman, that's pretty sweet. Little snow fox fire.
ですね、左のね。
ユキナモン、はい、先ほどの動画で、
Yeah, she does have very Centrally vibes.
このユキナモンということで、どんな活躍をするカードなのかがちょっと楽しみなんですけれども、さらにストーリーパートではですね、デジカ公式サイトなどで無料配信中のデジモンリベレーターと同じ世界観でストーリーが展開していきますということで、メタバース空間にダイブするシーンであったりとか、作中の初心者向けの簡単なエリアである、新進都市エメラルドゴーストで、主人公の彼方たちが出会うシーンなどがあったかと思いますが、今後ここでもどんなストーリーが展開するのかっていうのを楽しみにお待ちいただければというふうに思っております。今映ってるここですね、エメラルドゴースト。
こちらですね、最後にはなりますが、デジモンアリシオン開発されてますね、チーム一同から全世界のデジモンファンの皆様へメッセージ届いております。 デジモンコンをご覧の皆様、そしてクローズドベータテストやさまざまなイベントでの使用にご参加いただいた皆様に心より感謝申し上げます。実際にアプリに触れていただいた皆様からバトルの操作性やテンポ、カードの見やすさなどに対して本当に多くのご意見をいただきました。それらを一つ一つ真摯に受け止め、UI デザインの改善に加えて友人・知人との対戦機能や新たな言語への対応をはじめ、当初の予定を超える規模での改修を進めています。その結果、楽しみにお待ちいただいている皆様には長らくお待たせしてしまい大変申し訳ありません。今回のデジモンコンでは少しでも現在の開発状況をお伝えしたいという思いから特に力を入れているバトル画面を中心にご紹介させていただきました。より快適により楽しくオンラインでデジカを遊んでいただけるよう開発チーム一同鋭意開発改修を行っておりますので、今しばらくお待ちいただけましたら幸いです。
Yep, so basically not coming this year.
続報をお待ちいただいている皆様はもうまだかなみたいな気持ちすごく多いと思うんですけれども、多分本当に一つ一つを全部向き合って今回収して一人でも多くの人に楽しんでもらうためにというメッセージですね。
そういうところだったと思います。ということで、全世界で盛り上がっているデジカの新しいプロジェクトなので、デジモンファンとして本当に個人的にリリースが楽しみなんですけど、それも皆さんも一緒だと思うので、一緒に待ちましょうというところでございます。
はい、最新情報はデジモンアリシオン公式 SNS でお知らせ予定なのでフォローしてお待ちいただけますと幸いです。以上、ここまでデジモンカードゲーム、そしてデジモンアリシオン最新情報のコーナーでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
いや盛りだくさんでしたね、ちょっとこのコーナー。はい。いやまずはアグモンさんに伺いましょう。いかがでした？
そうだね、なんかあっと驚く新しいのがあったり、懐かしいのがあったり、でもね、僕は交流会がいいと思ったな。それで新しいお友達と仲良くなったり、お土産でカードもらえちゃうんでしょ。いいよね。そしてみんな技の名前を言うんだよ。
Like game development takes a long time.
So we asked Agumon what he thought about the card segment. He thought that it was very fresh in some ways, and it was also nostalgic in some ways. But what he really liked was the card game places where you can bring your friends along and where you can actually start playing the game if you haven't already. So he's really looking forward to that.
テリスケさんはいかがでした？
僕はデジカはデュアルカードがすごい気になったな。オプションだって使用した後に進化もできるんでしょ。はい。しかもベルスターモンっていう大人気なデジモンもなんとデュアルカードだったからね。
Depending on how long,
みんな欲しいんじゃないかな。
Usually a game like that, the development cycle is most likely around 3 to 5 years.
Theramon Assistant was he's really looking forward to the dual card, and he's also very happy that Venusmon, which I'm sure you all like, we all love her as well. But he's really looking forward to how that card is going to play in the game.
3 a.m. for this? Yeah, I told you, Digicon is like the biggest disappointment ever. Like,
it's
always just the biggest waste of time.
俺っちもカードになるって聞いて、グローイングドーンのみんなと一緒に遊びたいんだってな。はい。
So Geckomon was really, he's really genuinely surprised about all the information that we just got, and he's looking forward to starting the Digimon card game with the members of
We saw a new level 6 Digimon, and we basically were told Digimon Elysian is continuing its development. Like, that's literally all that was told to us.
ちょっとどこから行こうかなというところですが、まずはね、じゃあ
視聴者さんから来てますね。はい。ちょっと見てみましょう。はい。
先ほどちょっとアグモンさんもおっしゃってましたこちら、辻門さんが、先ほどのコーナーの中で必殺技叫んでましたよねと、でその上でデジモンの皆さん叫んでみたい必殺技、もしご自身のでもそうでなくてもちょっと聞いてみたいなという質問来てまして、まずテリスケはいかがですか？
あ、僕結構ね、テリケンの方では割と叫んでるタイプ
Maybe
の
I'll
デジモ
finish
ンなんだけど、
Digicon,
さ
but
っきさ、辻モンがさ、
the most I'll probably have patience for is like the video game segment, which is up next. Like if they don't, I don't even know what they're gonna say. Like I'm kind of hoping that they say something new for video games. Give us something exciting to look forward to, because like we just got the last DLC, right? For our Time Strangers. So like, what are they actually gonna say? Are they gonna like announce a re-release of something? Are they going to announce like new projects? Yeah, Elysian is basically the GTA 6 for Digimon fans. I would probably say that's not entirely inaccurate.
別に挨拶だからな。大バッチグーが必殺技。
そうなると月光門ありますか？
No Gemmon? Yeah, we saw. I think like those two were Gemmon's like various forms of Gemmon. New DLC? Maybe. Like that's kind of like why I'm curious to like stay through at least the video game segment, is because like I'm curious what they're gonna do. Is it gonna be more DLC, like DLC Pack 2? Is it gonna be new game re-release? Like what? What are we looking at?
青い炎も入ってみたいから、プチファイヤー。
So I guess like my not really prediction, my wish for Elysian to come out in the summer, just because Liberator finished, to try to carry the Liberator hype a little bit longer, was not coming to fruition.
I'm just gonna follow up on English. We had a question from you guys asking, which one of the special moves would you three Digimon like to shout? And as you all know, Terriermon Assistant, he always shouts out a special move at the end of Terriermon Assistant's lab, at the end of every show. So he's very familiar with all these different special moves of different Digimon. And Gekkomon wants to try out Murasamemon's special move. And Agumon, he just said Puchi Fire, which is Gabumon's special move. So we had a crossover of different special moves from different Digimons.
Oh.
Yeah.
I totally missed that. I was not paying attention to them at all.
そしてまあそんなちょっと必殺技の話題も出てきたところなんですけど、今度はバトルといいますか、アグモンさん、テリスケさん、月光門さんがデジカでバトルしたら誰が勝つんだろう。
確かに。
みんなめっちゃ僕らにバトルさせたがるね。なんでなんだってなってな。
豪華な3人ですからね。
確かに。
はい。
いやでも僕番組でデジカやってるから、これはちょっとお二人には申し訳ないけど、頭脳キャラとしても負けられない戦いがここにあるんだよな。あとこうデジモンアリシオンもさっきねちょっと発表されてて、ベータ版もやらせていただいたから、もっと発売されたら、
Digimon Survive 2?
配信されたらやっちまうから。
Actually, like double down and focus more on the tactical gameplay.
ちょっとアリシオン出たらね、研究室楽しみですね。
Instead of the visual novel story elements. Like I liked
I liked it.
Digimon Survive, but like Digimon Survive feels so underutilized. Like they had such perfect opportunities to tie in the TCG to it, and then they just didn't. All they did was like promos, and like I feel like that's a big shame. It's obviously like a ginormous untapped potential that they could very easily do something with.
いいね。でも絶対できるようになるから一緒に頑張りましょう。ぜひ。そうだね。そうだってな。
So another question from you guys. If you three were to battle using the Digimon cards, which one of you would win? And Terriermon Assistant, maybe some of you might know, he's already been playing the Digimon card in Terriermon Assistant's lab. So he's pretty sure he's going to win this. And Gekkomon and Agumon, they haven't tried the card game yet, but they're really looking forward to starting it. Yeah.
ね、まあ本当にカードもね、あと今テリスケさんおっしゃってたアリシオンもね、 ようやくいろんな情報出てきて、ちょっとここもコメントたくさんあったのでお伝えしておくと、
I mean, yeah, like I said, game development's a very difficult
皆さんあ
thing,
ったかいコメントが
and
多くて、
especially a free-to-play game like this.
すごいコメントが来ていて、
あのカードめっちゃよかった。
It's very
コレクションしたくなったもん。
there's a lot of things that go into
デジ
it
モンの皆さん出てきた
because they have to
時
figure
ど
out
う
like
表現
game
されるんだろう
economy,
とか
card
必殺
acquisition.
技楽しみですよね。
They also are working on new cards, so new card balance.
とっても良いものをお届けする
On
ため
top
に
of
今し
like
ばらく
a
お待
fleshed
ちくだ
out
さいという
single
ね。
player
中
mode,
に
on top of
お伝えできる
obviously
時に
the connectivity factor between multiplayer stuff. Like
本当盛りだくさんでした。
it's a lot of work for what's going to be a free-to-play game that obviously is going to have microtransactions to support you buying packs. But like they also need to do it so that free-to-play players also can enjoy the
We're
game.
still watching the comments and all your posts on X, so keep the comments coming.
Have
ぜ
a
ひ
similar
X で
pace
ハ
to
ッシュタグ
pay
デ
to
ジモン
win
コンと一緒に番組
players.
の感想をつぶやいてみてください。さあそれでは
Because
続い
like
て
that's
のコーナー
ultimately
に
what
参
card
りま
games
しょう。
are
デリ
in
スケ
terms
さんお
of the
願いいた
free
し
to
ま
game
す。
space. It's literally pay to
続
win.
いてのコーナーは
Because if you don't get lucky as a free to play player, most of the time you're just gonna have a really rough time. And like free to play games like live or die based on like the free people that are in the game.
さあ続いて
Because
は
that's
デ
what
ジモン
keeps
ゲ
the
ーム
game
最新情
active.
報コーナーです。Now we're going to be jumping into the Digimon gaming segment where we'll
Next
be
game
checking out
coming in
all the
8
latest news you need to
years.
know about Digimon games.
さてこちらのコーナーですが、デジモンゲームに
Alright,
関する
second
最新情
biggest
報とともに
piece
12
of
月に
stuff.
実施されました第
Yeah, new
139
card
回デジミン
balance.
投票。
Exactly.
今後の家庭用デジモンゲームで育成したいまたは活躍を期待するデジモンはどれの結果につい
An action
て
role?
ゲームプロデューサーの方とともにお届けしてまいります。それでは自己紹介お願いいたします。
皆さんこんにちは。デジモンストーリータイムストレンジャーのプロデューサーを担当しておりますバンダイネモコエンターテインメントの原と申します。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
続いてこちらの方です。
はい、愛業門役の田村睦美です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。皆さん遊んでいただいて本当にもうありがとうございます。もうネキさんも初回から最高の実況をしていただいて、
ちょっとね2人で楽しくなっちゃってね。
そうなんですよね。私は前もね進めなかったですね。かなり怪しい感じでやってましたけど。
さあタイムストレンジャーといえば12月にシリーズ最速100万
Time
本
Stranger
突
in
破いたし
December
まし
broke
て
a million
ついに
copies, which is
先
actually
日
pretty
追加
impressive.
DLC の追加デジモンエピソードパック3アンチパラドックス配信。7
And
月には
then,
任天堂
yep,
スイッチ2が
it's
任
coming
天堂
to
スイッチ版
Nintendo
の発
Switch
売が予定
too.
されています。
おおすごいですね。いやだってスイッチって言ったらね、旅行先でも学校とか通勤先とかでも電車内でもねできますしね。
いつでもどこでも。
ね、いつでもどこでもタイムストレンジャーのストーリーが見れますし、デジモンも育成できるということですね。
They had to
本日満を
downport
持し
their
てそちらに
game.
関する情報もちょっといただけるんでしょうか、原さん。
そうですね。本日開発途中の実機をお持ちしていますので、この後早速お見せできればなというふうに思っています。
Development build of the
発売
Switch
で今
version.
見られるってなんかすごいね。
現時点でもうほぼできてるんですけれども、本当にもう細かい調整をするべく今進めているというところでは。
I mean, it's cool that it's coming to more places.
こんな感じでございます。はい。
すごい。
画面で見た映像が
わかります。
手元にあるね。
ただいまって感じがすごい。
Funny enough, I was playing it on my Steam Deck. Gameplay on Switch 2. Why not Steam Deck?
うわ
やってまいりまし
動
た。
かしていきたいと思います。今回任天堂スイッチ2版でセントラルタウンを回っていこうと思います。でおそらく皆さんこの街過去たくさん見てきたかと思うんですけれども、これまでの比
Obviously, it's not
較と
going to
いう
be
意
as
味でも
pretty
分かりや
as
すいかと思いまして、今日はあえてセン
the
トラルタウンを
FPS.
ワー
Yeah,
プしております。
that's the first thing I kind of like took a note in is like, ooh, okay. It's not running the greatest.
そうですね、確かに。
ハードラ分層の方本当いつもありがとうございます。
お世話になって
Hope
ます。
there's a performance mode at 60. Switch 2 is so weak.
任天堂スイッチ版でのグラフィックモードを選択することができまして、4K HDR の
Okay, so there is a
ゲー
performance
ムを楽しめ
mode.
るクオリティモードとフレームレート 60fps でゲームを楽しめるパフォーマンスモードというのがございまして、いつでも切り替えることができるんですけど、今はちょっとクオリティモードで遊んでるっていう状態ですね。
綺麗モードってことですか？
綺麗モードです今。
なるほど、クオリティモード。
うわ、愛業門だ。
本当だ。
あ、ごめんなさい。 今振ればよかったですね今。
Imagine the Switch 1 version. Yeah, I was playing this on my Steam Deck, and like the game actually runs pretty decent. Pretty sure it'll be 30 FPS. Yeah.
さすがにって何ですか？
How did they put it on the Switch 1? Downporting. Just lots and lots of downporting.
へえ。
動きがですね、こう滑らかに。
なんか言われてみれば確かに。
本当だ。
でやっぱそうデジモンのこうアクションシーンなんかはやっぱりこの違いが分かりやすく見えるんじゃないかな。
分かりやすいかもしれないですね。使い分けみたいなのってどういう観点で？
そうですね。
Not necessarily. Okay, so
景色を楽しみたいみたいな時はクオリティモード。でデジモンたちの技をよりこう迫力ある形で反応したいみたいな、そんな時はパフォーマンスを使うとかその時の気分で切り替えていただければなっていうところですね。ちなみにスイッチ1版にはこの機能が実装されてないんですけれども、スイッチ1版のタイムストレンジャーをスイッチ2本体で起動して更新データをダウンロードすることでスイッチ2と同等のグラフィックへ引き上げることができます。さらに先ほどのグラフィックモードの選択も可能になります。
And then you get a selectable graphics
持ってないよって
mode.
いう方もですね、とりあえずスイッチ1版を買って遊んでおいて、スイッチ2手に入ったら更新データをダウンロードいただくといったことが可能になってます。
へえ、いいですね。
そしてですね、このグラフィックモードの選択機能がすでに発売されている PS5 版。
Okay, so there's a graphics mode on PS5. Well, I have the PC version, so come on. What do I get? What do I get for owning the computer version?
任天堂スイッチ2版、任天堂スイッチ版デジモンストーリータイムストレンジャーは2026年7月9日発売となります。
Yeah, I fear this is literally all that they have to say is just more Switch stuff.
こちらフィギュアやアートブックを含む各種限定版の予約受付も開始。こちらは日本のみの販売となりますので、その他ね、地域だったり取り扱い商品に関しては各地ね各種公式サイトをご覧ください。
続いてはこちらのコーナーになります。
第139回デジミン投票、今後の家庭用デジモンゲームで育成したいまたは活躍を期待するデジモンはどれ？結果発表です。
Which Digimon would you want to see in the game?
2025年12月2日デジモン公式 YouTube で公開され、テリアモン助手研究室にてテリスケと原さんの会話の中から生まれた企画となっております。事前に運営側で選定された35体のデジモンの中から1体に投票するという企画でして、本日その企画ね、その結果ランキング形式で発表していただきます。
Why is it all Liberator
この
stuff?
35体というものはどのように選定されました？
めちゃめちゃ悩みましたね。今回テリスケからこのお題振られたのはいいんですけど、どうしようかなと思って今回ですね、アニメ、ゲーム、カードなどの各種コンテンツの中でメイン級の活躍をしていながら直近の家庭用ゲーム、すなわちタイムストレンジャーに実装できていないデジモンたちをピックアップさせていただきました。
ちなみに今回世界中のファンの方々から1万7000票以上の投票いただきました。
7000票。
すごい数ですね。
Yeah, only
1対に1票
17K.
なんですか？それとも何票も
1対に1票。
本当に1体なんですよ。
それで1万7000票以上ってす
So
ごい
like it probably was higher if they bothered to like promote this better.
デジモンたちやっぱそ
It
の
could
中
have
か
been
ら
higher.
この子っていう熱い思いが絶対込められてる一
そう
票ではある
ですね。はい、かなりなんで重い1票だという受け止め方は僕もしてます。
そうですね。
だからこそトップ10だけでちょっともったいないなと思って、惜しくも入れなかったまずは20から11位の
A Lukamon-based video game would be so nice.
こちらです。
Oh no, Lukamon? What? RIP. Lukamon would be a good one. Okay, Oh, so those are. That's not the top 10. Okay. That's not the top 10.
惜しかったね、キロプンも。
惜しかったね。
でもみんな可愛いですね。
12位のコマンドラモンなんかも最近ビートブレイクで。
Commandramon would have been a fantastic one. Like, so you could go hard on the Commandramon lore.
あれもね。
割とこう見てみると、
So this is not top 10.
リベレーター勢が結構強いなと思って。
So Ukaman better be in top 10.
シューモプテロモンで、ベムモンは一応デジモンワールド3というゲームが初登場なんですけれども、リベレーターのゼニスのパートナーとして活躍してますね。でブルコモンなんかもですね、中国初の
Ukaman appeared in the Chinese
アプリ初なんですけれども、これもリベレーターの割と冒頭でかなり熱く活躍してたかな。
And he had a minor role at the start of Liberator. Yeah.
ここからが本番となりますね。
I'm being generous by adding
1位まで発表してまいります。
緊張しますね。
はい、まず第10位は。
Alright, so here's the top 10.
きた
Gekomon.
ー。うわーすごい。結構も
言わずとしたらデジモンビートブレイクで主人公トモロの
Gekomon's number 10.
絶賛活
Okay.
躍中でござい
That's
ます。
not a surprise. He's new. He's
とても可愛い
adorable.
です。はい。で先ほどのキロプもそうなんですけれども、この投票企画が始まった後にまずキロプモンの進化シーンがあったんですよ。ナイトキロプモンへの。
はいはいはい。
で月光もその後じゃないですか。
そうですね。
タイミングがですね、ちょっとでも違ったらもしかしたらこの順位前後してたかもしれないなと思って。
確かにナイトキロプモンもかっこいいもんな。
はい、かなりいい回だったと思うので。
Yeah, those were really good episodes revealing their
嬉
evolutions.
しいな月光モン順位入るの。
そうですよね。我らが
友達が入ったみたいな。
Number one.
なんか気持ちになってます今。
No
友達
taste.
がオーディション受かったみたいな感じですよね。
Teramon is so low. Yeah, he's not even in top 10.
というところで、10月ニューヨークコミコンあった際に僕
Good
お邪魔
start
させて
with
いただいたん
Digicon
ですけ
in
ど、
the top
トイアニメー
10.
ションさんとか、あとゲストに来ていただいてたハンさんとかと夜お食事する機会があったんですよね。でその話の流れでハンさんに月光モの好きなとこってどこですかねみたいな話になったんですよ。その時にもう割と即答で。友のことを好きなところって答えたんですよ。素敵じゃんと思って。いや普通月光門の好きなとこどこって言ったら月光門のこうなんかこうビジュアルとかあるじゃないですか。そこをピックアップすると思いきや友のことを好きなところってもう本当にこの方は心から月光門なんだなと思って。月光門視点で魅力を語れるっていうのは本当に世界でハンさんただ一人なんだなっていうことを感じたので、僕としてもかなりもう推しですね。もう。
さあでは続いて参りましょう。
It would be interesting, like fleshing out Teramon's lore.
ルドモン。
Ludamon is number 8 or number 9.
デジモンの一体でして天使が持てば世界を救い悪魔が
I
持て
mean,
ば世
granted,
界を
like
滅ぼす
Legend
そういう
Arms
設定が
sees
あ
like
るんですね。
such little
ビートブレイ
representation.
クで大活躍中で守りたいという思いから生まれたっていうエピソードもまあ良かったんですよね。
いやグッときますよね。
タクティクスってライバルチームなのになんでこんないいエピソード持ってんだよっていうもう。
そうなんです。みんな一人一人
Yeah, little
結構
Ludamon,
いい
he
エピ
was
ソード
kind of
を
cute.
お酒あげてたら
I highly doubt it was because of the anime episode that recently just aired. That was Ludamon, that gave Ludamon overall popularity.
おいおいおい知り合いばっかじゃねえか。
デジモンアドベンチャートライで
Mekomon number 8? Wow.
可愛かったですね。だんだん可愛かったです。はい。
How did Teramon lose to
第
Mekomon?
7位はこちら。テリアモン助手。
あテリアモンじゃなくてテリアモン助手。
助手。
あれだけの驚愕
Terriermon's assistant is number
7
7.
を獲得してるんですよ。
Wow. What a crazy top 10 so
この
far.
活動がはっきりと認められたと言っても過言ではないのかなと。
I think maybe it's because of the whole like
皆
little
さんよろしいです
VTuber
かね。貴
thing.
重な一体でテリアモン
I know a lot of people also just like
テリアモ
Terriermon.
ン助手は進化するんですか。
でも現状ないですからね。でも
It's a cat, no
じゃあもう
shocker,
本当に結
right?
構貴重な枠を。
いやなんかもう噂ではじゃあガルゴモン助手はいるのかとかなんかそんな話
何々教授になっていくのか
教授になっていくのかみたいな。
助手から教授にいいですね。
Lukamon's gotta be in top 10.
改めて
Like his design is so
おめでとう
good.
ございまし
おめでとうござい
た。
ま
And
す。
his lore is also
さあ
really
続いて参
decent.
りましょう。続いての第6位はエリスモンです。
Erismon? Interesting.
は
エリ
い
スモンってことは
She looks like confused. She's like,
リアライズ
Erismon?
ワールドワイドで
What?
1000万ダウンロード以上されてまして多くの票を
Yeah,
集めてい
the
る
Rearise, the game you guys
実は
shut
エリスモン
down.
ゴースト
Remember?
ゲームに
はい。
登場したことがあるんですよね。
あれ？
He appeared in Ghost Games? I don't
デ
remember.
パートに
Ghost
閉じ
Games
込
had
め
a
ら
lot
れ
of
た
like
清志郎
just
を助け
garbage
るべく地下
filler.
鉄の線路に歩いていたヒロたちをデパートにこう招いてあげたみたいな。
I so do not remember this
の
episode.
時って雲の時ですか。
そうです。そうですそうです。
雲がインパクト。
I do not remember this episode.
ああなるほど。
そうなんですよ。
ああなんか思い出してきました。人間の頃の記憶。
人間の頃の記憶を
I legitimately do not remember that
まず
episode.
第5位はパルス Pulsemon でした。
Pulsemon, okay. Yeah, Pulsemon in top 10 makes sense.
ですね、原さん。
はい、何が面白いかってこのパルスモンから進化するデジモンの多くはですね。
Pulsemon is another very good
題材にな
design.
ってるってところなんですけれども、個人的に好きなのがロードレーサーを題材にしたピストモンっていうもう自転車みたいなデジモンがいまして、もう
Is that Tomoro's beat?
思い切ったデザインだなと思って。
In Pistomon's wheel?
僕は大好きです。
では続いて参りましょう。第4位、ガムドラモン。
お、
はい、やってまいりました。
Gumdramon.
ドラモン、デジモン
Okay.
クロスウォーズ時をかける少年ハンターたちで主人公タギールの
Gumdramon doesn't see that much representation. I can get
個
behind
人的に
that.
ポテモンとのデジクロスで、
ありましたね。
デジクロスと言いながらガムドラモンをそのまま剣道の防具とシネを身につけたっていうだけの姿があるんですけど、すごく可愛いんですよね。
シンプルな進化。
そうですね。これはデジ
Wish
クロスなの
Pulsemon
か。
Tribal got love. Yeah.
デジタルだけどちょっとアナ
Now
ログ
he's
感
just being abused by AGO.
そこがなんか
そういうのもあるんだっていう。
He's committing crimes with AGO
がね
on just
あり
free
ますよ
memory.
ね。ベスト3。
ベスト3
ちょっと
ですね。
読めなくなってきましたね。
あとなんだろ
Okay,
う
so
って
top 3.
今考えてて。
It's got to be Ukaman
ベ
in
スト3
here.
のまず第3位参りましょう。第3位はこちら、フェアリモンでした。
Kazemon?
そう、アグニモンとかはいるけどいらっしゃらなかったんですよね。
Really?
この方ね。
はい。
フロンティア。
今回デジモンフロンティア勢
Man, them Gooners, right?
圧倒的人気を誇っていたのが、
Kazemon in top
伝説の
3.
10頭身の風のスピリットの力を継いでいて、アニメでは泉が風のヒューマンスピリットの力で変身していたデジモンとなっております。でこの可愛らしい見た目とは裏腹にですね、かなり肉弾戦主体で戦っていたイメージが、
Kazemon.
はい、もちろん風の力も使うんですけれども、はい、
さあでは続いて参りましょう。続いて第2位、ルガモン。
Okay, Ukaman at number 2. I was kind of hoping he would be number 1.
デジモンシーカーズで、
But
主人公エイジのパートナーと
Ukamon's
して
pretty
活
good
躍
at
しま
number
した。
2.
このルガモンの究極体のさらにその
So
直
who's
列進化
number
先
1
を
then?
出して、これがすごいんですよね。もうフェンリルガモン竹見和地っていうんですけ
Yeah,
ども、
Fenry Ukaman Takemi
バ
Kazuchi's
チバチ
so
かっこいい
dope.
です。これがもう
I freaking love that dog.
メンリルガモン竹見和地。
竹見和地。
すごい漢字がついてるデジモンって
噛まずに言い切れない。
しかもなんかアクセントも難しいですね。なんかフェンリルガモン竹見和地。
これがすごいので、
She kinda said that
もう
pretty
一番と
nice.
していつか活躍を見てみたいなというデジモンの一点。
Yeah, Ukaman number 2. That's not a surprise. His design is so good.
なんだ？あとなんだ
？1位？今もう2位ですもんね。
なんかアグモンレインボーとかないですよね。
Agumon Rainbow.
色違い。
アグモンさんはもうね殿堂入りだからいいでしょう。
十分ですよね。
そうです。
黒とか着ちゃうとねっていう。そうなるとでは参りましょう。栄えある第1位はこちら、ガンマモン。
Okay, I could see that. Yeah, Gumamon being number 1.
やばい。
友達どころではないと。
息子です。
息子でしたっけ？
息子です。
Be my son.
ちょっと泣きそう。1位ガンマモン1位なの？
先ほど
No,
2位
please
のルガ
cry,
モンと
please.
圧倒
It would
的
just
大
make
差を
things
つけ
more
て
entertaining.
1位だったんですよ。
ちょっとやばいっす。
やばいですか？
やばいっす今。ちょっとねなんかねうるうる来てますよ。
多分本当に来てます。
来てます。
So the big question is, are they actually going
最強のチョ
to
コをあげてたいんです僕は。
make
出たい。
like put these into a game or make a game around them? That's the ultimate question. Prefer Ukaman?
他
Yeah.
にも進化先が多彩であったりだとか、はいタイヤにグルスガンマモンという別の存在が宿っていたりとか、あとは理論上の存在とされているですね、プロキシマモンっていうですね。デジモンが直列進化先に存在してたり。
Yeah, the show that you fucked up and we never got to
は
see.
い、ゴーストゲームには登場してないですね。
これデジモン図鑑潜り込まないとのやつですよね。
ライタルブレスでは、はい。
はいはいはいはいはい。
嬉しい。
嬉しいですね。田村さん、改めていかがでした？
本当に知り合いのデジモンがいたり友達がいたり
Yeah, hoping
息子がい
something
たり
comes from this.
しましたけども、でもまだ私は知り合ってなかったデジモンとかもいたりとかして、なんかデジモンって本当になんかすごいいろんな世界が広がっている作品なんだなと思って、改めてなんかちょっと 見たいなって思いましたね。
ね、そうなんか会いたいなってやっぱ思い
そう
ましたね。
会いたいなって
Exactly.
思い
That's
ま
why we
した。
want to meet him.
ぜひ皆さんねちょっとこの結果をお楽しみいただいて今後のデジモンゲームね交互期待くださいということで投票いただいた皆様ありがとうございました。
Yeah, so pretty much nothing in the game
原
segment.
さん発表は以上となりますが今回はデジモンコンということでちょっとなんかいろいろ期待してしまっているんですけれども。
皆さんにちょっと発表したいことが一つございます。はい、タイムストレンジャーなんですけども、先日配信させていただきました追加 DLC アンチパラドックスをもって、追加コンテンツの配信が終了しましたが、想定以上にですね、多くのファンの方々の熱いサポートがございましたので、おかげさまでですね、この度、大型 DLC の制作が決定しました。
We decided to produce more DLC. Large scale DLC. What is that supposed to mean?
しましょうよ。
盛り上がらないと。
そうですね。今度はちゃんとやりますよ。
大型ということはもう新しい何かが
あるかもしれないです。
more DLC is coming in
して
next
おり
year.
まして、先ほど発表させていただいたデジミン投票の結果
So
について
this is
も
going to be like
全てではないです
like a half game
全てではないん
style
ですけれど
DLC,
も
like
今回の大型
the
DLC
plus
の
mode
世界観
essentially.
や今後のデジモンゲームのこともですね、考慮しながら一部反映させております。
It's a long ass wait.
はい、何が反映されてるかみたいのはもう後日続報を期待くださいというところですね。リリース時期がですね、2027
But
年を
we're
予定しております。ちょっと先になるんですけれども、
2027
どのような内容になるかですね、まだお伝えできないです。
Yeah, so based on that terminology, it probably is like not really a half game, but like maybe like a quarter game. Half to a quarter game, I'd say.
今日一の出ました。
いやちょっと出ちゃいました。ごめんなさい。隣でめっちゃうるさかったと思うんですけど。まだ何にも聞いてないけれども。
Yeah, Hacker's Memory Time Stranger Edition, something along those lines. It's gonna be like the more like Monster Hunter type stuff, where it's just like, yeah, here's just actually a big update, like a big DLC update that like costs half the price of the game.
ストーリー的にもパラレルなのかその先なのか、なんか多分原さん答えられないんでしょうけど、
良きご質問ですね。良きご質問です。以上です。
とにかく楽しみですね。
楽しみなことは間違いない。
スイッチ版の発売も7月にありますし、
Yeah, so Switch version talk, a poll,
盛り上がりというか、続
and
報にご期待い
then
ただけ
they're
ればと
announcing
思っておりま
more
す。
DLC for Time Stranger.
我々も楽しみにしております。ということで原さん本日ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。ですが、ちょっと待ってください。
Wait, one more thing?
実はもう一つありまして。
One more
いっぱいありますね今日。
thing? A Chucky?
本当はあともう一個です。もう一個です。ただですね、これ私の口からではなくてですね、この方から語ってもらおうと思います。ではよろしくお願いします。
いろんな質問が出てきてる。
自己紹介いいですか？何もおっしゃらずにスッて座られて。
バンダイナムコエンターテインメントのキミピーと申します。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
Kimmy P. Okay. Are they gonna like say something is in development, like a new game?
動きます。鳴らしてもらえれば動けます。はい。
お花とかね動くやつ。
懐かしい感じ。はい。
原さんに代わってちょっとお話を持ってきてくださったということでよろしいんでしょうか。
はい。本日突然なんですけれども、1週間ほど前にデジモン公式チャンネルで公開された例の動画があったんですが、そちらはご覧いただけましたでしょうか。はい。
Okay, so butterfly.
怪しい人が何かを紹介しているという
例の動画はちょっと怪しいです。
World Trilogy.
こちらがあれですよね、もう突如公開されて話題になっていた動画だと思うんですけれども、そこにもしかして何かありましたヒントとかって？
はい、そうなんです。実は動画に隠されていたヒントの答え合わせを本日できればと思っておりますので、早速ではありますが、皆様にお見せしたい映像がございますので、まずはこちらをご覧いただきたい。
All right, I'm gonna have to like mute that for music purposes. So get ready. A new Digimon game is on the way. Right in your pocket. Digimon. Okay. Dates counting up. Is this like just a mobile VPET? Yeah, that has actual music. An all new Digimon Up. What? Raise your partner. Get cards. Power up. Digivolve your Digimon. Win battles. Digimon Up. Coming now. 2026.
天才。
ありがとうございます。
Digimon Up。
はい、ということでですね、皆様に映像をご覧いただきましたが、なんとこの度、デジモンの新作スマートフォンアプリゲ
The
ーム
latest Digimon game that hopefully they don't kill is Digimon Up。
ちょっと待って、びっくりして
一番欲しかったも
の、いきなりでしたもんね、これは。はい、本作はですね、育成、バトル、成長といったデジモンの基本要素、あとですね、さまざまなデジモン要素を詰め込んだゲームとなっております。
From
本
various
作は、
Digimon
この配信を
elements。
ご覧いただいてくださっているようなデジモンをずっと好きで応援してくださっている皆様はもちろんなんですが、最近デジモンに触れることができていないという方、またあと普段ゲームあんまりプレイしないという方にとっても、カジュアルに楽しめるようなゲームとして現在開発を進めさせていただいております。
一番欲しかったものです。
ありがとうございます。
で気軽にこうカジュアルにデジモンを育てて欲しかったデジモンの全てがこう入ってくるなっていう感じがすごい強いですね。
ここからはですね、このゲームの推しポイントを2つほどご紹介させていただければと思います。まず1つ目のポイントとしましては、おなじみのデジモンたちが登場する内容になっているんですけれども、なんとですね、本作で使用しているドットイラストに関しては全て新たに書き下ろしたものになっております。
これ後ろのも
そうですね。
そうですか。
後ろに映ってるのもこの
New pixel art exclusively for this title。
これドット絵なんですか？
ドット絵です。
Some of those sprites look really good
から
though.
も
I'm not gonna
いろん
lie。
な資料を見て作成させていただきました。
ドッターどなたですか？すごいじゃないですか。いやバンド所属の方がこんなすごいでドッターが。
そうですね。はい。そしてですね、2つ目のポイントなんですけれども、今回のゲーム内ではですね、皆さんが今まで触れてきたことのあるたくさんのデジモン要素、例えばアニメシリーズのキャラクターであったり、デジバイスのような玩具であったり、デジモンカードゲームなどさまざまなデジモンのモチーフっていったところをゲーム内の方に組み込んでいます。
じゃただ育成してバトルしてだけじゃない何かがあるってこと。
そうですね。はい。ここもちょっとごめんなさい。
So this is basically like the ultimate V-Pack。
はい、そのような形になっております。
なるほど。
PV にも映っていた旧デジモンカードのねデザインで、
すごいすごい細かいところを見てくださってありがとうございます。小さい頃デジモンに触れてたけれどもちょっと最近は触れることができていないという方にも、本作またデジモンに触れるきっかけにしていただきたいなという思いもありまして、あえて昔のデザインのデジモンカードというところを採用させていただいております。
You could just say that it's easier to reuse assets。
小学校の給食を思い出
Granted,
すみ
they
たいな
updated pixel art, so
ノスタルジーというか
I don't know.
私も集めてましたよ。
そうですよね。
戦い方が私は分かんなくてただただ集めるだけにはなってました。
集めるだけでもあれ楽しいですからね。
そうなんですよね。
ここまで映像だったり、簡単なゲーム情報をお伝えさせていただいたんですけれども、新作スマートフォンアプリゲームデジモンアップのサービス開始時期はですね、今年2026年を予定させていただいております。
I almost feel like they should have just called it
最新ゲーム
Digimon
情報で
Level
あったりキャンペーン情報、各種情報につきましては、本日より開設予定のデジモンアップ公式サイトないし、公式 SNS にて今後随時情報を発信させていただく予定ですので、皆様ぜひそちらの方からチェックをお願いできればと思います。
Check on the Up social
今
media。
後本タイトルの事前登録が
Oh,
開
if
始
we
いたしましたら、
pre-reg,
月
we
光
get
など
Gamamon
豪華なゲームの
or not
報酬ももらえるキ
Gakomon,
ャンペーンも実施予定となっておりますので、そちらに関しても皆様お楽しみにお待ちいただければと
Check out
思
the
います。
YouTube channel。
すでにもう登場が決まってるじゃないですか。
そうですね。クリスティモンはどうですか？
ちょっと言えない。
それも言えないんだ。
ごめんなさい。
アイギョモンはガンマモンは？
ね、そうですよ。
テリアモン女子は？
Yeah, what about the top 10 Digimons, huh?
言ったら反映してくれるかもしれない。
もうぜひぜひ言ってください。
絶対言いますね。
はい。なのでそういった新しいデジモンというところももちろん今後登場する予定になっております。
Making new Digimon,
本
okay.
日公開させていただい
So it's gonna
た
have
PV の
new
拡散キャンペーン
Digimon.
に関しましても行わせていただく予定ですので、こちらにつきましても 本日公開予定の公式サイトであったり、公式 SNS の方から、ぜひチェックいただければと思います。
I've already, like, I'm crashing out on mobile game addictions right now. Like, I'm trying to cut myself off from a lot of them.
ぜひ皆様そちらでご確認ください。ひとまずは新作アプリの制作決定とのことで、
Not that I was spending a lot of money in them, because I wasn't. I think what made me quit was the fact that I did maybe spend a little bit of money. Maybe a little.
さあでは盛りだくさんでお送りしてまいり
Not
ま
a
した
lot,
こちらのコー
but
ナー
just
も
the idea of like, oh, I had to
と
do
なりま
this
した
to
が、
catch up or
田村さん本
keep
日い
up,
かがでしたか？
kind of like
まず
made me
皆さ
super
んにお伝え
depressed.
しなくてはいけ
And
ないの
so
が
I'm like
デジ
crashing
ミンの
out on a
皆
lot
さ
of
ん
mobile
ガンマ
games.
モン1位ありがとうございます本当に嬉しかったありがとうございます。まあガンマもね魅力的なキャラクターでありますのでなんか当然っちゃ当然みたいな気持ちになりつつもでも他の子たちも本
What,
当に
is
魅
she
力
the
的な子たちば
Japanese
っかり
voice
なので
for
その中で
Gamamon
1位
too?
になれるっていうのは本当にすごく嬉しかったです。そしてお仕事いただけるということでいや違うなんか活躍させていただけるということでなんかすごく私も楽しみにしておりますので
If it's idle,
皆さんも楽しみ
you
に
might not
待っていましょう。
you
本
might
当に
not
今日はあり
mind.
がとうございました。
Yeah, like a Digimon
アプリのやつもすごく
idle
私
pet
も楽しみに
simulator
しており
thing
ます。
wouldn't be like
もう
that
本当に今日はあ
bad.
りがとうご
Where
ざいま
like
し
you
た。
just need to pay attention to it every now and then.
いや田村さんの活躍が楽しみです。辻門さんなんか盛りだくさんでしたね。
もう胸がいっぱいでハイストもそうですし、デジモンアップももう本当に衝撃がすごいので今皆さんどんなコメント来てるんだろうってすごい気になってます。
The big question is how long do they decide to keep Digimon up around? That's the real
い
question.
ろんな形があって本当に可能性の塊だなということを
Bye,
感じた
see
の
you
で、
next
大
year.
人になってもずっと楽しませていただきたいなと思い
Alphamon
ました。
forever.
ご覧の皆様ご視聴ここまでありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
All right, chat. Do we continue watching this? Or do we like go back to actually playing Digimon for a little bit?
のコメントねコメント欄でもすごい流れてます。
Digimon's answers to Pokemon Go hardly.
知り合いばっかりじゃねえか。
知り合いばっかりでしたね。
本当に
Digimon's answer to Pokemon Go was literally the vitality bracelets,
そんな感じで
and
盛り
they
上がって
fumbled
ました
that
ね。
real
あと
hard.
どうでしょう、テリスケさんもランクインしてたりとか。
そうなんだよね。第7位ということで、ラッキーセブンですよ。
All right, chat. Do we continue watching Digicon, or do we like ditch this and do something else? And by do something else, I mean actually try to play real Digimon. And by real Digimon, I mean real fake Digimon.
だったと思うので。
And by real fake Digimon, I
貴重な一票、
mean
一人一票なの
Digimon
で。
DCGO.
結構もに僕はテレモン女子にっていう人たちの積み重ねなので、いやすごいことでしたよね。
What's the upcoming program? Next on the docket is goods and events. So we're in the 5-minute like real talk, and then they have goods and events, and then it closes out.
またテリアモン研究所も忙しくなっちゃいそう。
はい。
Lukaman deck showcase.
さあそしてアグモン先輩としてはいかがでしたでしょうか。
Almost time for work. Wishing me a happy birthday again. Yeah, no, not a problem. Dark Blastoids, always appreciated.
これ以上出てきちゃう。
I hope you have a wonderful day at work.
またの人たちがやってたんで。
I know working on the weekend sometimes can be a bit of a bite, but I think like we've all been there. Could be regionals. I don't know if that's where they put it. But if everyone, I guess I'll just run like a poll or something.
さあそして視聴者の方からもね、コメントというかもう喜びの声がたくさんありましたね。やっぱりデジミン投票に関しては本当に悩んで投票して。どうかこの子が入ってくれっていうね。やっぱりそうバイタルブレス勢が入ってるのすごい嬉しいなっていうのとか、あとやっぱりガンマモンがねずっと待ちわびて、そうあとはもうね、デジモンアップの新作のね。
そうですね。
そうだね。デジモンアップ楽しみだね。どんなゲームになるんだろうね。
I'll start a poll.
ここアグモンさん活躍しますもんね。
大活躍でしたね。
そうだね。待っててね。
すごい。まだでもコメントも質問もどんどん来てますが。はい。
So vote if we should finish watching Digimon Con, or if we should do something else.
嬉しいですね。 と来てる質問を1個読み上げますか。
はい、じゃあちょっと質問をここでまた皆さんに投げかけてね参りますが、3人で一緒にゲームってしないんですかということで、もしかして
So I'll close the poll out when we get to the next segment. So once we're at the next segment, I'll close the poll, and then based on the poll, we'll see where we go from there.
絶対できると思います。ね、
人は時間泥棒なだけあってね、本当楽しいから。
Because I have no idea what they would possibly do for announcements and events.
アグモンさん、テリアモン女子と月光モンさんのね実況は全然見ますけどっていう。楽しみですね。だってそれは。
Was it Digicon last year that they announced the premium Bandai for the premium deck box? Maybe. I don't remember. I didn't watch Bandai. I didn't watch Digicon last year, but like last year was probably the only good Digicon. Because all the years before that was kind of just like this, where it was just this big nothing burger. It was just an excuse to watch something, I guess.
So we just had a question from you guys. Do you three play games usually? And Geckomon and Agumon has never played Time Stranger yet, but they're really excited for the new download content and also the game itself. And we were just discussing maybe we should do a live stream of the 3 Digimons playing Time Stranger together. We don't know if it's going to happen, but if that does, it's going to be super big. So yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I would watch that. I already beat the game. What's left on the schedule? Yeah, so I'll just have the schedule pulled up. It's literally just
We hope you enjoyed the game segment, guys. We're going to keep on going.
Yeah, it's literally just goods and events.
On X using the hashtag
so just additional Digimon merchandise and like them talking about. Again, I don't really know what events they could be referring to.
のコーナーに参りましょう。では月光門お願いいたします。
おうってな。次はイベントグッズのコーナーなんだってな。どうぞ。
さあここからはデジモン最新ニュースのコーナーということで、
So it looks like the majority of people said no, don't waste our time with this.
初解禁情報ございましたが、それだけではございません。もちろんこち
So we won't waste our time with this. Yeah. Okay. Digicon is always kind of just this big joke of nothingness. So yeah, like based on like what I was saying previously before Digicon started, like Bandai very intentionally wants the game to be this high powered. So if that's the goal on making the game as high powered as it is, then obviously when it comes to the cards on the ban restriction list, some of these could probably come off, because now they're not necessarily doing as much anymore. So like the only card I'm still super hesitant on is like Greymon X Antibody. But like I think probably as long as they just watch their card design, this is probably fine to come back, to be honest. Because like at best it's making digivolving into a level 5 cost 1, which is like pretty much on par with a lot of like where the game currently is like, yeah, your level 5 better cost 1 to digivolve into. So like I think like honestly blue decks have had jamming in so many different areas, and they printed so many Digimon with jamming that like they can't necessarily just strip those out. So I think like Bukamon probably is okay of coming back as long as they get rid of Ukaman, because that was part of the problem with Bukamon. Was like Uko raise out, Uko swing is now safe, so it makes Ukaman more threatening. So like Ukamon's just a awful, terribly designed card. I hate that card so much. I think the Inheritable of Gabumon, especially since now it doesn't actually have, like, a native ability, probably this is fine, especially since it's only trashing 1 and not trashing 2, so it's not turbo trashing. Like, the draw 2 is really powerful, but, like, obviously, at this point, purple decks mostly would just want cards in their trash anyway, so, like, the fact that it's not turbo trashing probably means this is okay. If they're okay with degenerate OTK combos, Shout 4 could probably come back. Like, it might be too slow. Like, honestly, it might be too slow, or if it's not too slow and it's just on par with everything else, then it's just on par with everything else. Like, fuck it, right? The Digivolving, for one, less for each color, just means they really have to watch what colors that they use when it comes to the level 5s. So as long as they don't make, like, really dumb level 5s, like, this is probably fine. Because, like I said, Evo for 1 into a level 5 is, like, standard now. So, like, this is probably okay to come back because of that. I understand if it doesn't, just because, like, yeah, this does create problematic design space. Because now you have to watch every single level 5 with Greymon that you print forever. So, like, I understand how this could not come back, but, like, at the same time, like, again, if your intention is semi-consistent turn 3 OTKs, or at least lockouts by turn 3, turn 4, then, like, yeah, this is probably fine. And with that type of mentality, the security attack +1, whatever, who cares at this point. Like, if they hit Growlmon X Antibody, then this could easily come off. So, like, this is, like, a tentative thing, kind of similar to, Greymon, where it's just like, okay, if it's just an OTK enabler, then sure, it could probably just come off. But, like, if the card that's really breaking this is Growlmon X Antibody, then you should probably do something about Growlmon X Antibody. And then this card could easily come off. Give Garurumon, like, some ability to kill back. Like, they kept nerfing Garurumon because it was really decent OTKs. And, yeah, at this point, like, everything is just a freaking turn 3 OTK. For the most part. So, like, what's the harm on letting this card come back? It's basically just doing a very similar play pattern as, Mach. Or not Mach. As Gaomon. So, like, if I could turn 3 kill with Gaomon still, like, Garurumon can have his OTK back, especially if you're giving Greymon his back. Jet Sylphie could probably come off. Because, like, yeah, just a level 5 that Evos for 1 is, like, standard. And hybrid decks have been so bad that, or, like, outside of maybe purple hybrids, red and yellow and blue hybrids have been, like, kind of just mediocre for a hot minute because they can't keep up in the current environments in terms of damage output. So, like, yeah, what's the recovery 1 is probably not gonna harm anything, and if anything, maybe the introduction of Jet Sylphimon back in with the recovery 1 actually might make things harder to be OTK'd. Like, it actually would give hybrids a little bit extra longevity. So maybe that actually would be good for the game. Because, like, we're at a point where we're not really abusing security effects like we were. So, like, the recovery +1 just kind of matters less. Because, like, back then when we were running a whole bunch of options and, like, security control was a thing, like, this was mostly just banned because of security control, for the most part. It was just really easy recovery, and it was just making the game, like, ungodly unfun. But, like, with how high damage everything is, that extra 1 recovery actually could make or break OTKs. So, like, I think, like, Jet Sylphie probably is fine to come back. And then on that same vein, like, reinforcing memory boost is, like, fine to come back. Like, the gain 3 memory can be really spooky out of security, but, like, literally any, like, memory boost or training card out of security is, like, incredibly spooky if you can't just win. So, like, this is probably fine. The initial play cost of 6 is a lot. And I think as long as they don't have a whole bunch of decks that just generically spam out options at a, like, high-costed options for free, like, this is probably fine. And then, again, fourth verse, same as the first. If they're okay with OTKs, give Grandis his OTK back. Like, full stop. There's not really much of a reason for it, especially, like, in the face of Vortex. I don't think Grandis can hit Vortex numbers. So, like, if Vortex is, like, the gatekeeper, so to speak, and Grandis can't hit Vortex numbers, then Grandis is literally doing nothing. So, like, it's just another OTK in the spread of decks that can't deal with Vortex. So, like, this could probably come back. I highly doubt it's because of the Digiburst. It is because of the Security Attack Plus. So, like, yeah, there's already, like, 9 cards that could just very easily just magically come back. And the game will probably be just fine because of it. Like, these cards are already, like, super hyper power crept out of the game already. If it wasn't for the recent Shine support, I probably would say Geo can come back, but I think maybe this card's just too good and generic. But again, like, speed-wise, power level-wise, it probably could make a comeback. It could. And then, like, I don't know if these can come back at all, just because, like, Evoing for 1 is different than Evoing for 0. So I think, like, these cards kind of just have to stay off, because they do Evo for 0. And then I think, like, maybe because of the protection, and the fact that, like, you could rig the ability to where, like, you could stack multiple of these in a single Digimon is, like, super spooky. So, like, I think maybe Toru Greymon still kind of has to stay off. Like, I don't know. It all depends on, like, where the line is towed. Like, what are you okay with in terms of, like, letting things back? It's just like, okay, Awakening could come back because Magnamon's not being played anymore, but blah, blah, blah. Like, who knows? Like, there's a lot of, like, goofy shit where it's just like, you can make arguments based on the current power level that there's just a good chunk of things that can come back. So it's just like, okay, you're more okay with OTKs, this can come back. Magnamon's not doing anything, this could come back. Like, obviously, anything that's, like, creating a loop is a problem, which is partially why Cross 4 was hit to begin with. So, like, maybe Cross 4 can stay out just because he loops himself. So, like, I don't know. Like, it really is just, like, it's awkward to pinpoint what Bandai seems to be okay with and what they're not. Especially, like, from a player perspective, obviously the players are having different thoughts and perspectives than what is currently being designed for. And they're just designing more and more power creep, so it's just like, okay, where does the power creep stop? Like, where is the threshold in which this is acceptable? Right now, I don't even think Bandai knows that answer. All right, so we'll play a little bit more DCGO, if we could get some more games, and then probably wrap things up. All right, somebody said they wanted me to play Vortex. I'll play a couple of games of Vortex. Bring back Starter Deck 9 Stingmon and then ban BT12 Stingmon. That's probably fine. His hand's kind of poopy. His hand is equally as poopy in slightly different ways. My thought is they will likely aren't testing banned and limited cards with the new stuff, so they just leave them on the list. Probably. Like, it's easier just to leave cards on the list that they hit. It honestly is. It takes a lot of work and effort to be able to get them off. Oh, is he gonna like full Exa here? Well, I'm sure they didn't see that coming. Oh, what's the condition? After one of your... I'm 90% sure they just did not see that coming. That's hilarious. They're just like, oh, I got this. Swing, Shoto, no. Oh, that's so great. That's legitimately funny. Oh, is he crisscrossing here? No. So I could hard play Galemon, Digivolve into Grand Gale. And then the Digivolution won't be free though. But I could Digivolve into Grand Gale and then Vortex swing into his Digimon. That's probably alright. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright. I forgot he could blast. Yeah, but honestly, people half the time want Uko to die because the purple egg. Yeah, Uko just, like, Uko himself limits egg design. And that's initially a huge problem because now you have to watch whatever level 2 Digimon you're making because now you always have to think about Ukaman. It's just an incredibly poorly designed and thought out card. We're taking the cards that are harder to find. Last Evo's still relevant? It really isn't. I just fell for it like a goober. All I had to do was not fall for it, and I probably was okay. Is this another Examon deck, or is this the same Examon? Probably the same Examon. I mean, like, honestly, the second I get into Vortex, like, Examon literally can't play the game. How is invincible? Yeah. A lot of nothing happened in the Digicon announcements. So they announced that they're working on Liberator or not Liberator, Elysian, the mobile app, still. And then they were just like, yep, we got nothing else. We just did some updates. Yep. Very riveting. It was fine. Okay. I need to find a level 4. So I'm doing this. Do that. And then do I Shoto or do I obviously we punch security. Another boost is definitely not great. Shoto's really good, so we'll take Shoto. Yeah, them having 2 memory boosts is kind of spooky, but we'll see what they can do. Didn't they hit Ukaman? They hit 1 Ukaman. So there's 2, technically 3 Ukamans in the game. There's Big Ukaman, BT16 Ukaman, and Promo Ukaman. They hit Promo Ukaman, but they still have BT16 Uko in the game. And BT16 Uko is very much causing problems. Slayer. That's fine. From hand, we'll set up Memsetter Shoto. That's really good. Okay. And now what does he do? Just another Davis? That's fine. His Digimon's probably as good as gone. So we Digi for 1. As much as I would love to set up another Shoto, I don't think I have the ability to right now. See, this is generally how the matchup is supposed to go. Like, this is legitimately how the matchup generally plays out. Like, now my opponent automatically loses the game. Yeah, because one, how is Examon supposed to clear 29k? And two, how is Examon supposed to play anything? And three, how is Examon supposed to remove my Digimon from the field? Yeah, we'll just Digivolve here. Then when attacking, we get to suspend one Digimon. If this effect suspends one of my Digimon. Okay. I already have an ace, so I think we take the 5. Then we swing. Suspend one of my Digimon to give myself immunity. Draw a card. I wish I had, like, Kakatorimon or something. Oh, I didn't even need to do that. Oopsies. Yeah, a little overkill. Yeah, it's literally, for a lot of decks, like, once you get into Vortex, the game kind of just ends if they don't have an answer to Vortex. Not great. Okay, it was probably that Ukaman player. So I'll play like maybe a couple more matches and then probably call it because it's getting late. It's getting late. We watched the majority of Digicon, which was a huge event, I guess. Can't really say letdown because can't really feel let down. Expect nothing, get nothing kind of thing. Expect nothing, get something. And then you leave happier. So, like, my expectations were already incredibly low. No search, but I have draw. Or, I don't have any search or draw, but I have Evos. So, maybe I can make something happen. Royal Knights. I think this is an okay matchup for us. Right? Because we just do stuff. Right? Oh, good. Good card draw. Yeah, we need to search. Memset Shoto. Probably. Then just set this Shoto. Save Memset or Shoto for like next turn if we get nothing. Yeah, little do they know my hand is really bad. So that's free to play. Okay. Theoretically, I could hard drop Zeph. Zeph Ace. Hope the opponent can't deal with it. What? All right. I'll just set up the Shoto now. It's fine. It sucks that I wasn't able to capitalize on the Leopard. Like, Leopard leaving, but... what can you do? How many does he have underneath? He's got 1, 2, 3 underneath right now. So is this literally because they play Justimon that plays out a token and it's just to give the token rush? It's a very interesting choice, I guess. Does this have an on delete? It does. So, 4 cards in hand. They're going to have to do some real big maths here. Alphamon. Free Alphamon? Sure. That's probably worth hard slamming Zeph Ace for. And then we have both our Shotos set up, so that way we could get full benefit off of Vortex. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, might as well move out. Gain a memory. Use this effect. Spend 1 Digimon, then for every 2 suspended Digimon, return 1 of the opponent's suspended Digimon to the bottom. Free Evo here. Hard play Mucho. Mucho's gonna search. We take the Shoto. And do we take the backup 4 or do we take the 5? Oh, tough. I think it's the 5. I think we can find more 4s. Okay. So you may suspend 1 Digimon for every 2 suspended Digimon, return 1 to the bottom. Okay. They just won't do that. We'll just throw those to the bottom. We could attack into here. Unsuspend. Oh. That was rude. That was so rude. I already have, like, everything I need, so whatever. Oh, that's not good. Now he gets to search for things. I'm like missing a level 3. And it's kind of annoying. Operation Dart. if I said that correctly. Thank you for the birthday wishes. So he has 1, 2, 3 Digimon he can play off of the Omni. Yeah, I do have Warper, Hand Warper, which isn't, like, the best one to use, but, like, it's still something. So, I guess they're just debating if they're gonna Omni here. That's really what they're thinking about. What does this do? He gets to play a token with Alliance Reboot Blocker. So, he would have 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 attacks if he plays Omni for free. So he could potentially kill me from here. And then Omni X in hand. How do you kill my Digimon? Oh, okay. He used Genku. Alright. Yep, he Omnimoned me, and I didn't have Vortex to be able to counter him. That's how you win this matchup, is you just see Vortex. Alright, I'll save time. If you can't go into Vortex, you don't have the protections, and if you don't have the protections, it becomes very difficult. I think I just take the emblem. Emblem's just too good to pass up on. No problem. Yeah, it's DART. Stands for Operation Digimon Assault Response Team. That's cute. I like it. We'll take another searcher, please. We'll take this one, please. Now they're gonna do their thing, or do they not have their thing? So they're gonna take the Bakemon, obviously. Yeah. And then they can Digivolve into Bakemon. Delete my Digimon. Oh, does he want to delete my Digimon that way? Oh, he's going to. Okay. That's an interesting choice. One that I probably wouldn't have made, but... Because, like, what's the play? Like, you sacrificed your level 4 for getting rid of my level 3? Doesn't sound, like, super great. We'll go from trash. We're definitely taking Vortex. And we're definitely taking Shoto. Yeah, so this is another matchup where it's... The second I go up into Vortexmon, the game is probably over. This is very easily another one of those matchups. Okay, they get to play another Violet out. Rush Violet. Phantom. No Execute. Yeah, this one doesn't have Execute, so I wouldn't particularly say that was super great of a play. Dullahan. So they do have execute plays that they could make. I'm just waiting for pretty much a level 4 Digimon. If one pops out of my security, I do have Warper, which is pretty good. They have too many Violets, so they won't be able to play another one. Are they going to execute, gain the 2 memory back? Play out a whole bunch of dudes? Yeah, I needed to get into Vortex 1 turn sooner. I don't know why they would... Oh, are they doing that just to gain an additional memory? Because they could just execute here. Oh, they're gonna add Dullahan back into their hand? Yeah, that's why they did that. And then that can Digivolve the Dullahan for less. But now he's not gonna be able to keep turn. I don't particularly care if what he does at this moment. I wish I saw level 4. That would have been super great. Yeah, because now all of the memory he's gaining here is basically worthless. Okay. So he just gets to flood the field, and if I see a level 4, I get to tear it all down. So how much memory do I actually need, is the question. Well, I found a level 4, so that's going to be good enough. So I could Evo for free, probably. Probably into Grand Gale. And then hold on to the Beat Stick one. Ooh, do I take another emblem here? Probably not. I already have one in my hand. So I think it is Kakatori and Grangale. Spend one if this effect suspended one of your Digi. Oh, okay. Oopsies. I messed up that one. All right, so we made a little bit of misplays, but we're fine. Just a little bit. We pretty much wiped their whole field and gave them very little to work with. Our Digimon is immune. So they need to have a warper, and even then, I don't think they're able to get over our vortex. And now they don't have rush. Oh, that's cute. Okay, ultimately didn't matter. Got it. I think we just do this one down here. Do I have another level 4? Yeah, I do. I got a couple. When any Digimon this may unsuspend them. So this should get me the memory back for doing this. Well, I didn't exactly pan out the way I thought it was going to. I forgot I only have 1 memory gain in here, not 2. Oh well. We'll just say we're playing with our food. Man, it's a good thing I'm pretty much immune to being deleted, bottom decked, or returned to hand. Yeah, and I have this Zeph ready to go. To try to tear apart his field. Man, it's a good thing I'm immune to Digimon effects. Yeah, so what I could have done was I could have battled this and then blocked here. Yeah, so their whole scary field literally is meaningless. Okay. Can't delete my Digimon. What part of you can't delete me do you not understand? I is a moon. Okay. Again. Okay. Just give me more memory, please. Like, that's why I went into Rapid, is because I is immune. Thank you. Are you done? Because I am... So I have to use this all turns ability very carefully. So there's a lot that I can do here. Right now, I'm just trying to take care of this pretty cleanly. And then once that's gone, I really don't have to worry about a thing. So I think the answer is Digivolve here. Use this effect. Suspend. Is it worth it to Digivolve here? Probably not. I just needed the suspend. So that way I can Digivolve into Zeph. Zeph. Suspend one Digimon, then if this effect suspended your Digimon Return one of the opponent's suspended to the bottom of the deck. And then this gets me 2 checks. And then this gets me my 2 checks. And then I have Vortex for game. Look at my hand. I have 20 cards in my hand. Rapid value? Yeah. Rapid value is good value. That's why you still run rapid. And then game. There we go. See? Easy. Alright, I think I got like one more game left in me. And then probably call it here because it's getting late and I'm getting tired. This is actually a pretty okay hand. But yeah, a lot of decks, like, they just can't deal with Vortex. Like, literally, you just get into Vortex and then they just automatically lose the game. It's pretty funny. Sad, but funny. Add 2 cards. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then probably just Terra. Take the level 4. Yeah, I have to take the level 4. And then... do I take the Shoto or the Zeph? I think maybe the correct answer is Shoto. But Zeph can be pretty good, too. They're both pretty good. I think it's Shoto. Because I already have a level 6, and I'm trying to ideally warp. Interesting. Ooh, that's a good card. No. So we'll do a little chippies. That's fine. Do I just play Shoto out here? Or do I search in Shoto? How much memory do I feel like giving them? I guess that's the real question. I think it is just search and Shoto. Like, to be honest, just give them a butt ton of memory and then really make their lives miserable. Actually, that's pretty huge. This gives them a little bit less memory. From hand. Alright. That was probably fine. What's my face-up security? Brain Gale. Then this plays out the token. The token's got decoy and blocker. That's fine. It's just something for me to suspend. Yeah, he's had jamming. Yeah, them creating the token here actually is probably really bad. So all I have to do is out his field right now, and I probably just automatically win the game. My face up. Kakatori? That's fine. So suspend this. Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, I think we just go here. Then we do Bataros. Unsuspend and pierce. Then I guess I'll just set up another Shoto. Yeah. Once I get into Vortex, there's pretty much no way they're going to be winning the game from there. All right. So, I guess I'll just flash up the Vortex deck in case people actually are curious what my Vortex looks like. So here's my Vortex deck. It's not really anything special. Like, it's literally just Vortex. It was smooth. Yeah, no, the deck, when it goes off, plays like butter. I do still very appreciate, even though these don't have Vortex, I do appreciate the warp potential. I like the protection. Splitting between the Rapid and the Grangale's like fine. Even though Rapid's a little bit less efficient, like it still does work. I have my alternative removal types, so that way I could get around stuff that has battle protection. That's why these are played. Anything else of like noteworthy? Not really. Like everything else is like pretty boilerplate. Palmon is just to gain free memory. Like basically pays for these. Draw. Yeah, nothing crazy. So I think I'm gonna be calling it here. It's like almost midnight for me. I've been streaming for almost 12 hours. Digicon obviously was a big nothing burger, but it was to be expected. Good to see that they're still working on Elysium. Hopefully we get it soon. Hopefully. And then, yeah. Outside of that, birthday was pretty chill for the most part. Streamed a bit. A lot of it. Usually I stream on Saturdays. If people actually made plans with me before literally the day of my birthday, probably would have done stuff with them, but instead I got to spend my birthday with all of you, and I do appreciate all of the time that obviously we were together for today, because there were other things that I could have been doing, and I decided to just be chill with chat. So thank you all again for anyone who donated. Thank you everyone for showing up and watching and having fun, because I found it to be pretty interesting. The changes to the decks that were impacted definitely are more felt than what I was initially expecting. Hoodie pretty much losing all access to easy level 5s is definitely a big deal. like way bigger than I initially would have thought, and I wouldn't have known that if I don't bother to sit and test. And that's why we do this, is to actually learn more about what is going on with the game. Am I incredibly happy with the direction of the game? No. Do I still like the game and do I still want to play the game? Yes. That's why we're here. So, I hope everyone had just as good of a day as I did. Again, thank you all for coming out and watching me, and I hope to see you all in the next stream. So, with that, let's kick it over to the end screen. And I hope to see you all probably in about a week. I don't know exactly what's going to be happening in terms of next week. I'm trying to be consistent on Saturday streams, but don't really have a set plan because I do tend to play D&D every other Saturday. I don't know what's up with that. One of our guys in our group is being like really weird. So I don't know if I'm going to be like when I'm going to be able to stream on Saturday next week, but I am at least trying to be a weekly consistent streamer where I just go through and I'll hash out like ideas, play test stuff, and just shoot some shit. So I do appreciate everyone for coming out, and I hope to see you all in the next stream.